Alrighty, folks. We're back with more Voice of Cards. This is going to be part 2 of the story out of the trilogy for the series. So as we did with the previous game, we're going to go quickly load up our options and set all that stuff. We're going to make sure that all that stuff is set up. Game speed is set to high speed. We have to do this at the start of every run. And then next thing we're going to do, we're going to be using the 2B avatar, because why not? We're going to use the default character cards. Character card background, we'll use the Yorha emblems. Battle board, we'll use the copied city, because I think it looks nice. For the table, we'll use the machine life form. And then for the dice, we'll use the automata dice. And we'll leave the default BMG for the OST. It is really good. I do like the automata OST as well. It's just hard to pick, but again, the OST is pretty unique for this game, and well, the other songs they particularly chose for this game as extra DLC and stuff is nice. I still prefer the original stuff, so we're just making sure that all our options are set. And yeah, so we're pretty much ready to start the run. We're going to go ahead, we're going to be starting a new game. Hope everybody's here for part 2 of the story. So anyways, so we're going to be not carrying over save data, so timer can go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, go. We're going to be letting the narrator do their job. Which means that anytime that there's a voice dialogue, I'll try to do my best not to interrupt them. There's going to be talking quite a bit, but we're here for the long ride, we're here for the story, and I have my notes up on the side as well. That will help me kind of keep track of what's going on as we go through this game. So the estimate is 12 hours for a very, very good reason. There's a lot of story in this game compared to the first game, so it's significantly longer. But there's also quite a bit more RNG to deal with, and a lot more stuff that we have to keep track of, and combat is significantly tougher.
Ah, I bid you welcome. I shall be your game master for this tale. It is a pleasure to have you. Now then, just like this, I will be using cards to draw you into the world of this story. From time to time, you may be presented with choices like this. That's correct. It doesn't mean anything, but still, good job. You're following along with all this, I trust? Moving on, I believe your experience of the story will be shaped in no small part by my narration. As such, I hope you'll have rather more fun keeping the sound on while you play. That said, rest assured that the game remains enjoyable without sound. My words will be subtitled just as they are now. With the formalities sorted, we're all ready to begin the game. My. Yeah, you can hear the sound of the waves. Oh, how very evocative. Now then, let's begin our tale. Allow me to welcome you to the world of Voice of Cards. You're about to step into the shoes of the hero of this tale as he sets forth on a grand adventure. Said adventure takes place in a remote part of the sea, in which ancient traditions are alive and well. You will touch the hearts of many who dwell in this place as you journey to change fate's promise of untold ruin. I believe in you. I believe your journey will be a success. And on that note, it is time for that journey to begin. May the waves see you safely across the tides.
All right. So we got introduced to a brand new narrator. Each of the games in the trilogy each have a unique narrator. And we're beginning our story with our young hero.
The sound of the waves echoes softly across the rock walls. A solitary young man stands in front of a ship floating in the water. Brush in hand, he busies himself painting the vessel. Once he finishes his work, he decides to carve his name into the side of the hull. A finishing touch.
We're going to go ahead and use the default name Baron.
You carve your name in small lettering into the ship. Oh, a handsome name, that. This young lad is the hero of our tale, and your window into the world. You're a navigator without a ship, and your soul yearns to set out upon the ocean blue, for your own reasons. You have spent a great deal of time repairing the wrecked ship before you, in the hopes of crafting a partner, aboard which you might sail the high seas. The sound of a wooden box tumbling to the ground rips through the grotto. You heave a deep sigh and decide to head over to the source of the racket.
Okay. So we're getting introduced to some stuff here. We're still in the prologue.
The source of the noise turns out to be a young girl. It looks as the girl's name is Laddie. You came across her some time ago, collapsed on a beach. You attempted to bring her to a nearby village, but she was quite opposed to the idea for some reason. As such, she has been helping you repair the ship here. You're not quite sure how to respond to her knocking the box over. It's okay, you say in a gentle, reassuring tone. Laddie's worried expression melts away, replaced by one of relief.
All right, Laddie's going to be a key importance to the story, and she is best girl. No one will tell me otherwise.
You move to leave the grotto, saying, I'm going to the village to get some food. Laddie waves goodbye, her forlorn smile seeing you off. The young woman has lost her ability to speak. Neither of you have any knowledge of how she ended up in her situation, and you spend many quiet hours together in the grotto.
All right, so first order of
The scent of
business.
the sea and a sense of isolation hang heavy in the air. The island is bound for ruin and has had its name since before any can really recall. This is Omega Isle. You take a deep breath and then set out for the nearby Omega Village, which shares the island's name.
All right, so we're in the prologue. We're going to be heading towards the village that's marked over there.
You have arrived near the entrance of the village. You spy a shadow skulking about in the midst of a thicket. The shadows fall away to reveal a small monster. It's unusual to see one this close to the village. It might be cute, but it's still a monster and a threat. You must slay the beast before it can cause trouble or worse in the village. Don't hold back.
All right, so we're just going to kill this thing as quickly as we can. Pretty easy, simple fight. Start us off with. And next we're going to enter the village. So you might be wondering why why is this part 2? Well,
Gorgeous
it is a trilogy,
burst with blossoms,
and decided to break it up instead of it doing 30 hours all at once.
much like Omega Village itself. This is a village that has accepted its fate to be but a moment in time, destined to fade.
Alright, so first order of business while we're here is to go see the mayor.
You stop in at the mayor's house and discover that he already has a guest. The two are engaged in discussion. You listen in and learn that they are troubled by monsters that have appeared near the village, have been devouring precious stores of food. The villager sighs deeply. I suppose it's about the end for the village, they say flatly before departing the mayor's home. The man left standing in the room has a certain sagacity about him. He notices you waiting and inclines his head in greeting. His name is Grief. As the village's mayor, he spends his days dealing with all manner of happenings around town. He looks to be at a loss over the damage being caused by the monsters. It would likely be a simple matter for you to deal with the beasts. You offer to deal with the monsters, and Grief replies with his thanks. You're always a big help. This is part of your daily routine. You work to sort out the village's troubles in order to procure food to eat.
Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and leave the village.
A monster has appeared before you. It holds what's left of a piece of fruit in its teeth, and its mouth moves restlessly. With a sigh, you mutter, "Let's get this over with then," and ready your weapon.
Alright, so, still getting some tutorial stuff in the prologue, but that's all fine and dandy. Go ahead and take care of these two as quickly as I can. And then as things become relevant, we'll get other tutorials for different things, like status effects and things like that. But since we're still in the early game, we don't have to worry too much about things. I hope everybody's in for the nice, enjoyable ride, because we're going to have a nice roller coaster in this game. So we hit level 2, which is good.
With practiced skill, you swing your weapon. The blade flashes through the monster's throat. Merciless. Perfect aim. It would appear that you are quite accustomed to killing. You wipe the blood off your weapon. As you do, you notice a shadow in the distance. Another monster, perhaps? Silently, you creep up on the shadow and bring your blade down on it with practiced speed. But the shadow nimbly evades your strike and runs off. Whatever the shadow was, it was taken aback by your unexpected assault. It looks like it ran off in the direction of the spire near the village.
So anytime it asks us to view our collection, we're generally going to say no. Now we got to go track down that shadowy creature that ran off. And we're going to be coming back to this particular location quite a bit throughout the run.
Spire, said to have been erected to protect the island. Yet with the villagers having accepted ruination, it now stands forlorn, an edifice without a purpose. This place, so named for the spirits themselves, is one that the villagers do not enter. Despite this, you say to yourself, I have to get rid of the monster, and decide to profane the place with your presence.
Alright, so, much like the first game, once we've visited certain things, we can eventually use the jump mechanic. Right now, we won't be doing that too much. You who enters spirit.
There are some words etched into the door, but they are weathered and difficult to read. Worried though you are about whatever the words might say, you nonetheless try pushing the handle. With some protest, the door groans open. You spy the shadow of the monster you encountered earlier. Your insight that it had taken refuge in the spire has proven a good one. The shadow notices your presence and flies off at blinding speed. You can't help but admire the rapid escape, though it looks like you're back to chasing after a shadow.
So we're gonna cut that corner there, same with this corner there using jump. So doing things like that will help with cutting down some
You
of the
survey
movement.
your surroundings, relying on the shafts of sunlight filtering in through the windows. However, you're unable to see the monster from where you are.
So we're just trying to move forward here to an altar that's hiding.
In the back of the large hall, there is an altar, which evinces a sense of deep mystery. The altar is wrought of a strange kind of stone, its surface polished smooth. It looks as though it's meant for use in some important ritual. You approach the altar to check that there are no places for monsters to hide themselves away inside it.
Maiden here.
In reply to the mysterious and unidentifiable voice that suddenly rent the silence, you ask in a sharp tone, "Who's there?"
Aye, spirit.
You strain your ears, trying to make out the broken snippets of words echoing off the chamber walls.
Laddie.
After speaking a word that rings familiar to your ears, Laddie, the voice becomes impossible to hear. It cannot be. Could you truly have heard the voice of the spirit from the maiden's myth passed down on the island? All signs of the monster you were in pursuit of seem to have vanished. For the time being, you decide to return to the village and report your success.
Alright, so we can't find the monster, so we're just going to head back to the village. So, again, you're going to start using that jump mechanic to get around really quickly. There's no encounters here inside the spire, but still being able to speed up movement is a big help. And then we'll jump back to the village. But I overshot it by mistake, so we get a random encounter. Totally fine. Don't need to do this fight, so instead we're just going to run away if we can. Go. Head back here.
When you arrive at the mayor's house, there is a young visitor already there. She looks to be making an impassioned request of Greeth. In a wearied voice, Greeth replies, "There is no longer any maiden in our village." Admonished, the girl leaves the house with disappointment written across her expression. You inform the mayor that you've taken care of the monsters around town. As thanks for completing the job, the mayor hands you a basket of fruit. Oh, good, you think to yourself. Another day, another basket of fruit.
I'm not sure that's how the saying goes, but, you know, that works for us. Alright, so access via collection, we're going to say no. We're going to head back to the grotto. Then we're going to go talk to the young girl back at the grotto. Game's going to tell us about the jump mechanic. And we're going to go talk to Laddie again.
You re-enter the grotto and announce your return. On a normal day, Laddie would already have zipped over to greet you. But today, nothing. You walk over to Laddie and discover that she is sound asleep. Life in the grotto is not one of creature comforts. Rather, a fair few inconveniences. You've tried several times to bring Laddie to the village, but she was adamantly opposed on every occasion. You sometimes catch glimpses of her face while she sleeps. Always it is contorted in anguish, as though she is in the throes of a terrible nightmare. You notice a bulky book lying open next to Laddie, filled with carefully drawn words and images. It seems to be some kind of picture book that Laddie made herself. You know, I confess, I am a bit curious. Unable to overcome your curiosity, you decide to take a look at the picture book. Beside evocative images of deep forests and towering mountain ranges, Laddie has written a story patterned after the maiden's myth.
Alright, so pay attention, class, because this stuff will come up a bit later.
The picture book story is set in a small village replete with nature. The village enjoys the promise of peace and tranquility, thanks to the young woman born to be the maiden. The maiden goes before the altar to perform a ritual, which invokes the power of a great spirit to protect the village. You look over the artwork, a spitting recreation of the altar you saw in the spire, and think back on the mysterious voice. The voice claimed it was a spirit, and you're certain it spoke Laddie's name. You are so caught up in the thoughts racing through your head that you fail to notice Laddie had awakened. Laddie seems embarrassed that you've seen her book. Tears prick the corners of her eyes. If Laddie were indeed the maiden, it would be no exaggeration to call her the very light of hope, a protective force that could save the island from its encroaching ruin. With faint expectation tightening your chest, you consider taking her to the altar in the spire. You've given Laddie some of the fruit you brought back. She dreamily stuffs some of it into her mouth. Maybe she likes it. You hope so. Your stomach rumbles as you watch her, and together, the two of you enjoy a light meal.
Alright, so now we're going to head back to that spire. One of many times that we'll be heading back. Alright, so this game does make autosaves, which is pretty convenient. We might have to resort to using them a couple times in the run. Hopefully we don't have to do that. But you never know with the game in this RNG.
Take Laddie with you and return to the spire. As you approach the entrance of the spire, the staff that Laddie clutches close begins to emit a faint light. Seeing the mysterious light, you are convinced Laddie has a deep connection to the spire. Her expression uneasy. Laddie takes hold of your sleeve with a tentative touch.
Alright, and I know you might be thinking, well, the game's kind of telling us a whole lot of stuff right now, including that Laddie may or may not be important to the altar here. And, you know, doing that on purpose.
You stand before the altar once more, bathed in an air of mysticism. The light emitting from Laddie's staff intensifies, as if indicating its destination.
But I'll tell you what, there's a lot more to the story than you think. Excellent, the maiden.
In response to the enigmatic voice, Laddie's staff exudes a dazzling light. A spirit appears right before your eyes. Well, maybe it's a spirit? It's some kind of strange stuffed animal.
I am the spirit, caca.
The stuffed toy seems to be affecting a voice of considerable gravitas and choking itself in the process. This creature is called Lack. Though you cannot be certain it speaks the truth, it claims to be a spirit. You approach, hoping to ask about the maiden. But with blinding speed, Lack zooms behind Laddie, putting her between you as a shield. You're the one from before, Lack says, quaking. It would appear that you're mistaking the creature for a monster, and doggedly chasing after it has made it rather afraid of you.
Alright, so we're gonna go give it the fruit.
You hold out an offer of reconciliation, and Lack takes it and immediately starts munching away. Between bites, it says, "You've got some good taste there." You're not really sure if the make good worked out, but in any event, Lack looks willing to listen to you now. You ask about the maiden once more, and Lack begins to talk a lot. It seems to enjoy doing so. Just as the maiden's myth handed down amongst the denizens of the island suggests, it explains, Laddie was indeed born to be the maiden here. However, she was unable to take up her role. This has caused no small amount of distress over the island's inevitable destiny to sink beneath the raging waves. Lack concludes with a proposal. How's about you go and meet with the other maidens and fetch the maiden's relics? As you had hoped, Laddie appears to be the key to the island's salvation. This island is not the only one home to a spirit. There are islands throughout this archipelago, and upon each dwells one of the 4 maidens who govern their own spirit. The self-proclaimed spirit explains that if you bring the maiden's relics that each of these maidens possess back to this spire, Laddie will be able to become a maiden herself. Laddie shows the staff in her hand, wearing an expression that seems to say, "This is a maiden's relic." You ask, should we kill the maidens and steal the relics? Laddie shakes her head rapidly, as if to insist that you definitely should not do that. As Lack explains, each maiden has an attendant, an escort, and protector. This would make it difficult to take the relics by brute force. If Laddie becomes a maiden and performs the maiden's ritual at the altar, the island can be saved. The world-changing immensity of what you have just learned echoes in your mind. It takes you a little while to fully digest it. But it does just so happen you've been readying a seaworthy vessel for your own purposes. You accept Lack's proposal to help Laddie become a maiden. So, you want me to poof you back to the entrance?
So anytime the narrator asks us to get poofed back to the entrance or whatever, we're just gonna take it.
You decide to make for the spire's exit.
That'll save us quite a bit of time there. Now we're gonna head back to the village so that we found the maiden.
Accompanied by your new allies, you make to enter the village. But Laddie seems to find something about this idea disagreeable and clings to a tree nearby, refusing to budge. "Oh, I got this one," says Lack, evidently with some kind of plan in mind. The fluffy creature begins to chant a sort of mysterious spell.
Wana waka wan waka.
Suddenly, Laddie's face is transformed into that of an odd old man's. Laddie touches her transformed visage and then gives a thumbs up, perhaps as if to say, "Good job. You are a god." But Laddie looks sideways at you as she walks into the village, her identity now safely hidden.
Alright, so we're gonna head back to the mayor, tell him that we found the
You hear voices inside.
maiden.
Wreath appears to be holding a meeting with the other villagers to ease their troubled minds. You'd better not interrupt.
But we're forced to go to our house now.
This is your home. A desk pushed up near the wall is adorned with an unfurled map and a scattering of books. The navigation map is of your own design and depicts the various islands in this region of the sea. It contains information on the maidens of those nearby islands, culled meticulously from books and the tales of passing travelers. Before all of this, you had found yourself unable to merely sit and watch the village's decline, and so planned a voyage to seek aid from the maidens of the other islands.
We already had a lot of this figured out, even before recent discoveries. Interesting.
After popping into the back room, you emerge with a carefully polished ship's wheel and present it to your companions. It is the final piece of the ship you restored at the grotto. With it, you will finally be able to set sail on the voyage you have dreamed of for so long. You have made ready for the voyage, but before you set sail, you decide to stop in at the mayor's to say your farewells.
Alright, now we can actually go talk to the mayor. They should be done talking to the meeting.
Greeth's eyes fall over the unfamiliar face behind you. And who do we have here?
We're just gonna say, the old man's our girlfriend.
At your quick response,
This is a joke.
Greeth blinks a few times in confusion. His eyes dart back and forth between the pair of you, as though his brain is putting together the pieces of a complex puzzle. At length, he offers a deep nod. You'll need to clear up the misunderstanding later. Changing the subject, you explain to the mayor that you'll be leaving the village for a little while on a voyage to save the island. You felt sure that the mayor, with his love of the village, would see you off with a smile. And yet the moment you explain that you found a maiden who can save the island, his attitude changes like the fickle sea winds, and he voices opposition to your journey. This island is destined to meet its end, he says. You can practically sense him digging his feet in. You cannot fathom why he, the mayor of the village, would believe something like that. Though each of you hold the island in your hearts, you cannot reconcile the difference of opinion. Like lovers going their separate ways after an acrimonious spat, it looks as though you will be setting out on bad terms. You believe that your desire to save the island will prove to be the right perspective.
Alright, so we definitely did not get the village's blessing from the mayor, but that's totally fine. We're gonna still defy what we were told and go set it off on a grand adventure, because we've only just begun.
Your ship, your trusted companion, once a mere wrecked husk that you labored to bring back to life with months of sweat and toil. You climb up to the stern, and with every bit of care you can muster, you attach the wheel. The final stroke upon the canvas. At last, your ship is finished. The vessel's design is patterned after a great whale. There are a number of mismatched parts, but that particular quirk only makes you love it all the more. As you look over your handiwork, you realize that your companion on this upcoming journey will need a name. What would a fitting name be, you ponder?
We're gonna ask Laddie's opinion.
Laddie tears a page from her book and then scribbles a name down on it. In her small handwriting is written, The Bon Vent. According to Lack, the words are a kind of prayer in the language of the spirits for safe passage when bidding one farewell on a long journey. A farewell said before long journeys. The words could make a fitting appellation for your ship. You're unsure of just how much you ought to trust Lack, or his skill with words, but nonetheless, decide to go with Laddie's suggestion. Together, you load up the Bon Vent with the necessary provisions. Preparations for your departure are now finished.
All right, and we're gonna weigh anchor and then finish off the tutorial.
Throw your hands upon the ship's wheel and shout.
Or I should say prologue.
Weigh anchor with gusto. Your voyage has begun.
All right, so that ends prologue. Sets us up for the story, so we have an idea of what we're going to be getting into. And for those curious, yes, the game is told using cards, but it is still a traditional RPG. It is turn-based still. It's just, it's handled in a similar way to like if you had a dungeon master sort of bringing you through a D&D campaign. So it's kind of done in that sort of fashion. But it still plays like a traditional RPG in that sense. That being said, there's a lot of RNG throughout the run. Far more than the first game. The second game also has a lot of other interesting quirks and mechanics that built upon the previous game that we did last week. And we'll be getting into some more of the nitty-gritties of that as we continue playing through the game, because we only just finished prologue and there's quite a bit more stuff to do. And as our adventure is starting out, we're going to seek out the maidens and hopefully have Laddie become a maiden herself to save the island. But yeah, this definitely, I would say, out of the 3 games in the trilogy is by far the hardest, for sure.
Cuts through the waves like a fillet knife.
Specifically, at various points throughout the run, and the finale for this game in particular is quite difficult. So unlike the first game where it's only quite difficult towards the end, this game's going to be pretty difficult throughout. The third game, it varies on the RNG we get, but I would say it's far easier late game than it is early game in the third game. But we'll get to that on part 3, which will follow up the following day.
It is your first sea voyage. Laddie's eyes glitter as she looks out at the horizon, stretching ever onward over the endless blue expanse. She opens up your homemade navigation map, checking the locations of the islands where the other maidens live. On the island to the south of here lives a beauteous maiden garbed in azure robes, as though the sky itself is wrapped around her. After closing up the map, you grasp the wheel like a familiar old friend and tell the ship where you'd like to go. You now have free rein to sail across the sea as you see fit. New tales await you when you put into port on an island where a maiden dwells.
Alright, so unlike the first game, we have access to a better mode of transportation to get around areas. Honestly, it just sort of adds to sort of the world exploration in certain elements, but for the most part, even though we do have a bit more open options, it is not as straightforward as some of the other games are. So we're going to be trying to get to level 3 as soon as we can. We're going to be heading down. And we have random events that'll happen along the way.
Floats in the water before you, no more than an arm's length away.
And, you know, we'll try to grab the chest.
Take hold of the chest and pull it forward. When you do, a monster leaps out, enraged that you have disturbed its slumber.
For the most part, we're going to be avoiding a lot of the random events, but early on at this point, we kind of do want to take some of them, even if they result in us fighting, because we do want to try to gain some experience this early in the run. Unlike the first game where we can run from quite a bit of stuff after the first chapter.
Excellent.
In this game, we kind of want to take as many fights as we can along the way. There'd be very few fights that we actually run from compared to the first game. And similarly in the third game, it's the same idea. We'll be taking a lot more fights than you'd probably be expecting me to do in a game like this. And that's primarily because this game gets quite difficult with the way it ramps. Each area that we'll be going to in the game can be quite devastating to us if we're under-leveled by any means. But yeah, first things first, we do want to get to level 3 for everybody in our party. And we want to do that before we get to the next town. So as I said, once we get status effects, the game will tell us about them. So poison deals 1 to 6 damage every turn, and then deadly poison deals 2 to 12 every turn. And poison is a very, very potent status effect. In the games, we use it quite a bit in the runs if we get the opportunity. So we unlock Tri-Attack, Thunderbolt, and Surprise.
After vanquishing the beast, you peer inside the chest. You grin, realizing that your find may be able to aid you on your journey.
Alright, so the curative is not going to be too important to us, but it is free money when we do sell it. But you never know when stuff like this early in the run can help us. So first things first, we're going to be looking for
you spot something
the island.
To the
we're going to dodge it.
You steer the boat out of the falling object.
Should be an island over here. I think I went a little too far. But I do have a lot of things routed in for guaranteed item chests and stuff like that. Also, I have a good memory on what status effects to use on what abilities to use on certain enemies that have certain weaknesses. So this kind of thing. So there's the dock there for the island. There's another island. Be another connecting spot to the island over on this side. So we're gonna make land here. We're gonna do this now. We can do it a little bit later, but I'm going to do that now. The reason for that is we'll be able to use the jump mechanic to get back to where we want. So we're going to venture in here. We're going to be trying to pick up an item early. And the reason why we're routing in stuff like this is so that we're minimizing the backtracking we do later, because we're never going to be going to this side of the island after we do what we're about to do here. There is a side quest attached to what we're about to do, but we're not going to be doing that because it's extremely dangerous to do this early in the run. And we're also trying to get to level 5 as well, now that we're here on this island. So we're heading down here, and we're going to the shipwreck here.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful.
We get the lightning stay ring, which is very important to us this early.
Whispers. This place feels haunted.
So we're going to say no to exploring.
Tingle runs down your
and that's only because this will have us avoid a fight that we can't really win this early. And as it was mentioned in chat, at this portion in the game where we're in an open segment, So we have a little bit more freedom to explore, but as we approach this island and set land,
Cross the sea
we get locked
and
into what
arrive
we're
at the
doing.
South Isle.
Which means that we can't really start free roaming again for a while.
On the South Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in blue.
And this is going to be the first chapter here, and we're going to weigh
Very
anchor.
well, then. Prepare to go ashore.
Or I guess go ashore. Alright.
Bright rays of sunlight beam down onto the warm South Isle. Something about the place reminds you of the refreshing cool of the ocean. After weighing anchor and docking your ship at the pier, you go ashore. Utterly exhausted from hours at the helm, you stretch your legs for a moment, then open up your map. Once you have your heading, you and the others make for the village of Coveton in the south.
Alright.
Okay, now let's go.
So there's a mountain over here to the right that we're going to go to. We're also going to be picking up a bit of a side quest here.
Fight them off.
And we want to hit level 5, hopefully by the time we enter Coveton. So again, we'll be taking these fights as we see them. Go.
You spy a parcel on the roadside. As you pick it up, you are enveloped in a wonderful aroma.
Well, this will be the side quest that I'm talking about.
Inspecting the parcel, you read its intended destination was Coveton. You know not its contents, but will you complete its delivery? You decide to deliver it on your way and tuck the parcel into your bag.
Alright. So now that we got that, we're going to be heading behind the mountain.
A monster appears. Its nose is twitching as it sniffs the air. Its gaze fixed on you. The aroma from the parcel you're carrying must have drawn it near. You'll have no choice but to fight it off.
Alright. So we get ambushed by some monsters. It's all hunky-dory. Crit there.
Excellent.
Didn't kill them quite well, but, you know, Lack, being as weak as he is going to be nice for finish off some enemies. Things like Tri-Attack deal flat damage based off our rolls, so as long as our rolls are good, we can kind of ignore armor with it. And a lot of the attacks and the tech around combat is going to be knowing when to use flat damage versus when to use damage with bonuses on it, or flat or regular damage off regular attacks. So anything that has a damage plus number, that's your base damage plus whatever it tells you. So in this case, like I have 12 on Baron as my base, but if they have 12 armor, that means I'm only going to deal 1 damage. So you gotta kind of keep things like that in mind. So whereas like flat damage values something that says that it deals, you know, this set amount of damage, that's what it's always gonna deal. Things that say that there are roll amount as well also add to effects like that.
You should deliver the parcel to Coveton before it draws any other monsters.
So this prompt actually lets us have 2 options when we get into Coveton when it comes to finishing up the side quest. Normally we can get there without getting that encounter there, which would then give us 1 less option. But since we got it, when we approach Coveton and go hand in the side quest, we'll actually be able to finish it in a different
As you use your
way
shirt
if we
to
want.
fan yourself. Wondering how Laddie is holding up, you turn and see her squeezing a blue ball of fluff tightly. She begins to rub her cheek against it. From the elated look in her eyes, you can only guess how cooling it must feel. But the sight sends shivers down your spine. "Laddie, that's a monster!" you shout, readying your weapon.
Alright, so, much like the first game, whenever we approach new destinations like a town, there's usually an enforced encounter outside the town. And usually the forced encounter's slightly more difficult than your regular encounters around that area. But we're going to take advantage of the fact that this enemy is weak to thunder. And since Laddie already knows thunder from getting to at least level 3, we can pretty much make quick work of this enemy. And there is buffs and debuffs and happenstance that kicks in and all sorts of stuff like that. And that's where some of the RNG comes into play when it comes to dealing with combat situations as well. Happenstance is a lot more generous in the second and third game compared to the first, but that doesn't mean it can't ruin certain encounters or make them more difficult. I wouldn't say ruin, but it can make certain encounters more difficult.
The village floats in the center of a cove. The gentle lapping of waves fills the air. Coveton seems like a peaceful place, far removed from conflict. As you enter the village, you're greeted by an unusual sight. A paper doll flitters about like a bird above a man's hand. The man sees your curious gazes and explains that he animates it with a magic charm. He claims that all the villagers use such spells to enrich their lives. At your straightforward question, the man appears to be at a loss for words. "Now, where could she be?" he murmurs. Though the maiden isn't here now, you know for certain that one lives in the village. You thank the man, then resume your search for the maiden.
Alright, so now we gotta ask some villagers about where the maiden is. We're gonna be going ahead and talking to the boy down here.
Face contorted in concentration, the young boy deftly folds a piece of paper into the shape of a bird. You ask him about the maiden. "I saw her at the maiden shrine," he says, as he tosses the paper bird into the air. Wonder of wonders, the paper bird flaps its wings and flies about, showing you where the maiden's shrine is.
Alright, and this skips needing to talk to all the rest of the villagers, which are unimportant. So we're gonna go ahead and turn in the side quest that we picked up.
Having arrived in Coveton, a woman asks you, "Are you the postman?" You shake your head no. She says she's been waiting forever at the village entrance for a delivery. Her eyes light up when you show her the parcel you picked up. "That's what I've been waiting for." It seems the parcel contained an exotic perfume she ordered. But the scent of this perfume attracts monsters. Is it really safe to hand it over to her?
So had we not gotten that random encounter after we picked up the parcel, we wouldn't actually know this information when it comes to doing this side quest. So, in the interest of showing that there is some repercussion, even if it doesn't directly affect story, we're actually just going to handle the parcel anyways, and we'll pay for that later on, obviously, if you have an idea of what's going to end up happening.
You hand her the parcel, explaining how dangerous this perfume is. But she is too overjoyed to notice your words. While dancing a jig in celebration of her long-awaited perfume, she hands you a gratuity for carrying it all this way.
So we make a quite bit of sum of money at this point, which is going to be useful for buying stuff that we need. So we're going to go ahead and visit the armor shop.
How may I help you? the proprietor inquires.
And with that money, we're going to end up buying the glaive here for Baron. Going to give him quite a bit of an attack boost at this point. We're also going to be buying the steel breastplate as well. And then steel breastplate for, sorry, and then yeah, that's all we're going to need by there.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
All right, and then, so we bought those two things. We're going to go to a laddie now. We're going to go ahead and equip the simple breastplate here. And we're going to equip the lightning stay ring. And then we're going to head down to the maiden shrine. And then we're going to talk to a couple here.
At the heart of the shrine, you see a young woman and man discussing something in earnest. The woman's name is Fila. She is, without a doubt, the maiden shouldering the Isle's fate.
Fila is very cute. I love Fila. Very, very much. But Laddie is still best girl.
The man's name is Hyde. He is the maiden's wise attendant. Excuse me. I need to speak with the maiden, you say, interjecting yourself into their conversation. Fila whirls to you and asks, which do you think is cuter? Though you're baffled by the sudden and unrelated question, she doesn't miss a beat and shows you a seashell in each of her hands.
All right, and honestly, it doesn't matter too much what we choose here, but we're just going to say the one that she's holding.
Caught in the moment, you mumble an unexpected answer beneath your breath. You quickly realize your mistake and look around when... Oh my, Fila remarks bashfully. Hyde simply gives a huh in response. Laddie looks off into the distance, her lips pursed as if whistling, though no sound comes out. Lack, annoyed for some reason, seems on the verge of rebuking you. Apparently, the maiden and her attendant had wagered on which shell was cuter. You had heard about the Azure Maiden from the villagers, but now you see for yourself that she's quite the free-spirited woman. You explain to them why you've come, and ask if Fila will lend you her maiden's relic. Despite knowing the circumstances, Hyde tells you that things just aren't that simple. You take a deep breath and prepare to persuade them when... I'll let you borrow it if you help me find the pirate's treasure, Fila says.
Oh, look, we are going to go find some treasure. Interesting. Guess this is One Piece after all.
She explains that there are rumors of pirate treasure hidden within the Crystal Cave, southeast of the village. Pirates, you murmur. You think about it for a moment, but with little other choice, you agree to help. You never change, sighs Hyde. But Fila pays him no mind as she prepares to embark on the adventure.
Alright, so anytime we get a maiden and attendant in our party, Lack is no longer able to be used in our party. So that's a pretty big difference. And we also get new things here. We're not going to view the establishments here. We're just going to be leaving immediately. And we're going to be heading to the southeast to go to the Crystal Cave.
All right. Things have taken a very lively turn, haven't they? fight!
And we learn about link skills, which are usable only with the attendants. And on skills such as the freeze here, if we roll the minimum value, then we can actually get the status effective proc. So in that case, we initiated freeze, and anytime a target is frozen, they take double damage on the next attack. So if I was to get frozen, for instance, then it would be really bad for us in that situation, because an attack that would deal 10 damage would instead deal 20. And at this point, anything that deals 10 or more while I'm frozen could basically mean
Crystal
instant death.
Cave teems with the stones that give it its name. They say the intermittent echo of water droplets is the sound of more crystals forming. Your party and Fila have become fast friends on the road to the cave. Though Laddie seems somewhat nervous to finally have a female friend her age, she looks happy nonetheless. The loose-lipped Fila tells you all sorts of details about her life, including the fact that she and Hyde are lovers. Hyde seems on edge about her blasé divulgences. You give him a pat on the shoulder, quietly sympathizing with him.
Alright. So from the entrance, we're going to go west here. And we're going to be getting a chest with an Omnisalve in it. And good thing to note too, when it comes to picking up party members like Fila and Hyde at this point, they do come in at set levels compared to us. Baron and Laddie will come in at whatever level we had them at. So we want to keep that in mind when going into new areas and stuff. So that's why gaining levels between going to certain zones is pretty important, specifically for Baron and Laddie at this point. Because we're not really too worried about the two guest characters that we have, which is something unique specifically to the second game, is that we will constantly have rotating guest characters. So, certain strategies and stuff will need to be used and employed, knowing full well what the guest characters will have, and what they'll have access to at those points. Alright, so we're going to head north from here to go and push a boulder. And in doing so, what it's going to end up doing is allow me access to another portion of the cave so we can continue advancing through here. Game's going to tell us about using items, which we don't care too much about right now. We're going to use burst here. I just have to roll higher than 3, like 3 or higher, and then she'll deal damage to every enemy in the party, or every opposing enemy. And that value is determined by our actual attack roll. You'll notice that in the top left I'm gaining gems, and what that allows me to do is activate and use certain skills that are better than my basic attacks, because basic attacks and basic skills don't require gems, but more advanced skills do. The number of gems depends on the strength of the skill.
Come across a large boulder.
This essentially acts as sort of like your MP or ability points that you're allowed to spend per turn.
And is obstructing the water's flow.
We're going to push it with all our might.
5 of you rally together, then push, and the boulder sinks into the water, stopping its flow completely. It looks like you have a Fila hugs Hyde in her excitement. He blushes in embarrassment and reminds her that others are watching. At their public display of affection, Laddie covers her face with her hands, but peeks at them through her fingers.
Alright, so now that that's done, we're going to use the jump. mechanic to head all the way back here to the entrance. We're going to be heading east here. So you saw that he did 10 damage on that goblin, and that's because Fila's attack is 15 and the goblin's defense is 5, so the difference would be 10. So that's kind of how the armor value on the right side of a card affects the damage coming through. But since there wasn't any other modifiers to the damage being dealt, it was just a simple subtraction. Oops. So we're already heading over to this chest here. That'll be 500. And then north from here is going to be another chest that we'll be getting that has an Spear Elixir, which is basically a revive. Or a Phoenix Down, or whatever you might want to call it, that you might be familiar with from other games. Alright, so not getting good luck with the rolls here, but that's okay. So we failed that damage all, so we can use this one instead.
You did great.
Alright. So now we're going to go over this way. Now we're going to be heading up here.
And fight.
And the only reason we went over there was for the money and for the Spear Elixir. But as I said, knowing where certain items are to make use of them and potentially have them for when you do need them is very important. And us trying to do these encounters early on is specifically only because Baron and Laddie need to get leveled up. Because if we open our party menu here, we can see that they came in at level 6, and we only just got into that level range before we started this whole bit here with the story. So we're going to enter the depths here. And we'll be coming up to our first boss, I guess you could say. Alright, so in the interest of just being safe, we're going to double check our HP values, make sure we're good. We're going to go ahead and make a safety save here. That seems like a good one. We'll just make it over the top of this.
Just as you're about to open the chest, Fila interjects. I didn't tell you, but they say the treasure is protected by the pirate's ghost, she admits with a tremble in her voice. Laddie's face goes pale, and she squeezes Lack in her arms. The poor thing looks like it's in pain. I'm just kidding, Fila says cheerfully. But then, who goes there? A voice echoes through the cavern. My treasure. Mine. You sense a dangerous aura in the shadow of the chest, and immediately prepare for battle.
Alright, so everybody's at least level 6, so we're on good pace right now for this fight. So half of Sans is going to be triggering here, so we deal increased water damage right now during this fight. We're going to hopefully save onto our gems here, in case we need them for other things. So Hide here is going to do Assault, which is hopefully going to lower his attack, and still deal damage, which is pretty nice. So it's a debuff effect. And you can't status effect every single enemy in the game. Some enemies are pretty immune to things. He also has a higher armor value as well. And skeletons heal at the end of every turn. So certain enemies have certain things like that. So he healed 5 at the end of that, out of the turn rotation there. So we're trying to keep that in mind here. We're gonna go ahead and heal high here. And then we're gonna go ahead and, if we can, apply Fatal Sign. Which is much better than the debuff on the attack. That'll give him poison. But it'll be deadly poison instead, so it's 2 to 12 damage he'll be taking. Hepastance is being kind of nice to us. We're going to go ahead and heal Hide up. And Hide, we're just going to do another stab here. And Fila, we can deal 15 and give Inflict Water Resist down, but we're not going to bother doing that. We're just going to hit with a regular attack. Doing the link here wouldn't help us out too much. We're going to go for an Air Thrust. And he dies to poison. The poison ticks before he gains the health too, so that's actually really important to keep in mind.
After the battle, you finally reach what looks to be pirate treasure. Your heart, hundreds of colorful seashells filling it to the brim.
Alright, so our treasure is seashells.
The room falls quiet as everyone stares at the chest with abject dejection, realizing the stories were no more than rumor. After a long moment of sulking, you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She points to the rocky wall behind the chest. Upon closer inspection, you realize that there's a crevice just wide enough for a person to squeeze through.
Alright, so we're gonna head through the crevice here. And if you do level up at the end of the fight, even if a character is downed or they have 1 HP or you know, less than their starting HP, they'll get a full heal, which is pretty nice. Got a crit there, which is really good.
Magnificent. A droplet of water falls. Once the ripples upon the surface still, it feels as though time stops. All falls quiet. A beautiful underground lake, its waters glimmering like crystal, stretches out before you in the cave's depths. Your collective breaths are taken away as you gaze upon the dazzling sight. The lake's light reflects in Fila's eyes, and she gently takes Hyde's hand in hers. "I'm so happy we can see this together," she whispers. Though you had come to the cave in search of treasure, you found something far more precious. You return to Coveton, basking in the afterglow of such a marvelous discovery.
All right, we've acquired friendship.
You arrive back at Coveton safe and sound. Ta-da! Fila says suddenly, pulling a crystal out of her pocket. Apparently, she took it from the cave so that Hyde could make them matching couples charms. With a sigh, her attendant agrees and says he will need to borrow the proper tools from the accessory shop.
I go and do that now.
An air of gloom hangs over one corner of the village. It would seem someone has died.
So remember what I said about repercussions for that one side quest depending on the option we chose? Well, here is an indication of that repercussion.
Asking a nearby fellow what happened, he explains a woman was attacked and killed by monsters outside the village. Talk is, the woman was wearing perfume from a foreign land that drew the monsters to her. They only discovered it after the fact, but that perfume was actually some sort of juju expressly for attracting monsters. You recall the woman to whom you delivered the parcel you picked up.
So the game's gonna really hammer it in that we done messed up.
I should have better warned her, you think regrettably. Laddie gently places a hand to your back. You say a prayer for the woman's repose and quietly take your leave.
Alright, anyways, continuing on.
Hyde asks you to wait outside while he enters the shop. Fila strikes up a conversation with Laddie while awaiting the other's return. The endless stream of words makes you wonder when the maiden has time to breathe.
I just love the fact that he makes faces when crafting amulets. He always complains, but still goes along with whatever I say.
All Fila seems to talk about is Hyde. Nevertheless, she seems to have found an eager listener in Laddie, who nods with an elated smile. Hyde returns, completed couples charms in hand. The crystal charms look as impressive as any you would find in a shop. But Hyde's expression is grim. Apparently, he isn't as impressed by his handiwork as the rest of you. Fila takes one of the charms with a forlorn smile. I'll wear it to the maiden's ritual, she says quietly. Hearing the carefree woman speak of the goal of your journey, you can't help but ask for more information. Fila explains that she'll be conducting the maiden's ritual soon. You wonder if it's all right for them to be gallivanting around like this, considering how important the ritual is to protecting the island. As promised, I'll let you borrow the relic, Fila says, changing the subject. But it's far too important for me to just hand it over to you. So, we're coming with, she smiles. Though it's obvious she's just looking to have some fun, you have no choice but to accept the new term. With the maiden's relic finally secured, you and your unexpected new allies make for the spire.
Alright, so we're going to be heading back now after dealing with all that. We'll go ahead and open our menu, make sure that we're at health. So Hyde's only missing 8 E, which is fine. We're going to be heading back to the Spirit Spire. As I said, we'll be visiting that place quite often throughout the run.
Fila exclaims in excitement as she lays her eyes upon your vessel. How adorable! You grin, knowing full well that it is, and prepare for departure.
We're going to set sail and return to Omega Island and head back to that Spirit Spire. That tells us about jumping. We're gonna go ahead and jump all the way back.
You arrive back on Omega Isle. It's just as you left it, quiet and still, as if awaiting its inevitable destruction. How gloomy, Fila remarks, but her softly spoken words are swept away by the sea breeze.
Alright, so we're gonna head back to the top of the spire.
You stand before the maiden's altar again and ask Lack what you need to do here. Lack explains that Laddie couldn't become a maiden because of a problem in her heart. How would you even begin to solve a problem in someone's heart, you wonder, scratching your head in thought? Just as Lack begins to cast a mysterious spell.
Kokoro Kokoriko Rantaratan.
As if responding to the spell, the altar begins to glow. Now, go into the light, Lack commands. You do as you're told, having no choice but to obey the self-proclaimed spirit. When you come to, you realize that you must have fainted after being swallowed by the light. You gradually get your bearings, and your field of vision clears. You're in the Spirit Spire, or at least you're supposed to be. Something about it strikes you as strange. What happened, you ask Lack? Go outside and you'll see, it replies.
Alright, so now we're going to try to leave the spire. The other thing is that we want to make sure that we're about level 7 before we get into the next part here. Which we're, if not already, we should be pretty close to it, so I'm not too worried about that. So again, jumping around the corners, and then we're going to make our exit here. I really want pleasure black and white. Be interesting. We'll learn more about that in a sec.
Once outside, you find yourselves in the heart's domain, the birthplace of human emotions. But is it light? You stand in awe of the world before you. It's entirely black, as if someone took a brush and filled it from corner to corner with dark paint. This is Laddie's heart's domain, Lack says.
So we've entered an alternate sort of place called the Heart's Domain.
Lack explains that it's a dream world created by her feelings. You can't believe that this is what's inside Laddie. Sweet, kind Laddie, who wears her heart on her sleeve. Laddie's gaze falls to the floor, perhaps in shock at seeing what's inside of her. Lack points south of the spire. Whatever is eating away at her heart is in that village, it says. Since Lack seems to know the lay of the land, you decide that following its advice is for the best.
Alright. So this section is going to get
This place is
pretty
seriously weird, huh?
where is the village here? There it is.
A shadow suddenly appears. It gazes at you with eerie yellow eyes and is cloaked in a hostile aura. You have no choice but to fight.
Alright, so forced encounter. Yeah, so everything's kind of got this like black and white overtone on it. We've learned that we're in a place that is
Don't hold back.
Made up of Laddie's emotions and feelings. So we're inside art, in a sense. And obviously things aren't doing so well in here. We're hopefully going to try to fix that. Yeah, things got pretty Kingdom Hearts on us. We learned about Curse. Curse and Seal are by far the worst possible status effects that we can end up happening to us, besides Freeze. Curse makes it so any healing actually deals damage to you instead. And Seal prevents you from using anything other than your basic skills, which is unfortunate. So we missed that attack there because of the poor roll. A pretty bad roll there as well. We can't heal Baron because he's just going to take damage from whatever healing we give to him, so instead we're just going to try to kill off the enemies as quickly as we can. Alright, so that'll kill the one shadow there. And the other one only has 21 HP left. I deal 6 damage on base with him, so we're going to do that. We got 8 damage. We'll go for a air thrust. Go. Nice. And as I said before, forced encounters like this are generally going to be a lot tougher than some of the random encounters that we'll get through. So now we also got the level up here. We also have access to Blizzard now. As the shadow dies here, it says kindness, happiness.
The shadow vanishes. But you can't shake the feeling that those final words were spoken in a girl's voice.
Interesting. Shadow was a woman. So we're gonna enter a place called Anxiety Town. The name is on purpose. You'll figure it out.
Anxiety Town is shaped entirely by Laddie's woes. As such, even the most beautiful blossoms in the village have their thorns.
Alright, so we're going to check on our party stats here. So we got to level up, so we hit 8, so we got a full heal there. Hila is at 12 out of 25 HP, which isn't too terrible. We do want to try to make sure he's healed. We'll double check our skills here. As you can see that we have dry attack and stuff there. Laddie got our new skill, which is Blizzard. 4 damage plus to all enemies. Pretty useful. And yeah, so we're pretty much set okay for right now. We do want to try to get heal off on Fila if we get the chance. But we're going to talk to 3 villagers while we're here. We don't really need to do any encounters at this point. We can actually start trying to run from them. So for us to make it worthwhile to run, anything that's under 5 is pretty easy to run away from. Anything 6 or higher, we may try to just fight straight up. Anything that's says it's a roll of 2 is basically a free escape. So we have to find 3 villagers, talk to them. And the music is pretty depressing right now, and that'll be a theme throughout the run in certain areas. Which is, again, another reason why I chose to run with the original OST for this game, because it really does this stuff pretty well.
The woman sighs deeply. When you ask her what's wrong, she laments that she can't find the right words for a love letter to win a certain man's favor. How can I explain my feelings for him? She ponders aloud.
Alright, so we have options here, which is like the sunlight, unbreakable like boulders, or they're pure like flowers. We're gonna choose the third option.
Pure like the woman begins, then suddenly looks nauseated. She contorts in pain as she spits something out. It's a flower bulb, one as big as your fist. Okay, what in the world happened here?
Okay, so that's one villager down. Go ahead and head off to the next villager. On the next encounter, I'm going to try to heal Philia and then escape instead. That way, Philia's not sitting at such low life. We're going to talk to the boy now.
You see a boy searching for something in the bushes. He tells you that he is looking for his runaway cat. He thinks the feline is hiding somewhere in the village, but seems distraught that he hasn't found it yet.
So, cat could be hiding on a roof, near a flower bed, or maybe it left the village. We're going to answer option number 2 here.
Near a flower bed, he repeats, then suddenly bursts into tears. As the boy cries, you realize that what pours down his cheeks aren't tears, but what appear to be flower seeds.
Alright, so the boy is crying flower seeds. Interesting. And there's one more villager that we need to go see. We're gonna heal Philia, like I said, and then we're gonna try to escape from the fight. Lets us get a free heal without using any healing items that we might already have. Because this early in the run, we just don't have access to a lot of things like that that we want to keep. We're going to move over here, and that's specifically to uncover these tiles. Head back up this side over here. There should be a man around here somewhere. Might actually be up over here. As I said, we're going to be running away from these enemies because they're not really going to be worth the time for the experience areas.
The man sighs deeply. When you ask him what's wrong, he laments that he doesn't know what gift will help him win a certain woman's favor.
So we have to suggest a gift. We can do flowers, an accessory, and then we can suggest encouraging words of love. We're going to go with option number 1.
For some reason, the man's expression immediately contorts into one of fear. Suddenly, the man lets out a pained scream and collapses. You see blood-red petals stuffed into his mouth. Something seems amiss with the village. You had best prepare yourself, for anything could happen in this mysterious realm. After speaking with the villagers, you realize they all live in fear of flowers. Perhaps there's something about the flower beds you're missing.
Alright, so we uncovered the flower beds in the center of the town, which is why we did that. We're going to go ahead to it.
Beautiful flowers are in full bloom, though they seem no different than ordinary blossoms to you. The villagers obviously fear them. Laddie cautiously approaches, trembling with every step when... A disquieting voice rings out just as a shockwave hits you. That's a heart scar, Lack shouts. No doubt referring to the ominous light suddenly surrounding the flower beds. It appears to be what's eating away at this world. We have to close it, Fila says. You couldn't agree more, and reach out to touch the scar.
Alright, so we do have a boss fight coming up here. Go ahead and we'll make it save.
A giant shadow appears. Its yellow eyes glare at you, and you draw your weapon as if to deflect that narrowed gaze.
And if you hadn't noticed, around the scar that the game was talking about, you can see like words changing really fast and rapidly. They're all like synonyms of the words anguish or anxiety, that kind of stuff. It's pretty interesting. But that's sort of the emotions and feelings that Laddie is currently dealing with right now. So here's our second boss. It's our first real boss of the run, I should say. Alright, so first things first, we're going to go ahead and we're going to add to an attack roll on Philia. We get a nice +6 on her, which is nice. We're going to apply Fatal Sign and hopefully get poison off there. Go. Then Fila is just going to deal straight damage. And we got a crit, so that's really good as well. We're going to go for an air thrust. That deadly poison is going to help us by dealing extra damage per turn. So this boss can deal quite a bit of damage up front, like that. That hurt everybody there. We're gonna heal. Try to keep everybody alive. If we go under 20, it could be pretty scary. Restore 20. Got a crit heal there, which is nice. Do another air thrust.
Oh, hey.
It's getting a little rough, but that's why we made that safety save there. This is the first real tough fight of the run. We do have a revive. Hoping that we don't need to use it. But we got the deadly poison on there, so that should help. We're actually going to do self-heal here, just for the extra healing. We got a crit off that, so that's good.
Excellent.
Brings us out of the danger zone. Alright, the deadly poison wore off. We need to go in for a kill. Since he has pretty high armor this early, they need to be careful of that. That's unfortunate. So we're going to be reloading here, probably. Yeah. Can't see me getting out of this, so we're going to have to reload that save there. Yeah, I mentioned this game is significantly harder than the others, and that's for that reason. This fight early on is pretty rough. It's because most of us don't have more than about around 20 health, so a single attack from this guy is pretty devastating. Yeah, so we'll load this save here. It's unfortunate. But I expect stuff like this to happen in this run. So go ahead and we'll skip through all this like before.
A giant shadow appears. Its yellow eyes glare at you, and you draw your weapon as if to deflect that narrowed gaze.
Alright, so we're hoping that happenstance to be nice to us. Alright, so instead what we're going to do is we're going to go with hide, get the damage increase on him. Wasn't by much, which is fine. Just heal with a stab. Preserve our gems. I'm going to go with hide to try to do a damage down instead of the poison, and that's just to reduce the amount of damage that he can deal to us in a turn. Just because he's... seems to be more likely he's going to end up using that damage all skill quite a bit. So we're just going to reduce the amount of damage that we can take per turn that way. I go for the heal. Missed that. That's unfortunate. Okay, roll the seal, which is not that great on hide. Because when the attack down wears off, we can't reapply it while he's sealed right now. So I can't use any of those skills that cost gems. But it is one turn that he's not doing that attack down for all. So we'll just take advantage of that for now. Alright, decreasing dark damage is good since that's the majority of his damaging skills. We're gonna go for the self-heal here just because Baron's in danger zone. And we have very low defense at this point in our run, which is pretty scary. Need to heal.
Magnificent.
Alright, so hide's now off heal, so we can reapply the damage down. Sheila didn't die, no one died, so that was good. That armor from the happenstance technically saved us. Crit heal is good there. We're gonna do another heal. We're gonna do this one on Baron this time.
Magnificent.
We'll go ahead and apply another assault, just in case. We want to keep him damaged down at this point. I would like to preferably get the poison, because this fight would end quicker this way, but it's too risky. We already just died trying that strat. So we're just going to go for the safer play. So slightly slower fight, but it's a lot safer going this route. Yeah, and because he's constantly doing AoE to the whole party, it's pretty devastating. So, that strat didn't work out, I gave it a shot. Not much more I can say beyond that.
Magnificent.
There we go. Alright. First real tough fight of the run done. Got levels up here. Shadow saying, "I'm sorry," and then fades off.
Within the Shadow's final words, you sense something. Laddie was born to be a maiden and was prepared to devote herself entirely to the Isle. But her lack of aptitude for the role disappointed everyone in the village. Ever since, bitterness over her shortcomings has festered within the confines of her heart. The shadow vanishes, and you decide to try and heal the heart scar.
We're going to choose the relic as the option.
This is the reason you brought the Azure Maiden with you to this world. The relic must be the key. Lack nods, and Fila holds the Maiden's relic up to the heart scar. You heal the heart scar, restoring the village to its proper self. Your mission fulfilled, you decide to return to the world you came from.
Alright, so now we can leave. Everything's nice and bright, hopefully cheerful. Exits up here. So we're gonna head back to the spire and leave the way we came in.
Areas painted black in the distance, and wonder if there may yet be other heart scars. Lack says that you'll need permission from Laddie to explore those places. Laddie looks puzzled. Apparently, not even she knows what's going on inside her heart.
Okay, so head back to the spire. Alright, so about halfway through chapter 1 at this point. Kokoro, kokoriko, ran taratan. Here's a mysterious spell that Lack chants.
Chant once again opens a door of light. It seems this altar is the bridge connecting the real world and the heart's domain. You make it safely back to the real world, but can barely wrap your heads around your surreal experience in the heart's domain. Laddie is fast asleep. You can only imagine how spiritually exhausting it must have been for her to be forced to have a change of heart like that. What an adventure, Fila exclaims, apparently thrilled to have had such a strange experience before the ritual. You thank the Azure Maiden for letting you borrow her precious relic. While doing so, you realize that Laddie will also have to do the ritual someday if she becomes a maiden. You ask Fila if it would be possible for you to attend the Maiden's ritual. She seems unsure at first, but eventually agrees to let you come.
Alright, so we're gonna get to go see what the Maiden's ritual is all about in this next bit. So we're heading back to Proviton. We're gonna go ahead and jump right back over there. making use of that jump mechanic to make our travel back pretty easily.
I'm back, Fila exclaims cheerfully to the unsurprised gazes of her fellow villagers. They seem well accustomed to her gallivanting off on some adventure or another. Hyde suggests that you get some rest before the ritual, so you head to the inn.
Alright, so temporarily lose Fila and Hyde in the party, and we're going to go to the inn, stay the night.
That night at the inn, you get to thinking about the ritual. It's a right to protect the island, one passed down through generations of maidens. If Laddie becomes one, she'll have to do the same. Laddie, paying you no mind, gobbles down her food, occasionally choking on bread. Well, sweet dreams. Fila and Hyde await you outside the inn. They tell you that in order to conduct the ritual, they have to visit the altar where the spirit is enshrined. To do so, you must go off the southern shore of the island.
Alright, so they rejoin our party, and now we can leave Covington. Okay, so couple things to mention here. I am gonna quickly walk away for like 2 minutes to quickly use the restroom, because this next session can be a bit lengthy for me. And we have a pretty generous estimate. That being said, if things do get crazy, you know, you never know with this game. We could end up using the entire estimate that we have. Like I said, we're gonna try to make sure that we handle boss fights as best we can. We'll give like some of the quick fights on some of the bosses and stuff one try, and if not, then we'll have to play it safe. But that being said, this next section is going to be a bit of an interesting puzzler, to say the least. So I'll be right back in about 2 minutes. And in the meantime, we kind of think headcanon stuff that you might be going on in the back of your head about that we've currently dealt with so far. I'm going to be asking some questions related to the first game if you're here for part 1. In later point in the run as well, because we are here for story, but we'll have time for discussion and such things as well. But anyways, be right back. Enjoy the nice little tunes, because this next part is going to really start the roller coaster of emotions and feels with this game. Okay. So time to continue. Now, if we hadn't already got the...
What time is it?
Thanks, narrator. So if we hadn't already got the lightning stay ring, this would be the chance to go grab it before we continue on. But we already have it, so that's good and out of the way. So now we're going to leave Covington, and we're going to be heading towards the Seabed Temple.
A crowd of villagers gathers as your party is about to leave Coveton. A villager hands Fila a talisman, shaped like a fish. He says that it contains a spell to help you along the way to the altar, and a wish for the ritual success.
Good luck with the ritual. We're praying for you. We love your smile.
The villagers shower Fila with warm words of encouragement. It appears the free-spirited maiden's smile has uplifted the villagers' hearts. Thank you for always watching over me, she says, with the same bright smile as always.
Alright, so now we dealt with that, we can head this way.
Okay,
We're gonna be heading south from here. I also do have a bagel now, so we can kind of nibble on that as we go through when the narrator's talking.
When you arrive at the shore, Hyde speaks. Now we go underwater.
So, why?
Hyde explains that the temple where the ritual is carried out is underwater. That's why.
But how?
Hyde explains that the talisman the townspeople gave them contains magic that allows you to breathe underwater. Hyde sees that you still have your doubts. Let me show you instead, he says, then activates the magic talisman. Come on, follow me, Fila exclaims cheerfully. She and Hyde both dive underwater without a moment's hesitation. Laddie looks at the water apprehensively, and you can see her pondering her ability to swim. Before she can drown in self-doubt, though, you take her hand and follow Fila and Hyde's lead. Stop, we'll drown, Lack shouts, but you pay it no mind. Life seems to be one odd experience after the next lately. Though you're underwater, you can breathe. You inhale deeply, but only air fills your lungs. Laddie stares in wide-eyed wonder at the colorful coral reef and myriad fish swimming about. You find the seabed temple resting quietly at the bottom of the ocean. It's now a peaceful haven for sea creatures.
Alright, so we're underwater.
From the window, you can see the few rays of sunlight that reach the sea floor, undulating in the current. Despite being submerged, the temple is filled with air. You can't help but wonder if this is the power of the spirit at work. In her ever-cheerful way, Fila explains that this is where Azure Maidens undertake the ocean trials. Let's get going, she exclaims. Hyde watches as she leads the way, concern apparent in his eyes.
Alright, so along the southeast over here, we're going to be trying to get a chest. Go ahead and uncover these stela.
And fight.
So much like the other areas we got to, this area, we got some new enemies. And they're a bit tougher than some of the other enemies we fought already. Those water serpents can deal AoE damage to everybody in the party, so we definitely want to take care of those guys first. Alright, so we're looking for a numbstay ring in the chest that's down here.
A fish is carved into the stela.
Alright, so lightning here. Good crit.
Magnificent.
Paralyzes. Also not a good thing to have happen to us, but it is what it is. So most of these enemies are going to be resistant to things that have ice or water element. Alright, and we got sometimes random treasure rewards. That would have been nice to get the bigger heal there, but that's fine. Go ahead, grab this chest to give us the numbstay ring. Go ahead and equip that. So we're going to be equipping the numbstay onto Baron, prevent paralyze, and then we're going to be swapping the lightning stay ring over to Laddie. And I'll give her a bit of extra HP. Alright, so we're going to go over here. We're going to uncover the rest of the stela here. And then we're going to go on the door.
The door is sealed tight. The image of a crystal is carved into it. On further inspection, you see words inscribed as well, but they're faint. You can make out the words, "Touch the stela." This must be the trial, Fila murmurs. You decide to look for clues to help her open the door.
Alright, so we need to activate some stelas.
A crystal is carved into the stela. Maybe I have to do it because it's my trial, Fila says, reaching out toward the stela.
So we're gonna go ahead and have her activate this one.
Fila gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light. But the area remains silent. There is no indication that the door has opened. Let me try again, Fila says, touching the stela once more. This time, the light dissipates. She then panics and replaces her hand on the stela, causing the light to return. It appears the stela can be illuminated and darkened by the Azure Maiden's hand.
We activated that one, and we're gonna go ahead and activate this one. So the rule for this part here with these stelas is to activate pairs of stelas or certain stelas in a particular order. Alright, so now we can go through the door.
Past the crystal door is yet another door. On this one is a carving of a temple.
Oh yes, another door. Classic.
A temple is carved into the stela.
We're gonna go ahead and activate this one. And then we're gonna activate the other one on the far side of it.
You hear a noise in the distance. It's the sound of the temple door being unlocked.
And if you ever need a clue to solve a puzzle like this, there's the Azure Spirit stelas at the bottom. Those allow you to get a sort of clue for what you're supposed to do with the stelas there. But we already have the solution, so that's pretty easy for us. So we're gonna go ahead and try to go through this door.
There's nothing carved into the door, nor is there a keyhole. It appears to be sealed by a mysterious power. Upon scanning the area, you see another door. Perhaps it's worth looking into.
Then we're gonna move over to the right side here and examine the door over here instead.
Fight him off.
Thankfully, I feel I can resist. Alright, so hoping higher than 3. Good job. Go ahead and heal Delia. Rather not be using my heal items if I can help it. They have very finite amounts of those right now.
There's a map carved into the door. Realizing that there is no keyhole, you figure it must be sealed by a mysterious power. You recognize the pattern from your own map. This is the South Aisle, you say. From behind you, you hear a door open. Sounds like we're being invited in, Fila remarks. You all exchange looks before heading toward the noise.
Alright, so the door that we tried to open now opens. We're gonna go ahead and head through there. There'll be a bunch of Steelas in here to examine on the sides, so we're doing our best here to uncover those. And there'll be another chest with some money in the corner. There'll be 700 gold in the chest down in the bottom here that we want to grab. Alright, and now we need to activate some Steelas here to advance to the door. So we're going to activate the Steela second from the top on the left.
Fila gently touches the Steela, and it releases a faint light. But you don't hear a door open. There must be some other Steela you need to illuminate.
And then we'll activate the fourth from the top on the right.
When you do, you hear a distant sound. There's no doubt the door with the map carving has opened.
Alright, so that'll open this door for us. Now we can start uncovering the Steelas over here. So we have Harpy. Fortunately resistant to lightning. They are weak to wind.
Magnificent.
The other thing is, if you roll a max roll on a die too, that is pretty much a guaranteed crit. But you can still crit without a max roll. Just depends on the skill that you're using. Okay, so we need to uncover all the steelers in this room here. So we want the second on the left Stela once we uncover the rest of these Stelas here. So another Stela down below here as well. So we need to activate these Stelas in order.
And fight.
So for the purpose of simplicity, we're always, for any random item drops like that, we're always going to be going for the first option in the list. Okay, so now that we have all of the steels uncovered, we need to choose the second on the left, which should be the sun.
A star is carved in the center of the aisle.
That's not the correct one.
You decide that this isn't the Stela you're looking for, and try to find another. A boat is carved in the center of the aisle.
Oh, is this the part of my notes where I got messed up? Yeah, okay.
A sun is carved on the east side of the aisle. You wait a moment, but nothing seems
So that's
to change.
second on the right. So of course I have
There must
my
be
notes
other
messed up
Stela
here.
You need to illuminate.
So I need to find the moon.
A moon is carved on the west side of the aisle. You illuminate 2 Stela, but the path remains closed. There must be other Stela you need to
And we need the
illuminate.
lighthouse.
A lighthouse is carved in the center of the aisle. Fila gently touches the Stela, and it releases a faint light.
Alright, so I'm hoping nothing bad happens and we actually win this fight.
Then suddenly, seawater begins rushing into
Because
the
this
room.
fight could be pretty bad.
As if the water isn't bad enough, a gigantic and terrifying snake-like figure comes with it. The water threatens to knock you off balance, but you steady yourselves and prepare for battle.
So, I made sure to build in redundancies to some of my notes when running this game. For instance, like the fact that I marked left and it's actually right for these when I was first activating the first 2 Stelas. The redundancy being that I made sure to mark that it was the sun, the moon, and the lighthouse in that order. So, as long as you uncover all the Stelas and you select those ones in order, we get this guaranteed encounter. These serpents are quite a bit more dangerous than the previous ones. They all have different values on them as well.
What you got?
We're going to try to be going for some AoE damage on a lot of these guys here. We're going to open up with the heal on Philia. Just because these guys are also going to be doing quite a bit of damage to me. And then we're going to go for burst with Philia whenever possible here, and hopefully land as many of these rolls as possible. Because we want to take these guys out as simultaneously as fast as possible, where we can. If we have the option to take out one over the rest, then we're going to go for it. But since they can deal damage to everybody as well, it's a pretty dangerous fight. Extra water damage here is not a good option here. So we're going to go ahead and activate some healing. We're going to use that Omnisalve we have to give everybody 10 HP here. Bring us out of the danger zone. Don't want to put anything up to risk. Stay on Baron, prevents the paralyze there. Okay, we didn't fail that roll, so that's good. Takes out one of the serpents. We're going to go through for another air burst. Air thrust here. We're going to go for the second one. A pretty bad roll. Go for a stab. Alright, 2 extra defense on all allies is good. We have Thunder here. We're gonna go Thunder on the second, or last one here. Water damage to all. That hurts. Baron goes down. Alright, Fila's gonna go for a burst. Alright, we've got a 10, so that's good. It's good. And basically just leaves us with the 1 left. Alright, so we'll go for Thunder. We'll go for the Furious Heart. That'll kill.
2 fight as 1.
There we go. So Baron dying there means he just gets slightly less experience, but he'll still get a level and a full heal. And we get Grand Slice is really good. But we hit level 10 with everybody, which is good. We're a little bit ahead of the level that we want to be at.
The rushing waters calm. The trial in this room seems to be over. You might be able to find the path onward now.
So if you're ever scared of that fight and don't know how to work your way around it, it's best to make a save just before you activate the last Stela there. So we have access to new skills. We're going to go ahead and do that. Because now that we have level 10, which is a little bit ahead of where we should be in level based on my notes, we're going to go ahead and set up our skills according. So we want to make sure that we have Stab, Air Thrust, Tri-Attack, Grand Slice. And we don't have the other skill yet. So we need... okay, I see. Yeah, so we can't do anything with skills yet. I need to finish this section first before I can do my skill reassign.
The wall itself opens up like a door, revealing a room behind it. You wonder if this is where the water and monster from earlier were hiding.
Getting a little ahead of myself, but we're ahead on levels, which is good. Because normally we'd just be getting into level 9. Alright, we're gonna be running. Yeah, it's a 7, so I can't really run from this fight. Okay, so... I guess what we do here is we do Sharpen. Hoping that Philia can get an attack in. Okay. Alright, Philia going for burst. Good hit. Playing a little risky there, but...
This door has been passed through for the ocean trials many a time. There are no words carved into it. You hear a mysterious voice echoing in your head. And then the door opens, as if inviting the maiden in.
All right. Oops. All right, time to go to the altar. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get this chest here. It's gonna have a ring of protection in it, and then we're gonna be doing the maiden's ritual. So enjoy this moment. It's gonna be interesting for some people. So I hope your emotions are ready and you got
You
the
stand before the altar, where the ritual
snacks
will
and
take
stuff that
place.
you need.
Grateful for helping her pass the ocean trials, Fila speaks to you and your allies one by one. We always had the best conversations, she tells Laddie with a smile. Laddie returns the gesture. Thank you for showing me a strange new world, she says to Lack, who blushes ever so slightly. Finally, the Azure Maiden turns toward you with an earnest look in her eyes. Protect Laddie, she tells you.
We're just gonna say that we'll do our best.
Fila sees through your evasive reply and smiles, knowing that she can trust you. Before the ritual, the two hold each other without a word, sharing in their mutual warmth.
Yeah, Voice of Cards isn't known for its cheeriness, but you'll take the opportunity for the cheeriness whenever you get it in this game. That much with the trilogy as a whole. So these moments are very touching in that matter, and they do really catch you off guard.
The scene before you almost breaks your heart. It's as if the two are saying their final farewells. Fila climbs atop the altar, and the maiden's relic begins to shine, as if responding to the altar. Amidst the dazzling light, the Azure Maiden turns to you and speaks.
Thank you so much for everything. Now I'm getting pretty emotional at this part because it always gets me, but you'll see why.
With those words, Fila transforms into light and journeys to where the spirit dwells. Her ceaseless smile remains on her face until the very last moment. The tears on her cheeks, however, tell a different story.
Rest in peace, Fila. We loved you. You and your cheeriness. Smile
The Azure
everlasting.
Maiden's relic clatters to the altar. The ritual is over. Silence fills the room. Fila, the Azure Maiden, is gone. The sacrificial maiden's ritual, conducted to protect the island, has claimed her. You shift your gaze toward Laddie and wonder if she embarked on this journey knowing this harsh truth. A voice breaks the silence.
Ha ha ha, finally, that infernal woman is finally gone.
The Azure attendant's spiteful laughter reverberates throughout the room.
So yeah, Fila gave her life to save everybody else on this island.
Neither you nor Laddie can hide how shaken the man's sudden transformation has you. You had expected sadness, not this. Your voice quivers as you ask. Hyde doesn't hesitate to answer your fearful question. Hyde tells you that the village forced him to be the maiden's attendant, regardless of his wishes. Attendants must follow the village customs and continue to serve the spirit summoned by the maiden during the ritual for their entire lives. Becoming an attendant forced him to give up on his childhood dream of becoming an accessory craftsman. Because of that, he abhorred the Azure Maiden from the bottom of his heart.
So yeah, he did what the village wanted out of spite. Which is a pretty heartbreaking thing to realize and find out about at this point. So early into the game.
Even so, he continued to play the role of the smiling lover that Fila desired.
Fila was just too good for everybody. Sad that we witnessed her giving up her life for everybody else. With not so much as a thank you in return.
Hyde raises his fist overhead to smash his couple's charm, indelibly stained with his deep-seated feelings of hatred. But he cannot bring himself to throw it down.
What a beautiful amulet. Make one for me too.
The words of the sprightly young Azure Maiden echo in his mind. Though he should have hated her, he had been bewitched by her magical smile.
That smileophilia, that's what really captured everybody's hearts. Even the Hyde.
The cries of the Azure attendant, filled with both hatred and sorrow, reverberate through the halls of the Seabed Temple.
Yeah, it's not Hyde's fault or Ophelia's fault with what happened. It's sad realization that, you know,
Forever.
she grew up
ever.
being basically a sacrifice in the end, and went on with a smile, which I could find that very difficult for any one person to do. Alright, and that so ends chapter 1. So the nice thing about these sections when you finish a chapter is you get a nice little recap of what happened as you prepare for more of this roller coaster of an adventure to continue. So we gain more memories of friendship here. And we've obtained the Azure Memories Relic.
Hyde says, "Leave me be." Your group leaves him and re-emerges from the depths of the sea. Laddie grips Fila's Maiden's Relic in hand. The Azure attendant entrusted it to you to help you on your journey. When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be... When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be a hot-blooded maiden in Hero's Dominion, on an isle in the Western Ocean. You call out to Laddie, who is gazing forlornly at the Maiden's Relic, and your group returns to your journey.
Yes, the narrators do make little mess-ups with the dialogue, which is great, and I'm glad they kept it in. It makes it all that more real if you were to play think about this as a D&D campaign, which is how the story is kind of being told in that perspective. Alright, so we learned Thunderstrike. So this is where I said that we're going to be doing some equipping with new skills. So now we have more skills put on our characters than we need at this point. We're going to go ahead and do skills. We're going to go ahead and equip. So we need a stab, air thrust, tri attack, grand slice, and thunderstrike. So we'll reorganize these like this. And then we're going to be heading off to the next area. Now we have our first link skill with Laddie. We'll use the jump to get back to the waters here.
It appears the sea has undergone a change while you were adventuring with the Azure Maiden. The route to the western seas has opened. Now you can look for a way onto the isle where the Maiden lives.
Alright, so make a quick journey to the isle to the west. We're going to jump right back to Omega, next to the secret grotto. And then we're just going to head this way till we get...
Laddie eagerly eyes the fishing rod on the boat. Up for some fishing, you ask? Laddie gives a hesitant nod. Except, it turns out she's never fished before.
We'll go ahead and teach her to fish, why
You
not?
show her how to hold the rod, and she casts the line into the water. Almost instantly, the rod begins to bend. You'd better tell her when to pull up. The rod bends in fits and starts. You're sure she's got something on the line. Laddie rips the line out of the water at your insistence, exposing a bare hook. Damn.
Wow, we
You
didn't
pat her
do
back
well.
reassuringly.
Oh well, we gave it a shot.
Sometimes that's just how it goes.
Fishing requires patience, and obviously we didn't have the patience for that. So we're looking for a ship here that's sinking. There we go.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful.
We got 500 gold.
When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea.
And then we can head up and around to continue towards the island that we're going towards. And we'll be picking up another side quest when we get to the island as well, which will be very useful for us. Go ahead and target down this lizardman first. Stronger enemy out of the bunch. Max level 7 now. Max levels aren't going to be a huge help with us in the run,
I don't know what it is.
but we don't want to be shorting ourselves on the experience and money that we could possibly have going into certain areas.
And magnificent.
It's crit. And we took that fight because of the bonus experience off that, which is nice. Box to the island should be down here somewhere. There we go.
And fight.
not a great roll, but still have enough damage, even if we roll low, to kill that thing easily. Alright, so we'll be docking here to continue Chapter 2.
Your journey across the sea has taken you to the West Isle. On the West Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in red. Very well then, prepare to go ashore. The West Isle's parched, russet-colored expanse greets you. The bones of weaker travelers strewn about it, as both welcome and warning.
And I really like Chapter 2, because out of a lot of the rest of the game that we're going to get through, Chapter 2 is actually pretty not as sad as the rest of the story is going to end up being. So enjoy your happiness while it lasts.
You dock your ship at the pier and set foot ashore. Laddie takes a deep bow in the direction of the Bon Fon, as if thanking it for safely delivering everyone to land. You consult your navigation map once more to confirm your location, and resolve to head through the gorge toward Hero's Dominion.
So we're hoping to pick up a side quest here for a simple necklace. And we definitely want to pick up the side quest because we got a nice, useful reward out of it.
Fortune.
Thank you, Lack, for getting the crit.
Excellent.
Alright, and we got the resist there, which is good. We hit 11, which is good as well. So we're already ahead on levels going into this chapter, which is very nice for us. We're gonna head around these rocks. Here's the event.
Laddie appears to have found something on the roadside. You look where she is pointing and spot a small drawstring pouch lying on the ground. Inside the pouch is a simple but beautiful necklace. Laddie's eyes light up at the sight of it.
So we're gonna go ahead and let Laddie wear it.
You gently place the necklace around Laddie's neck. Though she initially looks confused, when you say, "It looks nice on you," her cheeks flush slightly and she smiles.
Alright, so on the southwest, we're gonna be getting another chest here. And we're uncovering pretty much everywhere in this little area right now,
Appears.
because we'll be able to use it to jump around.
And yells, "Give that back."
So there's a second portion of that event.
Insisting in a rather courteous tone. That necklace was something I stole from an accessory shop in Hero's Dominion. As the thief would have you believe, he pilfered the bauble from the shop and then dropped it in the midst of his escape. He's been looking for it ever since. He grabs for it and tries to wrench it off Laddie's throat. You've no choice but to fight to defend your ally.
Alright, so we get ambushed by this thief here.
Don't hold back.
This is the second part of that side quest that we picked up. If we chose to ignore the necklace, then we wouldn't be getting this prompt for the second part here.
You look down at the thief, splayed flat on the ground, and say a few words of admonishment. If you take anything away from this, let it be that you should stop plying the pilfering trade. The brigand seems to regret what he's done and cries back, "Please listen. I want to return the stolen necklace to the shop I took it from."
So, against usual better judgment, we're going to actually give them the necklace.
The thief's tears of regret are genuine. So you take the simple necklace from Laddie and hand it over. The thief bows his head deeply and then heads off in the direction of Hero's Dominion. You happen to look down and spot a dingy charm on the ground. It seems the thief dropped it as he left. On the back of the charm is a child's writing. "Daddy, do your best at work." Kind of prone to dropping things, isn't he, you utter, somewhat flabbergasted, as you slip the charm into your pack.
Alright, so now that we got that dingy charm, we'll be able to use that a bit later. We want the chest that's over here. Take the 600 gold, and then we're going to continue up through the mountain pass here. And again, trying to uncover as many of these tiles as we can as we advance forward.
And fight.
We can actually just run away from this fight. We don't need to do it. We're ahead on levels, so we can actually start running away from some fights here.
A bizarre rock appeared.
Alright, so Bizarre Rock, we're just gonna roll.
Explode. The bizarre rock transforms.
If we get lucky,
into
we can get a good roll on it, and we
The
wouldn't have
only
to
way
get
out of this
fight.
is
But
through it.
since we did get the fight, we're just gonna run from it. Because having 50 defense on this enemy makes it pretty difficult for us to get around it. We don't really have a lot of damage that can deal with it, unfortunately.
You make your way through the gorge, its walls of russet stone towering above you. It too is littered with the bones of fallen warriors and their sandblasted blades. Unnerved, you steal only brief glances at them as you charge ahead. But you notice Laddie regards them with a certain sadness. No one says a word for quite some time. Isn't that the Dominion? Lack chirps from its resting place in Laddie's hood, breaking the silence. Indeed, the gorge gives way to a large basin, at the center of which presumably lies Hero's Dominion. Laddie wipes the sweat from her brow and shuffles toward a nearby rock to sit down. "Stop! That's a monster!" you shout. Too late to prevent it from attacking poor Laddie. In one swift blow, a wild-eyed boy strikes the monster down. "You all right?" he barks, turning to Laddie. Unfortunately, it seems the enemy was not alone. More of them appear behind you, closing in fast. A man's voice emerges from the helmet and suit of armor before you. "Those worthy of being maiden must never let their guard down, Lavia," it chides. "I know, Gladio. I know," the boy grimaces.
So Livia and Gladio are interesting characters we get introduced to now.
What luck! It appears you've bumped into the Crimson Maiden completely by chance. Which would make this Gladio fellow, in all the armor, the Crimson Attendant. This is all terribly convenient. You thank the duo for saving Laddie, and explain that you will have need of the Maiden's relic, if they'd be so kind as to lend it to you. The Crimson Maiden appears startled by your sudden request. "Apologies, but we're in a hurry," he says curtly. Apparently, a foul beast the Dominion uses for blood sport has escaped, and it has fallen to the Crimson Maiden to recapture it. Unwilling to let these two out of your sight after such a fortuitous meeting, you agree to help them track the beast down.
Alright, so we got our two guest characters now. So we're going to track down 3 beasts go fight and capture. So one's over here.
You find a beast lurking in the shadows of the valley, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. It glares at you. Seems you're not getting out of this without a fight.
So having uncovered those spots with the earlier, we can use the jump mechanic to get around to deal with these quickly. This is a really tricky skill to use because we do need to roll at least a 5 or higher, but it is very powerful. Where we can, we're going to try to use it.
Magnificent.
Because plus 20 damage is very, very convenient this early in the run. But again, rolling a 5 or higher out of a 10-sided die is pretty difficult to do. We gotta level up there.
Your stance keeps slipping. Gladio hisses at Lavia as soon as the final blow's been struck. Sorry, Lavia shoots back and resumes scanning the area for monsters.
Alright, dealt with that monster. There'll be another monster to the bottom over here.
You find a beast huddled in a small burrow in the rock wall, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. Nevertheless, it is not happy to have an intruder in its home, and attacks. The party readies for battle.
Alright, so Laddie will just use a heal right here. We're hoping for the bisecting blade. There we go. Bit of a beefy dude. Try to get a rampage roll here. That's unfortunate. Go for another heal. That hurts. Alright, so we got the debuff, which is good.
Excellent.
And then we can go for the Thunderbolt kill. This has quite a bit of armor. Alright. Gas character's going down. As long as it's not in a key fight, we're okay. Alright, so Lavia's back with 1 health.
You find a beast and immediately raise your sword to it, but it does not so much as flinch. Upon further inspection, it looks like a falling rock or something has crushed the poor creature's life right out of it. It's dead, Lavia says flatly. Lack and Laddie suddenly exhale, hands pressed to their chests in relief. Gladio, sensing an imminent threat, tells everyone to be on their guard. The clanking of heavy chains precedes the appearance of a massive beast. Blood drips from the iron hammers clutched in its fists. The party grips their own weapons ever tighter, fighting their own looming sense of fear.
Alright, so a bit of a mini boss fight here. Very big boy. Alright, so we'll go for a heal. So we'll air thrust. So the ability to have our HP is pretty concerning. Try to lower its defense here. Go. Alright, Lottie's gonna go for another heal. And since we have the happenstance giving us 3 to our heal right now, which is pretty nice, we're gonna go for a bisecting blade. Didn't land it, that's unfortunate. Got a crit, so that's nice. That hurt. Alright, so Lottie. Go for a heal. Do that on Baron. Really want to get this bisecting blade, please. Thank you. And that was a crit, so that's extremely helpful. There we go. I was a little bit worried there. We got through it.
The maiden launches one last attack as his attendant strikes the beast with the pommel of his sword. At last, the feral fiend falls silent. Lack and Laddie break out into a round of applause, which Lavia greets with a smile and a playful swipe of his nose. We're not done. He binds the beast in chains, hoists it up with one hand, and carries it back toward the Dominion. You never did get to ask about the maiden's relic in the end. You follow them back to Hero's Dominion in hopes of rectifying that oversight.
Alright, so we captured the monster. And now we're going to head into the Dominion. So we'll jump right over there.
Hero's Dominion. A place so renowned, stories of it reached you across the vast sea. The cries of powerful warriors pierce the air, though it's impossible to tell if they're cries of joy or pain. Lavia informs you that the Dominion attracts all manner of warriors who long to prove their strength in battle. There are even more than usual, he says, thanks to the tournament that's due to begin soon. The party makes their way to the arena, eager to return the captured monster to its cage.
Okay, so before we go to the arena, we're going to make a stop at the inn to full heal here.
The innkeeper challenges you to an arm wrestling match in lieu of any greeting. You handily defeat her.
And the game will always give us some sort of lore reason why the inns are always free in the game, as
she then informs
it
you
happens
that
in the first game as well.
warriors such as yourself get to rent rooms free of charge. You and your party can stay however often you'd like. As you walk away, you're fairly certain you hear her bitterly complaining that she's yet to win a single match, and that her business is doomed.
Alright, so we got
The
a full
party
heal.
leaves the inn feeling rested.
Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to stop by the the accessory shop. And then that'll trigger the last part of the event that we started when we first landed here.
Upon entering the shop, Laddie looks surprised and points at something. Following her gesture, you spy the familiar sight of the simple necklace. The owner explains that this necklace had been stolen, but then, wonder of wonders, the very miscreant who made off with it later returned it himself. Suddenly, from the back of the shop, said miscreant shows himself. The one-time thief bows his head self-consciously. Evidently, the owner took a shine to the honest thief and offered him a job working in the shop. You remove the dingy charm from your pack and hand it to the man.
It looks like the thief kind of reformed himself. He did actually go back to the shop he stole from and return the item.
Taking it in hand, he is so overcome with joy that he begins to weep. As it turns out, the charm was a gift from his beloved child. He had been searching for it all this time. He grips the cherished charm tightly, explaining, "I only ever stole to put food on the table for my child." The shop owner proffers something to you, calling it a thank you for helping him meet a man with such an honest heart.
So for being a good Samaritan and actually believing in the thief, we get this very handy gemstone ring. Doesn't give us any stats, but that one extra gem at the start of battle could make or break some fights going forward. So that is why we do that. Alright, so now we're going to head into the arena. And then talk to the receptionist.
Gladio drops the monster in front of the reception desk with a wet, meaty thud. "I felled it," Livia says without hesitation. "I expected nothing less," the man behind the desk says with a hearty laugh. It quickly becomes clear, however, that this compliment was intended for Gladio. Livia chafes, but at least the beast has been returned. The party makes its way back out of the arena.
Alright, time to leave the arena.
"What's a runt like you come to the arena for?" the warriors sneer in Livia's direction. His blood clearly boiling, Livia spins around on a heel and raises his fist. "Say that one more time," he shouts. Fists raised and eyes locked. You can see they'll come to blows any second now. You reckon Livia's no match for his opponent and decide to intervene on his behalf.
Alright, so we're going to draw the warrior's attention.
You call out, and the warrior throws a flurry of fists your way. Thankfully, you anticipated this would happen and managed to dodge them cleanly.
We're going to punch.
You punch like you've never punched before. Punch after punch connects with the warrior's arms as he effortlessly deflects each one and hits you with a punch of his own. "Enough," Gladio barks by way of intervention.
Can't do anything without your handler, can ya? Weaklings like you don't belong in the Dominion.
Despite picking the fight in the first place, the warriors show no interest in going up against the attendant. They slink off, complaining bitterly as they do so. By all accounts, Livia endures rather crude treatment, despite being a maiden. You snap out of your thoughts when Gladio turns and thanks you for aiding in the monster's capture. He tells Lavia to show you to the inn, as if to suggest everyone could use a rest after that fight, and takes his leave.
Alright, so we lose Gladio for a bit. Alright, so, unlike the first game,
Arrive at the inn, eager to rest.
Baron
You mentioned to Lavia
is actually a
once more
pretty
what brings you
solid,
to the West Isle.
helpful, and charismatic person compared to Ash in the first game, who's very greedy at the start.
You speak of the current state of Omega Isle, and how the Maiden's relics are key to saving the island. Lavia hears your tale in full, only to politely decline your entreaty. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought. I'm not the Maiden, he confesses rather abruptly.
So now we learn that Lavia here is not the actual Maiden, even though they have the relic. We ask why that is so.
That since Lavia is not an official Maiden, his relic is no more than an ordinary weapon, and therefore of no help to Laddie.
Then we ask why aren't
He
they?
explains that while it's true he was born into a long line of maidens, he has not been recognized as the Maiden on account of being a man.
So, we learn here the confirmation that maidens have to be female in order to utilize the relics that they possess. And Lavia is not so.
That his mother, the previous Maiden, fell in battle, and he has simply been named as Maiden to fill the role in the interim. Lavia, his confession complete, bids you farewell, and walks off. Clearly, the Maiden's circumstances are as varied as the islands on which they live.
They gain some more friendship. Alright, so we're going to speak to our compatriots. So, Lavia is just filling in since they had lost their mother, which is rather sad at this point. Don't worry. Things will get a little bit more happy as we go. Not nearly as sad as the last section we were in. So, while we're here, we're going to talk to Lack first.
Lack floats in the air, its mouth gently opening and closing. You presume it to be asleep. You lift your hands close to its ear and clap once, with vigor. Explosions! Help! We're all gonna die! It shrieks, shooting even further into the air.
That was a rather funny interaction.
Laddie sits in the chair, head bobbing in a desperate, if futile, struggle against sleep. She's no doubt exhausted from all the fighting. Everyone is plainly spent from a day of fighting. The time has come for rest. Enter the Maiden's match with me, Lavia blurts out nonsensically, barreling into your room.
What's the Maiden's
It's
match?
a special tournament, and it starts soon, Lavia explains breathlessly. As it happens, they'll select the next Maiden from the winners. A fitting festival for the might-obsessed hero's dominion, you think. But will they actually recognize Lavia as the next Maiden if he wins?
So now we say, do what exactly?
Lavia says he simply wants to win the tournament and gaze smugly at all the people who've called him weak over the years. You think back on how the citizens of the Dominion treat Lavia. How hard he works at a dangerous occupation, yet receives no respect for it. You can hear the pain of it in his voice every time he speaks. All right, it's a deal, you say. Besides, fighting people from all sorts of different places sounds like fun. When does it, you begin? But Lavia cuts you off with an excited, tomorrow.
So now we get roped into a fighting tournament, so that's interesting.
The sun is dazzling on this, the morning of the tournament. The clanking of blades echoes all around you. Let's get to reception quick, Lavia chirps as he joins you en route to the arena.
Alright, so time to head into the arena and register for the tournament. We got some fights coming up.
Here to pick up a few scars? The man behind the desk asks with a smirk. He begins explaining the rules of the maiden's match. Participants register in pairs, taking on the roles of maiden and attendant as they fight. Once you're registered, you can go wait in the vestibule, the man explains, gesturing at the far door.
Alright.
What do you think you're doing? The crimson attendant's voice stops you in your tracks. Let's go, Lavia says as he runs through the door, perhaps presuming that Gladio has no business dictating what he can and cannot enter. Immature brat, Gladio sighs, his helmet hiding his expression from view. Even so, you detect a note of worry rather than fury in his voice.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and equip Lavia with that gemstone ring. Talk to Lavia.
We'll show 'em all, Lavia shouts, psyching himself up for the fight. The ringleader's voice echoes off the stone walls of the lobby. Onward to battle.
Alright, so we're gonna start the first round of the tournament. So in round one, we're gonna be fighting a couple here that is weak to lightning. On the west side, we have some warriors from another land eager to earn the title of the Maiden. On the east side, a band of warriors with our weak maiden, the pride of the isle, at its center. There will be no aid for you if you get hurt, mind. Prove your worth to the Crimson Spirit. Let the first battle begin.
What you can do.
Alright, so round one here. So happenstance being jerk already, right off the bat. We're gonna go ahead and take out the lady on the right first.
Magnificent.
Hopefully get some bisecting blade procs. There we go. Nice. And we want to try to stay as healthy as we can between rounds. But not too much of a big deal if we don't.
Magnificent.
Like I said, bisecting blade being very powerful. Good skill to get some quick kills with. Just gotta make sure we get the roll. Unbelievable! Our weak maiden's troop has done it. For how long will this fortune smile upon them, I wonder? Alright, so we beat round one. So we're gonna go ahead and talk to Lavia again.
Lavia wipes the sweat from his brow as you approach. You greet him, and he leaps back with a yelp. Don't sneak up on me like that, he snaps, with no small amount of embarrassment. Ah, youth. Awkward youth.
Second round is about to begin. All warriors to the battlefield. Alright, so round 2, the opponents are going to be weak to water. And there's going to be 3 of them. On the west side, our battle-tested soldiers, victory is all but assured, they tell us. On the east side, the lucky victors of the previous match, starring our very own maiden. There's still time to run, you know. Prove your worth to the Crimson Spirit. Let the second battle begin. Alright, so slightly tougher fight than the previous. But taking into account their weakness, we can make this fight pretty quick. We're gonna go ahead and take out the center opponent first. But we're gonna be using Blizzard here. That'll deal damage to all of them. They have high armor to start because of the happenstance roll. And we're just going to be dealing damage to them as quickly as we can. Alright, so the attack down is not super devastating. So we got an 11 there. Honestly, I think the best thing for us to do is just take a charge. Hopefully we can get a bisecting blade to kill her. Nope. Unfortunate. Alright, so we're gonna go for a grand slice. We'll go for a heal on on Labia. Go for another, actually 14. You know what? Yeah, we'll go for a bisecting here. I don't really want to use a bisecting there, but we want to guarantee that she dies. And we can go for a regular damage, take off on the left opponent first. We're going to be leaving a guy on the right to last. That's only because he's got more health. So if Baron dies there, not too big of a deal exactly. The main thing is to try to keep at least Livia alive and Laddie for support. Because again, we want Bisecting Blade to kind of win us the fight. We just have to hope that we get good with the rolls, that's all.
Magnificent.
Alright, we'll do a heal here. And we'll just go for a regular attack. Our heal. And we'll hopefully get this Bisecting Blade here. Go. And it'll crit, so that's good for us. There we go. Alright, so Baron gets a full heal and a level up, which is nice. The weak Maiden's team continues their steady advance. Surely their luck has run out by now. Alright. Alright, time to prepare for round 3. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna make a safety save here.
If we win this next fight, that's it. Livia says in quiet awe. Let's wipe those smug looks off everyone's faces, you say by way of encouragement. Yeah, Livia shouts in response.
Final round is about to begin. All warriors to the battlefield.
The ringleader announces the final battle. There's no turning back now.
Alright. So this fight is where things start to get a little dicey. Let's hope we do pretty well with this one. The other fights are significantly easier.
Should be waiting for you in the final round, but the Crimson Attendant. Despite this being a team event, he's battled his way to the final round all by himself. Do your worst, he bellows, striking an intimidating pose. Don't need to tell me twice, Livia barks back, gripping his sword for dear life and fixing his gaze upon his attendant.
Prove your worth to the Crimson Spirit. Let the final battle begin. Alright, boss fight. Here we go. So yeah, Gladio is the round 3 opponent. Definitely makes all the rest of the enemies look like a chump. Alright, so first things first, we're gonna add attack value to Livia. An alright roll. Go for some bisecting blades and hopefully we land them. Alright, so we're just gonna do a charge here instead. Go for another bisecting. Alright. We're gonna go for a tri-attack here, because it's flat damage over the value of the armor. I'd only be dealing like 2 damage if I didn't do that. So we're gonna go hope our roll is decent. Let's gonna skip over the armor. Alright, so we're gonna go heal. Again, trying to keep Livia healthy and then go for those bisecting blades. Because that flat 20 damage boost means that we can still do decent damage if we can land it. Go for a stab. And that's only because we have 2 gems right now. And since we're going to be spending 1 here to heal, that's kind of why we wanted to do it that way.
Excellent.
Okay, again, hoping for another bisected hit. There we go. There we go. Alright, made it through that fight.
The powerful attendant bears down with all his might, but Livia holds firm. As the pair struggle, a section of the arena wall suddenly blows apart. A familiar beast emerges from the dust and the rubble. One you swear you saw in chains but a day ago. Whipped into a frenzy, the beast whirls a hammer over its head and charges you.
So here's the real boss fight. So the good thing to remind yourself when you get into this actual boss fight here is to try to stay as healthy as you can from the previous. Because you'd be going into this with whatever HP you had off the Gladio fight. And again, we're going for some bisecting blades if we can land them. And if we can get crits, that's even better for us. Alright, so what we want to do here is we're going to use Provoke. And that's to make Gladio the target of the attention here. So we're drawing aggro to Gladio in hopes that we can just keep Gladio alive and then have everybody else do work on the beast there. So we're having interference being run by Gladio at this point. And then Levia's gonna go to town with the Bisecting Blade to make this fight quick and short, so that we don't get screwed over by attacks like that. Alright, so we're gonna go for a heal here. We'll go do an air thrust since we have excess gems. And hopefully get in there a Bisecting Blade. We failed that. It's unfortunate. Okay, attack up there is kind of scary. We'll do a provoke here. Might be giving a sacrifice on Gladio there, but if we're hopefully drawing the attention to him. Go for another heal on Levia. The negative defense here kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Fortunately missed. Okay, got a Bisecting there. Alright, got through that fight.
It has been a brutal struggle. The beast's knees buckle ever so briefly. There's your opening. Time for our special attack. The Crimson Maiden and his attendant bellow in unison.
Alright, so we got forced to use the Crimson Maiden, or the Link skill here, Southern Cross, to finish off the monster. One of the only times we got forced to use a Link skill. There,
Crimson
made it through this
Maiden
chapter.
and his stalwart attendant's attack slays the beast. Gladio at last acknowledges the strength hidden within Levia and recognizes him as an equal. Use that strength to fulfill your destiny, Gladio says with the air of a proud father seeing his own son off on an adventure. Levia prepares to address the raucous crowd. He places a hand to his chest, gathers himself for a moment, and begins his speech. He tells of his history with Gladio, who trained him ever since he was a young boy, and raised him in place of his departed mother. Gladio taught him the true meaning of strength, so he could one day fulfill the maiden's destiny. He molded Levia into a strong young man from an immature boy. And now that his strength has been universally recognized, Levia tells the crowd it is time to reveal a truth that he has kept well hidden. Levia is in fact a woman, and thus the rightful successor to the Crimson Maiden. I, Levia, swear to protect this land as its rightful maiden. She raises her relic to the sky. It begins to shine with a light to rival the sun overhead. Levia, the Crimson Maiden by name and birthright, basks in the glory her people rain down upon her. Her small frame shows no sign of buckling under the immense responsibility that is now upon her. At last, she looks ready.
So we do eventually learn the truth, but I'm sure we all were aware of what the truth might have ended up being.
Crowd of admirers. Seeing as they're bound to keep her busy for some time, and surmising that there will be other opportunities to borrow the relic, you decide to depart hero's dominion.
So I think the real thing that we didn't expect was that Gladio is actually Livia's father. It wasn't really too much of a surprise that Livia was in fact the rightful heir to being the Crimson Maiden after her mother's departure. Alright, so now we can get ready to leave.
You bid the Dominion farewell, as the sun dyes the sky a deep red, in celebration of the Maiden's victory.
Where do you think you were going without saying goodbye?
The voice belongs to none other than the Crimson Maiden herself, guardian of the West Isle. She approaches you, serene and calm as can be. Who is this person? Was the belligerence and bravado all an act? A lie? Is there a difference? Acknowledging your friendship forged in the crucible of battle, she hands the Maiden's relic to Laddie. On the condition that should she become a maiden, Laddie must visit the Dominion and return the relic.
If I can do it, you can do it. Go get him, Laddie.
Livia gives a hearty wave as you push off from shore. Why would the Crimson Maiden, whose biggest wish has just come true, be crying? No, no, no. Her face must be catching the light of the setting sun. Yes, that's why her eyes look so red.
Alright, and that ends chapter 2. Like I said, this is about the happiest point in this game that you're ever going to see. Everything else from here is going to kind of go to shit. So savor the good feels that we had, because that's going to quickly turn. This next area that we're going to is very much full of dread. It's also a very difficult portion that we're going to be dealing with, which optionally we could do last, but we're going to be doing it ahead because it's just all that more difficult later on when we come back, when we get to it. So technically we're going to be skipping to chapter 4. Some more friendship. And we got a new link skill for Laddie and Baron called Double Heal.
Laddie gazes out at the horizon from the deck of the ship as it rolls over the waves. The Crimson Maiden became a maiden in the end. You reckon Laddie's thinking about that journey and what it means for her. Laddie takes out her book and scribbles something inside, which she then shows to you. Apparently, Laddie's mother was the previous maiden of the village. There might be some clues as to how to become a maiden in the personal effects she left behind. Her proposal is as big as her handwriting is small. You nod firmly and cut the rudder in the direction of Omega Isle. Lack claps you on the shoulder, saying, "You could do with a rest here and there yourself." It then starts to chant some kind of spell.
Hithery, thithery, there, here, this away, and that.
Lack casts a spell on the ship, and suddenly, the sails unfurl and the wheel begins to turn without any assistance. It explains that your ship can now travel to any island you've already visited on its own. You've never seen Lack look so smug with itself, and that's saying something.
So now when we're docked, we can just immediately get the prompt to go back instead of using jump to, like, move the camera all the way back there instead. And then we're going to enter the village.
You find yourselves back in the village Laddie had hitherto refused to return to. Her grip on the Crimson Maiden's relic tightens. Her face is taut and determined. Laddie sets foot in the village, not even bothering to have Lack transform her face with its shape-shifting magic. So, you've returned, a woman says with no small amount of displeasure. What a warm welcome. The woman heads out of view towards the center of town, as if fleeing from Laddie's very presence. You know that Laddie, for her part, wants to become a maiden so she can protect these people. You just hope you can get that message through to them.
Alright, so we gotta talk to a few people here.
You begin introducing Laddie, only to be rudely interrupted. "I'm busy," the old man snaps. You begin introducing Laddie, but the boy cuts you off. "Look, I'm sorry, but you need to leave." The frankly heartless reception Laddie receives begins to weigh on her. Her head hangs low. Her resolve from earlier, now a distant memory. Whatever happened here? It's frayed her relations with the village even more than you thought. You all decide it's best to leave the villagers alone for the time being, and instead search for her mother's personal effects.
Fortunately, no one likes Laddie right now.
Leads you to her home, which turns out to be the home of Mayor Greeth. You always considered yourself close with Greeth, and yet you had no idea he had a daughter. You open the door to a completely silent house. Greeth must be out. Laddie enters what is ostensibly her home, with the soft, suspicious movements of a thief.
So we're gonna go and search in Greeth's room.
You step into Greeth's room. Sunbeams from the window play across an immaculately organized desk and tidy bookshelf. You all search for her mother's effects, doing your best not to disturb anything. Laddie tugs insistently at your sleeve. Has she found something? You turn to her. She holds in her hands a weathered book. It looks rather like the one she's been making a picture book out of. This is it. You both might finally learn something definitive about her mother. You gently open the cover. "What are you doing here?" The master of the house appears, his eyes wild with suspicion, darting between you and Laddie. You insist that you can explain, if he'd just give you a chance.
Unhand that diary immediately. Get out of my house. Get out of this village.
He roars, clearly not willing to give you that chance. His face contorts with demonic fury, tears forming in her eyes at the sudden and incomprehensible rage emanating from the man. Laddie runs out of the room. You give chase, not sparing a single moment to contemplate what could possibly cause someone as kind as Greeth to become such a monster.
To gain painful memories of her family.
Thus far, you have woven a tale of adventure that has incorporated yarns from the maidens of the South and West Isles. According to your navigation map, there ought to be islands home to maidens in the northern and eastern regions of the ocean as well. You've likely grown quite accustomed to seafaring. From this point onward, you can sail the ocean as you see fit. But be wary. One never knows what might happen out on the high seas.
Alright, so we're going to be heading to the East Isle instead of the West. And we're just going to dodge it. So we're going east instead of to the north, and that's because we want to skip chapter 3 for now. This is the one point in the story where you can go either place first or not. And we're gonna go straight to the East Isle and deal with that right away, because I do not like doing it last.
The rush of the wind filling your senses, you open up the navigation map to check your current position and heading. In the eastern region of the sea, there is supposed to be an island with a maiden living on it. However, the present look of the skies makes it clear that those waters will soon be battered by a storm. You could still turn back now if you so choose.
So we're gonna keep
You
heading.
decide to head for the East Isle. In the shadows of a rocky reef, there seems to be a good place to moor the ship. It would behoove you to prepare for the coming storm. The Bon Vent creaks, swaying atop the tempestuous seas. You and your companions huddle in the ship's cabin, the dim light of your lantern threatening to fade at any moment as you all wait for the storm to pass. Laddie is wrapped tightly in a blanket, looking much like a large caterpillar. Your joke that the ship might sink seems to have frightened her. You don't see Lack around, but it is likely trapped inside the blanket, having fallen prey to Laddie's squeezing hug. The ship lurches. A book falls from Laddie's pack and lands on the floor near you. It's the picture book she made, the one you peeked in back at the grotto.
I'm gonna go ahead and take another peek.
Having evidently learned nothing from last time, you decide to take another look in the book. As you turn the pages once again, you come to realize what the book actually is. At first you thought it was just a picture book, but the first half of it actually appears to be Laddie's own diary. It's full of passages which detail Laddie's life when she was little, a time when she still dreamed of becoming a maiden.
This is gonna prompt a bit of a flashback here, and this is where we're gonna get a pretty heavy lore dump. So way back in May 13th, Laddie was still yet a
Another
young,
day,
spry little girl.
Another round of maiden training. Dad is always there to encourage me when I do a good job, so no matter how tough it gets, I can handle it. I decided I'd head straight home once I finished, since Mom was waiting for me. If I train super hard, all the other villagers will be happy with me.
We're gonna head home to our house.
I have to keep these people smiling. I have to become the maiden. Mom's the current maiden of our village, and she's a great cook and an awesome person. She's been making tons of really delicious food lately. The food tastes so good, and when I start shoveling it into my mouth, forgetting to even chew it, Mom warns me, "Slow down so you don't choke." And then Dad calls me a piggy, even though he always eats more than me. I wish we could be happy like this forever. If I become the maiden and protect the village, will my family be able to stay together like this forever? I get really worried and ask my parents about it. Dad gives me a gentle nod. But for some reason, Mom doesn't say anything.
Several months later.
Mom hasn't come home in a couple of days. Dad told me she left on a journey with the spirit.
Mom's not coming back. I can't cry. Becomes Mom is a maiden. Because she protected everybody on the island.
I know what Mom did was really important. But for some reason, I can't stop crying about it.
Another month later.
Ever since Mom disappeared, my training has been going bad. Really bad. If something doesn't change, I'm not going to be able to become the maiden. I won't be able to protect the village like Mom did. I leave the shrine to go home, when suddenly a young man from town bumps into me. Pain in the ass. His voice is irritated, and he walks away without apologizing. Ever since my training started to go badly, the villagers have been mean to me.
As you can't tell, the music's really depressing now.
I know it's my fault. I know it's because I can't become the maiden. Not even Dad supports me anymore. He hasn't come to watch my training in a long time. I think he might hate me now. I've got to work harder so Dad will like me again.
Another month later.
Dad took me on a boat to a small island. We went ashore, and then he locked me up in a dark room.
You're worthless.
Dad abandoned me. No matter how many times I tell myself it's my own fault, I just can't stop crying. I sob and scream for him to come back, but he doesn't. And eventually, I can't cry or shout any longer.
So Laddie literally cries and screams herself into becoming a mute.
A sudden wave rocks the ship, tearing your eyes away from the diary. In the lantern-lit cabin, Laddie is fast asleep, still wrapped up in her blanket. You think back upon the first day you found her, collapsed on the shore of Omega Isle. Had she just escaped from the islet where she had been confined and wound up drifting ashore? Now aware of the painful memories spelled out in her diary, your heart wavers like the light sputtering in the lantern.
gain some more painful memories about her family.
You and your friends have managed to weather the storm. The sea's now calmed. You raise sails and set the Bon Vent's course for the East Isle.
All right, so we're going to continue east. So what ended up happening there is, obviously, Laddie's mother didn't return back after going off to become the maiden and doing her job.
The chest continues to bob along in the waves, drifting off to who knows where.
And Laddie doesn't really fully understand what that entailed. But she knows it was important, and she hadn't returned. And ever since then, everybody else has been really mean to her, including her own father, who basically abandoned her.
Fight him off.
To the point where she became a mute. Which is why I think Laddie's best girl.
Magnificent.
Alright, so we want to be level 16 at least before we get to the end of this next chapter that we're going into.
And fight.
Trying to read my notes here. Alright, so we're going down here. We need to find the docks. There we go. We're in a dock here.
The East Isle, covered in dismal wetlands. Even the sea breeze blowing across the island seems suffused with melancholy. Upon docking, your party is greeted by sodden earth studded with decaying trees and greenery. You consult your navigation map for directions to the nearby village, then set out, taking extra care with your steps, lest unwary feet plunge into the mire.
No game is complete, especially an RPG, without some kind of dreaded swamp to pass our way through.
Show 'em what you got.
Is it a poisonous swamp? Maybe. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Fortune fa-
That failed. We'll go ahead and heal out of here. There will be a forest encounter when we get to the next village. Go ahead and do a air thrust. That was unfortunate. A high armor on this guy is annoying. Alright, we'll just go for the try and hope we roll good. Yeah, it was a bad roll. Yeah, the HP have there kind of sucks. Oops. And these guys are worth quite a bit more experience than the previous area, because, like I said, this area is a lot tougher. We're going into it pretty early. So we're going to try to get to the eastern tip here. There's the Bizarre Rock. They roll decent.
The Bizarre Rock transformed into a Fear Rock.
We're looking for like a perfect roll in order to get money out of it if we get those events. Otherwise, we're just going to be running from the fights, because again, 50 armor is just too much for us to bother with. And they're not worth much experience.
Back, I say. Away from here, beast. A villager waves his weapon about as he tussles with a monster. The man is clearly in danger. You decide to help him subdue the fiend.
This whole chapter, by the way, is the first major tie-in to the previous game, which we did last Monday. For Voice of Cards, Owl Dragon Roars. So if you start picking up on some of that stuff, good for you. Keep it to yourself for now. We'll have a class session shortly after we get towards the later parts of this chapter. And we'll be able to discuss that stuff. But you are able to kind of talk about it if you'd like. But, well, we'll get into the nitty-gritties of that stuff when we get to the points that start confirming it. But yeah, this entire chapter is going to tie in with the first game. Alright, so we'll go through for a grand slice here. Sucks that we got the increased armor on all of them. I'll go for a heal here. Not going so well in this forced fight here. Okay, I really don't like that this is going so poorly. So we're gonna heal. Yep. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to reload the start here. That's fine. We got an auto-save to fall back to. Again, we're getting a really rough chapter out of the way as early as possible at this point. I can't win the fight with Lax, so we're just going to let them kill him.
Yeah, it...
And bold of you to assume I'm capable of recalling a single bit of information from that run. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, it might be a little tough to recall the very specific points of the first game. Specifically related to this chapter here. But that's fine, we'll go over it, the game will kind of talk about things. It's not very obvious when the game starts talking about that stuff, but I'll make sure I go into depth on that.
Back, I say. Oh, the man is clearly in danger. You decide to help him subdue the fiend.
But yeah, we're trying to get this more difficult area out of the way first. And that's just because it'll make
Fight him off.
the following chapter significantly easier. Alright, so, we're gonna go for a damage up on... That was a really bad roll. Just gonna go for a charge. I was hoping for more damage there for when I go for a Grand Slice, but apparently that's just not gonna happen. I guess we're gonna go for a Thunderstrike instead. And we didn't get the Paralyze, so that sucks.
Teamwork makes... magnificent.
Go for this. Might be taking this fight a little too slow. This fight is always so scary to me. We're ahead by a couple levels, but this still doesn't make this fight any easier. Especially not if they're all piling on Laddie like that. I'm gonna have to use an elixir here. Alright, we're gonna go for a Thunderbolt to kill at least one of these guys. Yeah, Yoko Taro is involved with all of these games. Laddie going down is... Lack going down is not a big problem. I just gotta make sure that I keep, Baron here alive. So 27... Yeah, so we'll go for a Grand Slice here. Holding up a heal on the next turn if we need it, which we probably will. So instead we'll go for a Thunder. Okay, dodge there, it's good. And we'll go for the heal. For another stab, and go again for another heal off. Okay, crit heal's good.
Excellent.
Ow. Alright, 27, go for another grand. And we got a crit finally. Whew! A little scared of that bite, but as you can see, quite a bit of experience there.
With the monster dispatched, the man approaches you and offers his thanks. He explains that recent months have seen more and more monsters attacking Fenmoss, so he has been patrolling the village daily. You inquire about Fenmoss's maiden, and he informs you that she is friendly with the village mayor. You decide to hurry and meet with him.
Alright. We're gonna go ahead and go to the tip of the island over here. Only because there's an item that we want to pick up. Which is a freeze-stay ring.
Don't hold back.
As you can see, my rolls are on 5. Means these enemies aren't outside our level range. But depending on some of the encounters, you might take them. Alright, we'll take this fight. Although we're gonna heal first. We'll do a regular attack here. Not the greatest roll on that. I'll take a generate there. Black's only gonna deal 1 damage if we go to attack there, and then we'll take a try, skip over the armor. Not getting very good rolls here. Alright, so we grab this chest. It gives us the free stay ring, and then we can go and head into the village.
You stand in the village of Fenmoss, a settlement forced into uneasy coexistence with the surrounding wetlands. An indescribable gloom creeps into the village from the swamp.
We're gonna head to the armor. And we're gonna go ahead and buy Adventurer's Attire for Laddie. Actually, we can actually... yeah, no, we can't buy that yet. So Adventurer's Attire for Laddie. Then we're going to go talk to the mayor. Fill up here.
A man in black glasses looks out over the swamp, murmuring, "Dim, dim indeed." At your question, the man sighs. "I have nothing but troubles." This man, who radiates as much gloom as the wetlands around him, is the mayor of Fenmoss. He is also a researcher who has spent many years dedicated to the study of monsters. He explains that the monsters in the swamp have grown more and more active, causing great harm to the village. This development has left him utterly at a loss. According to the mayor, the Onyx Maiden has traveled northeast to the wicked wetlands to hunt the beasts. Hoping to borrow her maiden's relic, you decide to head that way as well.
So now we got to go to the swamp. Alright, so we're gonna start heading out towards that direction now. Check that our party is healthy, but looks like we need to stay at the inn, so we're gonna go ahead and do that.
You enter the inn. The innkeeper looks at you with a blank expression. Rest wherever you want, whenever you want. It makes no difference, she says, the words almost dribbling from her lips. No point in making money if we're all gonna die anyhow, she continues, resigned to her supposed fate.
So now we can leave. Then we're gonna head into the wetlands. We're gonna be in this place for a little bit.
The wicked wetlands are a muddied, quaggy hive of monsters. Passing adventurers meet their fate either at the bottom of the murky marsh or upon a monster's jagged fangs. It's plain that there are a great many fiends lying in wait here. You try to focus in on your surroundings. But a scream rends through the pattering rain, not far from where you stand now.
Alright, so we're gonna go locate that shrieking sound that we heard.
Worried that someone is being attacked by monsters, you rush to the source of the scream. You spot a man frantically trying to pull something from the marshy waters. Desperation tinges every syllable of his shouts. Hang on, I got you. Your eyes move to the man's hand, and you see that he's holding another person's. Someone has gotten stuck in the bog and is sinking into it.
Alright, so we're going to hold them up.
Now freed, the woman splutters and spits out mud. I'm sorry this keeps happening, she says. Perhaps she is accustomed to getting stuck in bogs. The pair thanks you for your help and then offers their names. The woman is Queenie, the Onyx Maiden who wishes dearly to save this island. The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing and worrying over the maiden's unfortunate constitution, you can only assume he is the Onyx attendant. They explain they seek a rare flower that blooms here. Traveling through the monster-infested wetlands is terribly dangerous for only 2 people. You've come this far already, so you offer to accompany them.
Alright, so we got our new guest characters. Queenie and Blight, and I love Queenie and Blight because they're such a fantastic duo. So now that we got them, we're gonna go ahead and equip them. Oops. So equip. Queenie, we're gonna go ahead and give her the Ring of Protection, I believe. Hold on. List stats here. No. So Queenie's getting Gemstone Ring. And then Blight is going to end up getting the Restay Ring. I believe that's all we need to do for now. I'm just gonna double check skills. We have access to double heal. Yeah, we're gonna do... Okay, so... regular damage. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put double heal over attack there, swap that over here. Move these around a little bit here. Go. And then we're going to continue south here, and we're going to navigate through these marshes, looking for these butterflies. And we're going to be taking as many of these sites as possible along the way. Alright, so for this roll, we're going to apply it to Blight. Blight's going to be our majority of our damage here.
Magnificent.
Because he has access to Element of Darkness. Which is a nice link skill. That deals pretty significant damage. And try to keep everybody as healthy as we can. And as you can see, they come in at level 16, just for an idea of like what the scaling on levels is right now.
As you plod and splosh your way through the mushy ground, you come across a butterfly fluttering through the air. It exudes an alien glow. The onyx maiden claims that this type of butterfly likes to drink the nectar of the rare flower she seeks. As you discuss this, the butterfly flies off, scales fluttering to the ground in its wake. You might be able to find your way to the flower if you follow the butterfly. Wow, what a beauteous butterfly.
We're going to continue pressing on through here. So we're going to pick up along the marsh here as we go through it. We're going to be picking up various items from chests that are kind of hiding around.
Don't hold back.
We're going to go ahead and just charge. Just going to go for damage on the skeleton here. And then we're going to go for Hurricane. Go. Skeleton's resistant to dark there, that's why we do Hurricane instead. Although the link skill could have potentially killed him.
The butterfly
not really willing to risk it.
air, but there is no sign of the flower you seek.
And with that early damage buff, it was just a safer bet to go with
And now
the wind attack there, and then just finish off with
this was, it seems,
Baron if we need to.
more than a stopover on its journey.
Alright, so in this opening, there's going to be a chest here. So we're going to go ahead and go for another charge. The laddie's not really going to be used for dealing a lot of damage going forward, and instead we're just going to be relying on Queenie and Blight mainly. Taking advantage of their link skills when possible.
Magnificent.
So give me the Ring of Evasion, which we're going to go ahead and immediately equip to Baron here. And that's going to allow him to have increased movement speed and better chances to dodge attacks. And we're going to continue this way. Over a heal.
Magnificent.
Again, trying to make use of keeping the party healthy as we can through here, because again, very dangerous area to be in general.
Teamwork make.
So we're 14. We want to get at least level 16 before we finish out this area. This chest here would be a Panacea, I believe. Unless I'm mistaken on that. He's gonna go for a slash.
Magnificent.
Still on element 0 since he's low enough that we can still kill him with this.
Good work.
Oh, that's the stupid bellwether. Never mind. I'm dumb. Oh well.
The butterfly takes a little detour through some withered grass as it continues to flit through the stagnant air. The flower doesn't seem to be here either. Back on the butterfly's trail.
We're going to continue advancing forward. Tennessee will be up here. You don't need that bellwether. What that item allows us to do is like an escape rope. Allows you to leave a dangerous area quickly. Allows you to return back to town or things like that without needing to traverse there all while you're lonesome.
Teamwork.
Unfortunate.
Excellent. Trudging through the soppy earth, you decide to ask the Onyx Maiden about the situation on this island. For generations ongoing, the Maiden has failed in her ritual, and now the island is dying. Now its fate hinges upon the Onyx Maiden Queenie and her attendant Blight. You think on this for a moment when Laddie loses her footing and flails about, close to tumbling over.
Alright, Lack, your time to shine.
You pluck Lack out of the air and hurl it over to catch Laddie. It makes for a nice fluffy cushion to protect Laddie as she falls on her backside. Beneath the relieved young woman, the muddied plushie grumbles, damn it, over and over. As all this is happening, Queenie ends up falling too, despite Blight's best efforts to help her keep her footing. Mud cakes her face.
Those cheeks sound like they could break a brick. Perhaps they could.
Hope you win.
Alright, so we'll take this opportunity to heal Laddie up.
Two fight it.
Yeah, massive AoE damage from party on all enemies is extremely underrated. And rather be using it than not using it. Alright, so there's the Omna Panacea. So it's a status cure all for the entire party. But we go out of our way to grab it. Those items in particular are all the Omni items in this game are particularly useful because they affect the entire party, which is why we end up using them. In fact, we'll be trying to attempt to stockpile them as much as we can throughout the run, whenever possible.
Teamwork.
And we also need as much money as we can in this section because we're going to be buying quite a few items going forward after we get out of the marsh here.
Show 'em what
We're
you
going to be
got.
coming up to a boss fight very soon. And this fight isn't going to be easy either. So we're definitely going to make a safety save just before we get into it. Ideally, we're hoping to be as healthy as we can
Teamwork
going into the fight, or else we're going to be on a hard start. Alright, so we want to brush the top here, right near here. And that's specifically to reveal that exit there. We'll be needing that later. And then we're going to continue down to the butterfly.
At the end of the narrowed path, you spy the butterfly fluttering away. Though you are now deep into the wetlands, the flower is nowhere to be found. You wonder if the butterfly is even headed toward it at all.
Alright, so we're going to continue advancing. So at this point, if we're not already level 13, we should be. Thankfully, we're ahead of that curve, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Teamwork make.
And the reason why this next fight is going to be pretty difficult is because it's 4 enemies and they're pretty beefed up. Okay. Missed the turn there. Okay. So this is where we're going to make the safety save. We're double check our HP here. Laddie's a bit on the low side. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop one of our heals. And then we're gonna go over here to save and then make the safety save.
Your party has pursued the butterfly all the way to a clearing. The butterfly that led you here is resting its wings, perched atop a flower, blooming in the center of the glade. There's the flower, Blight's voice rings out, and with a few radiant particles scattered in its wake, the butterfly disappears. Or was it never there at all?
I was unsure if I could make another save here, so I try to make saves because it's a good chance that I don't get the opportunity to. I'm glad I could. Alright, so time for the fight, and hopefully it goes well.
The flower blooming deep within the wetlands is a brilliant blue, a splash of color amidst the drab surroundings. With a gentle movement, Queenie reaches out a hand to pick it. Suddenly, the ground beneath the blossom swells upward, and a huge monster shows itself. Battle is upon you.
Alright, and if you remember, these enemies can do the half HP on a single attack, which is not good for us. They also are a lot beefier than the other ones that we fought. We have to do 4 of them.
Show them what you got.
So hopefully Happenstance plays nice with us. So we're going to go ahead and do a charge. Yeah, we'll go for Sword's Grace. I just need to make sure that I keep track of my gems here. Alright, go for a Shadow Bolt. Go for regular damage attack for now. Okay, they missed that. That's good. Unfortunate that one hit. Every single one of those except for one hit. That's scary. Okay, so we'll go for a heal. For regular damage. And I'll at least get one of them in death range. Alright, so we just need to have another one of those attacks go off, and then they'll be dead. 27... so we'll need to do an air thrust. We'll do it on this guy to ensure that we can probably get the kill. Gonna go for a charge. Alright. I'm glad it went this way compared to how it usually goes. Because I usually like to focus down either Blight or Queenie first, and that means that this fight is nearly impossible to win.
The sound of Blight's lightning attack rips through the rainy bog, striking the monster dead on. Its carapace pierced, the monster sinks back into the swampy muck. Stillness returns to the wetlands, and the patter of rain is audible once more. The onyx maiden takes the blue flower gently in hand. She explains that this flower is actually a medicinal herb called clockweed. Apparently, it is used to heal wounds and is even said to turn back time for the human body, though the truth of that claim is uncertain. Sensing another monster fixing its gaze upon your party, you lead everyone back to the village. All the while, you find your attention drawn to the maiden's murmuring, drowned out though it is by the sound of the rain. This flower, buy more time.
Alright, so we can now return to Fenmos.
As you enter the village, a number of the locals rush your group, shouting, "Welcome back, dear maiden." The villagers express their gratitude for her monster hunting, as well as their delight at the maiden's safe return. Queenie responds to each of them in turn. The onyx maiden, bringer of hope to the village, appears to be quite beloved by its people. Once the villagers are out of earshot, you once again ask the onyx maiden to borrow her maiden's relic. She is at a loss for a few moments, but then informs you that she has something she'd like to show you. She guides you to the maiden's shrine.
Alright, so we're going to do that in a moment here. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and visit armor. Oh, we don't have the money for that yet. Okay, we're going to skip on doing that. Then we're going to the item shop.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
Time to spend some moolah. So first things first, we're actually going to sell before we
Will
buy.
that be all? The proprietor asks.
We have a limited inventory. Thankfully, we have much more that we can carry in this game compared to the first. So we're going to go ahead and sell Curative. And we're going to go ahead and sell the Bellwether that we don't need. And then sell these nuggets for a little extra cash. And then we're going to go ahead and buy. And then we're going to buy a... We'll revise here. These are quite expensive. Buy like 4 of these. And if we don't use them all now, that's fine. Then we're gonna also end up buying Omnicell. Buy 4 of those. Buy 4 of these as well. We're gonna buy a few of these. How many do we have? 4? Buy 1 more. Okay. That should hopefully be all we need for now. Just a bit of a safety net for us going to the next part, which is pretty scary. Yeah, now we can go to the maiden shrine.
I shall allow you to borrow my relic, the Onyx Maiden says, rendering you speechless. She continues on, revealing that she is actually trying to abandon her maidenly duty. But as far as you can tell, she seems to be giving her all for the sake of the village. Why then does she want to quit? The ritual means the sacrifice of the maiden. Anybody would be afraid of it. But is that her reason? As if to answer your question, Queenie slowly closes her eyes. And then, when the light subsides and your eyes regain focus, you see Queenie, and there is a bulge in her abdomen. The Onyx Maiden is pregnant. She explains that she's been using medicine made from the clockweed to keep her pregnancy hidden all this time. She has dedicated her life entirely to the protection of this island and performing the maiden's ritual. But giving birth means her child too will be burdened with the same destiny of sacrifice. She wants to protect her child. That is her only wish, and she conveys it to you with all the agony of confessing a heinous crime. You can appreciate now why the Onyx Maiden wishes to abandon her duty. But will the villagers accept her decision? Queenie's anguish is plain to see as she runs a gentle hand over her stomach. Blight seems equally distraught as he holds out an arm to support her. It is not hard to imagine who the father of this soon-to-be-born child is. The anguished cries of the maiden, the last hope of a village facing oblivion, echo out in pain.
All right, so we leave access to Queenie.
Is laid upon a bed in the maiden's shrine. Word of her condition spreads, and the villagers are unable to hide their agitation.
All right, I need to quickly check something. Okay, so we do have it. That's good. So we need the gemstone ring. We're gonna put that on Blight. And then we're going to talk to Queenie again.
It seems that all the while Queenie used the clockweed to keep her condition secret, the child in her belly kept growing. The attendant divulges a little of the Onyx Maiden's feelings toward the impending birth. Over the long years of their relationship, stretching back to their childhood, Queenie has suffered misfortune aplenty. Through all that, never has she wished for anything except a safe birth for her child, whatever it takes.
It's a pretty heavy burden at this point that Queenie's got to undertake.
This time you have spent crossing the islands, Laddie has desperately sought to become a maiden. But now, having heard that Queenie wishes to abandon her own duty, she seems conflicted. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and the village mayor enters the shrine, gasping for breath. The monsters of the wetlands are amassing for an attack on the village. Fighting them off with Queenie confined to bed will be next to impossible. Your group decides to head into the wetlands and launch a preemptive strike on the Fiend's Nest where they're gathering.
Okay, so that's our next goal. First things first, stop by the inn.
Here to stay the night? The innkeeper asks the moment you set foot in the inn.
Alright, so now we got that out of the way. Go ahead and we're going to make a save right here. Just in case we do need to backtrack to this spot, specifically because once we go into what we're about to do, we're not going to be able to come back. In case we do need more items. Because we're trying to spend as little as we can right there and only enough to get through this next session. We're trying to hit level 15.
The rain falls in sheets. You spy the telltale signs of monsters between the drops. And in far greater numbers than before. Blight's eyes shine, and you can tell he wishes for nothing more than to protect his maiden. He advances, unbothered by the presence of the monsters.
So we're going to be down one party member here, since Queenie is pregnant.
Onward through the wetlands to where they gather, at a place called the Fiend's Nest.
So that means we won't have access to that link skill that made a lot of the other fights as easy as they were. That being said, if we can get to level 16 before the boss fight coming up, then we'll be able to have access to Flame Rush, which will be nice, but if we don't, that's fine. Just be a little bit harder. The game's going to ask us to save here, but we're not going to.
You come upon a thronging nest of monsters in the innermost recesses of the wetlands. Every monster in the place has its eyes fixed firmly upon the intruders. That is, you. They roar in unison and begin to march forth. Their destiny, the village is in grave danger. You mustn't let a single one of these beasts escape. You grip your weapon tight, ready to do battle.
So we can't let them escape.
Don't let a single one escape.
And every 5 moves that we make, the enemies will also make a move. We're double checking our skills here. We have double heal on Laddie. Element of destruction, darkness won't be useful here. We took the gemstone ring, so that'll give us a slight edge. So we're going to head over to the left first and deal with the enemy over there.
A monster lurking in the depths of the nest rears back. Its massive bulk puffing up as it inhales deeply. It looks like it's getting ready to do something, and whatever it is will be headed your way. You and your comrades stand firm in the face of the monster, readying your weapons.
All right, so first fight here. I go ahead and buff the attack. We're gonna go for lightning. We got a crit, so that's really good for us. Again, trying to make sure everybody stays as healthy as they can, because this is one of those areas where it's like, we can't save between fights or anything like that if something goes wrong. Alright, so now we're gonna make our way to the next enemy on this side. And we get hit by an attack that deals damage to everybody.
Bellows a blast of burning flame in your direction.
So everybody took 5. So every 10 steps that's gonna happen.
You gonna be able to handle this?
So we're gonna go ahead and go into our items here. We're gonna go ahead and pop one of those Omnisalves. This is why we bought those. And then we'll go into this next fight. Once we take out all the other monsters, the boss will actually jump down and we'll have to fight him. But for now, we just gotta make it through all these other
and fight
ads to get us ready for that fight. The paralyzed there kind of sucks for us. Crit is good. Good job, Light.
Excellent. Magnificent.
Another good crit. I'll take it.
Magnificent.
Getting lucky right here, so I'm pretty happy about that. 3 crits in a row. Thank you, game. Alright, so for this one, we're gonna open with the heal on Baron. And then we're gonna hit lightning on all these enemies if we can land it. They're weak to that. Alright, unfortunately Baron goes down. That's not the greatest. Okay, Seal is not the greatest. Okay, Laddie going down is really bad. Okay. Light being resistant to Seal is like our only saving grace with this right now. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll just retry. Not a big deal. Yeah, and we're trying to get rid of the get this area out of the way first because it's one of the more difficult spots. And then the following chapter will be pretty easy breezy. That's fine. The earliest, so we have to load this one. Alright, we have enough items to get through this, but that's unfortunate that we died there. I wish that we could save in that whole area, wrote each part of
The
it, but
rain
that would make it
falls,
too
you
easy.
forge onward through the wetlands to where they gather, at a place called the Fiend's Nest.
So we need to hope that Baron and Laddie don't go down, essentially. And it's just unfortunate that happened.
Every monster in the place has its eyes fixed firmly upon the intruders. That is, you. The village is in grave danger. You mustn't let a single one oh boy, don't let a single one escape. A monster lurking in the depths of the nest rears back, its massive bulk puffing up as it inhales deeply. You and your comrades stand firm in the face of the monster, readying your weapons.
The game expects us to be a minimum level 16 going into this area, but again, we're not that level. Okay, starting with poison is not great. Why are they focusing Laddie down? Please don't do that. So now I gotta heal Laddie. He doesn't die to the poison. We take damage here.
Beast bellows a black. Whoa! Danger everywhere you look. You gonna be able to handle this?
All right, so we're gonna heal again, like I said before. Yeah, being down Queenie during this section makes this ever so much more difficult because we don't have access to that link skill, which would make a lot of these fights pretty trivial. Alright, so hopefully we can get damage roll. A decent one. Go ahead and shadow bolts. Just hoping they don't focus down any particular character here. I got Baron again, which is not good, because I was gonna hopefully go for the Tri-Blade, but that didn't happen. We'll go for a Hurricane. I'll at least kill one of them. I know they resist it, but I want to make sure I'm dealing damage. Oh, why are you killing...
Yikes.
I don't like when they do that. I don't know why they're trying to kill Laddie like that. Right. Okay, Baron got the skill I was hoping for, so that's good. Okay, so this time we got the skill that we want, and we got the level up. Alright, so we need to go ahead and We're looking to put on Stab, Air Thrust, Tri-Attack, Flame, and Thunderstrike. The double damage there. And then start moving over towards the other enemy. I'm gonna double check my HP values again once more. Okay, so we can use the small heal on Blight. And hopefully no one goes down this time in this fight. Alright, so sharpness on Blight. Alright, go for the Hurricane. And we got a crit, so that's actually good for us. Much better start. We're just going to weaken one of these guys. We're gonna go for a heal on Blight. Go for the Hurricane.
Good work.
Okay. Finally got through that. Alright, so more show up.
Perhaps deciding that the ones slaying its kin are a threat. The massive beast that seems to be the master of the nest charges your way. At the same moment, more monsters appear from the shadows of the wetlands and begin moving towards the village. No matter how many enemies there are, you must stop their advance to the village. You and your comrades take deep breaths and prepare yourselves to face the monsters once more.
Alright, so now we're gonna head back to the left here and take out this guy. Alright, heal Loudy. Alright, so lizard men are weak to lightning, as we already know from before. I'm gonna go ahead and try to deal them with that. Okay, that's good. That's one down already. We want to stay healthy, so we want to make sure that we heal when we got the opportunity. Okay, I'm glad he missed that. Good roll finally on that skill. He hit 17, so that's good. Out of the curve, but that doesn't mean too much when we lose or what. Alright, once we take out this guy, we can go for the boss. That's where the real fight starts. So I gotta buff Baron instead. That's because he has an attack that deals more damage to them. Got Hurricane as well. Ow, that's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate there. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're... why even bother want to revive here? Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the Thunder. I'm not gonna waste a revive, I might need it during the boss fight. That's rather unfortunate.
Excellent.
So Baron gets a level and gets a full heal, so it's a good thing I didn't spend that elixir. Double check our party before we go and engage this fight. So you lower on this panaceas here, just so everybody's topped up. Alright, here we go.
The Nest Master's monstrous bulk trembles as it menaces your party. Steel yourselves, says Blight. As if in defiance of his determination, the massive fiend lets loose a terrible roar.
Okay, what we're gonna do here is we're going off. This guy hits hard, so we really got to be careful with it. We're gonna pump up as well, which is a self buff. Yeah, that is definitely some HP. We're gonna go for a Flame Rush, which is double damage. And we got a crit, so it's even better.
Magnificent.
And he heals when he deals damage, which is another really annoying thing. This is why we want those revives. Alright, so Lottie's gonna have to do a revive. We're gonna go for a Shadow Bolt. Go for an Air Thrust. I really hate this guy, because he passively heals, too. High for every turn order, which is not very nice to us. Uh, 23 double damage is not worth doing. Paralyze isn't going to work for us here. We're going to take the high road and do a heal. I'm just hoping to stay at a lethal range. But I do not have too many more revives to play around with. Okay, so heal on Blight. For another Shadow Bolt. I'm hoping he switches targets here and he doesn't keep nailing the same one. That was a bad roll. Still got our crit off of it. I missed, which is what we want. Alright. Sharpness. Max roll, which is good. Now we can go for a Shadow. Okay, let's go for an Air Thrust. Alright, we have those on the panaceas. We'll use the 21. That's why we have those. Alright, now we can go for the flame rush here for the double damage. Okay, he's close to death. Should be in the clear now.
Fortune favor.
Alright, there we go.
Congrats.
We got leveled up. And we have our plus 20 heal now, finally, on Laddie.
After a fierce battle, the great fiend finally collapses to the wet earth in a spill of green ichor. At the death of their leader, the other monsters lurking about all withdraw at once. Marvelous. You have managed to save Fenmoss from the danger it faced.
Alright, now we can finally leave. Alright, so pretty much done now with this chapter. Only a little bit left to do to wrap up. I'm very happy that we...
The village's crisis is averted. You and your friends make your way back to Fenmoss to check in on Queenie.
Yeah, very happy we managed to get through this finally. We did have a death, unfortunately, but, I mean, considering that we're trying to do this chapter early.
No sooner do you pass the threshold
It's a risk you have to take.
Than do the villagers surround you as though welcoming home great heroes. You inform the mayor that you've wiped out all the monsters, and though he seems momentarily delighted at the news, he also seems terribly flustered. This isn't the time for that now. You start to worry about Queenie.
You dead men are useless.
A village woman comes running and barks angrily at the assemblage. She explains that Queenie is going into labor, which might explain the men's panic at what they ought to be doing. The woman points at Laddie. You there, come along and help. Without waiting for a reply to her demand, the woman drags Laddie off. Difficult though it may be right now, all you can do is pray for Queenie and the child's safe delivery.
Alright, pay attention, class, because if you are around for Voice of Cards, Isle Dragon Roar, here's your first little question coming up that'll be on the test after we get through it. Alright, so we have to enter the shrine.
The interior of the shrine is in utter disarray. You pray once more for Queenie's safety.
Knowing that, we're going to start talking to the villagers.
The mayor gazes out at the swampy surroundings, murmuring to himself. To think that the entire village would come together for the sake of a new life. He looks as though not doing anything makes him uneasy, and busies himself giving bits of food to the bird perched atop his rucksack. Queenie's voice echoes out of the maiden shrine. You hope she can endure the pain. Blight is restless, his mind clearly abuzz with worry for Queenie. Guess all we can do is wait, says the man regretfully. A baby's cry cuts through the silence, breaking the village from its tense reverie. Time, which felt as though it had frozen, begins to tick away once again. Faster than you can let loose a sigh of relief, Blight takes off in the direction of the maiden shrine. The baby's here. You rush after the amative attendant to the maiden shrine.
Alright, so now we actually go check up on Queenie.
The newborn's cries echo through the maiden shrine. The villagers present for the birth have weary but happy expressions on their faces, and they wipe the sweat from their brows. Blight asks timidly, Is the baby? A young woman hands him a cloth-wrapped bundle. Perhaps because he has finally felt the weight of his own child in his arms. Blight's expression cracks, and he begins to weep, overcome by emotion. Such a relief, he says. He repeats himself several times as he walks over to Queenie and shows her the child's face. As though having just fought a fierce battle, Queenie's face is lined with exhaustion and covered in sweat. Though her expression is somewhat pained, she looks at her child with a smile of deepest affection. The Onyx Maiden and her attendant have named the child Melanie, a word from the language of spirits, meaning eternal happiness.
Let's leave this island as a family and show this little one the whole wild world.
With a tear-stained face, Queenie gently inclines her head to her exuberant attendant. But then the strength seems to seep out of her.
Live a happy life for me.
With those final words to her two most beloved. The Onyx Maiden's eyes close for the last time. With its only maiden lost, this island is surely destined for ruin. As you prepare to sail away, you notice that the island is submerged just a bit more than it had been when you arrived. Almost as though the ocean is trying to swallow it up, now that it's bereft of its maiden. When you part ways, Blight hands the now useless maiden's relic over to you. You are hesitant to accept, thinking he might want to keep it as a memento of his beloved. Only when he insists, saying, "Don't lose your home. Don't lose your island," are you persuaded. The Onyx attendant then heads homeward, vowing to make Melanie's life a happy one.
Alright, so ends chapter 4.
Monsters run rampant across the sinking lands. The people of Fenmoss remain beset by numerous hardships. From aboard your ship, you watch the East Isle shrink into the distance. Eternal happiness. You pray that is what their future holds.
So, Queenie gave birth to Melanie, and at the end of all that, Queenie died during the childbirth. So, a bittersweet end for that chapter. But if you were around for Voice of Cards 1, the name Melanie should ring a lot of alarm bells at this point. Because that name was mentioned a lot in the first game. So, unfortunately, the Isle where the Onyx Maiden resided, obviously after her passing, the Isle is obviously going to perish. But they still have time before that happens, so hopefully they have a long and happy life as much as they can with Light and the villagers with the new baby. But yeah, bit of a bittersweet ending for that one. And we've gained more friendship with Lottie. Now we have access to Mirage Burst, which allows us to deal damage to all enemies and adds the value of 2 rolls to everybody's party to buff their attack. Alright, so now we're going to head all the way back to Omega Isle. And then we're going to head north from here. Just going to start us on technically chapter 3. Since we skipped over doing the North Isle to go do the West Isle first. I'd rather get the tougher Isle out of the way. So we're just going to head north here. We're going to be stopping on the side aisle next to where the dock is first. And that's going to let us access a chest that has a Supreme Aspire Elixir on it, which is a full health, full heal. Alright, we got a Supreme Salve, so that's pretty decent.
Nope, nope.
Gotta go around these rocks, fortunately. Oops. Yeah, I can never imagine. I can only actually imagine, how rough it would be to have something like that happen. Somebody. But the entire village seems pretty happy about having the baby, even though they're slowly awaiting their impending doom at this point. Alright, so we're looking for the aisle here, so there's where we want to get off. We're gonna dock here, and that's just so that we can get the Supreme Elixir that's hiding on this aisle. Which is going to be hiding away behind these mountains.
Don't hold back.
I'm gonna go ahead and run from this fight, because I don't really care about doing it for the money. This next chapter is pretty interesting. Also has a lot more lore related to the first game.
From out of nowhere, a sweet fragrance wafts over. There's a reasonably sized stone at your feet.
So we're just not going to throw the
Doing
stone.
nothing.
Because again, we want to
You
avoid
take your
some of
lead.
these. We got the Supreme Elixir that we wanted. Now we can head out. Go dock on the actual northern island and start this whole chapter.
After a long voyage, you happen upon the North Isle. On the North Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in white. Very well then, prepare to go ashore. The North Isle is home to a range of majestic snow-capped peaks, the grandeur of which serves as a constant reminder to the residents of just how small they are. Having grown accustomed to life on the ocean, Laddie helps you prepare to moor the vessel. Lack, meanwhile, continues to laze about within the confines of Laddie's hood. Looks like Lack won't be needing dinner tonight, you muse to yourself as you unfurl the map. From the wharf extends a well-maintained road, which no doubt leads to civilization.
Alright, so we're just gonna follow the road. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and just activate the double heal for a free heal. And then just run from the fight.
You are greeted by sublime white gates, the likes of which you've never seen. As you attempt to pass through them and enter the city, someone garbed entirely in white rushes out, as if running from something, and crashes into you. You cannot see their face for the white mask covering it, but the fact that they have a weapon in hand makes you think they're a city soldier. You extend a hand to the soldier, who tumbled to the ground after your collision. "Out of my way," the soldier shouts, their voice muffled by the mask, before charging at you. Apparently, they want to fight.
Well, that's a pretty, not so great first meeting here. Alright. So, we're going to hopefully, there's a half roll on Baron's damage up there. We're going to just purge here with Lack. I go in for a Flame Rush. Go through Air Thrust. Boost recovery right, fine. Heal Lack. That's unfortunate, I decided to heal there. The roll is not really important, it's the damage that mattered there. Alright.
You parry the soldier's sword, then watch as they flee to the west.
Now we can enter the city.
Crystal clear water runs through canals in the white-wreathed city. This place is far more beautiful than any village you've ever visited. Welcome to Alabaster City, the soldier at the gate greets, though his eyes don't even glance your way. You suppose he's busy monitoring the streets. As you look around, you see soldiers gathered in a ravaged corner of the city. You can't help but wonder what transpired there. Despite that, the other residents carry on with their daily lives as if nothing is amiss. The contrast strikes you as strange. Alabaster City seems intolerant of impurity. It makes you wonder if its history is as spotless as its appearance.
All right, so we're going to go talk to the up here.
Among the townsfolk peacefully going about their day, you see two young women making quite the racket. "It's all your fault," one woman shouts at the other, whose eyes run with tears. They appear to be fighting. "No fighting," Lack exclaims in a rare bout of righteousness. "Get out of my sight, you weird puppet," the woman retorts. Lack is shocked. She may be right about Lack being strange, but you admittedly feel a bit bad for it. The self-assured woman is Lanka, the Ivory Maiden and keeper of the island's destiny. The woman being berated is Krim, the Ivory Maiden's attendant. The women explain that they were entrusted with killing the deserter who ravaged the town. Lanka claims that the deserter escaped because of her bungling attendant and noogies a fist against either side of Krim's head. Lanka gives your group a long, appraising look before whispering, "You'll do nicely." "Consider this a great honor," she continues, then orders you to help her in the search for the deserter. You had wanted to ask her about her maiden's relic, but now it seems you have no choice but to obey her command.
Alright, so we have our two new guest characters. And first things first, we're gonna go ahead and do some skill stuff. So we want Stab, Air Thrust, Tri-Attack, Flame Rush, and Mirage Burst here. That'll be on Baron. And then for Laddie, we want Charge. Want Heal Plus, I believe. Yeah. Thunderbolt. Double Heal and Blizzard. Good there. Pop that there. Then we also want to do is do some equipment here. We're equipping Blanca, Gemstone, and Prim with the Restay Ring. And that'll be good for now. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and check our news. We should be fine. We're gonna head to the Mystic Forest that we were told about, and then try to catch up to that masked soldier that we saw earlier.
You wonder if the masked soldier you saw earlier could be the deserter the Ivory Maiden is after. You inform her that the soldier fled to the west. According to the maiden and her attendant, a woodland known as the Mystic Forest lies in that direction.
Alright, so we're gonna head off to this direction now. Now there's a funny little side thing that we can pick up, and it does nothing but make some interesting, funny dialogue up here. But we need to have a salve, like a regular salve in our inventory to make that happen, which we don't. I believe we already used it in the previous area.
Ahead of you on the path, you spot a woman crouched on the ground. It looks as though she's twisted her ankle. She looks up at you and asks, "Don't suppose you could spare any salve?" Unfortunately, you have no salve. The woman rubs her pained leg and hangs her head, lamenting, "Oh, poor me."
So we don't get the final dialogue from actually being able to do that, sadly, but that's fine. So anyways, we're gonna go into the Mystic Forest.
The Mystic Forest is a dense wood. Travelers who have ventured through the closely packed flora claim to have experienced mysterious happenings within. Upon entering the sprawling forest, you notice Krim trembling as her eyes dart about. When you ask her what she's worried about, she explains that there are rumors of talking trees. She suspects it's the work of specters. "That's just superstition," Lanka says condescendingly.
Alright, so now we're in the Mystic Woods.
A somnolent tree. A somnolent tree looks in your direction. "If you wish to go further, heed our voices," the tree says eloquently as you approach. Lanka, who had claimed talking trees to be mere superstition, shrieks loudly and holds fast to Krim. Thinking at the attendant's chance to lord this over the maiden, you glance over. But Krim, in her surprise, has fainted, her eyes rolled back into her head. The tree continues to speak, unbothered by your party. "Healthy trees are rooted in honesty. Frail trees in falsehood," it says. You wonder if the tree's enigmatic words are some sort of hint to get through the forest.
Alright, so that is sort of like the answer of what we need to do for getting through this area. I'm sure people have heard of the little fairy tale or whatever it is that I'm trying to remember the context to. We didn't run away, that's unfortunate. We're gonna keep attempting to run. Go. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna get told lies by trees and truths by some of the others. We're looking for a panacea that'll be up here in this chest. And then we're gonna follow north here. Go past the trees that are coming up here. But yeah, we can actually start liberally running away from some of these enemies if we can. 8, we might not be able to run away from this. We'll probably just take this fight. So that's 12 flat damage. Go for a regular attack here. Let's do out. Go with a flame rush. Baron gets full heal from the level up, which is nice. So we need to go north past this tree up here.
Don't hold back.
Mm-hmm.
Fortune.
Go ahead and take the contemplate. We have access to a lot of healing with this group right now, which is very nice for us. So we get the poisonous stay ring, which will be useful. Not now, though. We're gonna head up this way. Okay.
The ivory attendant complains as you make your way through the dense trees, repeatedly invoking Lanka's wrath. Each time, Laddie pats the crestfallen Krim on the head.
We're just gonna say Krim's trying her best.
You hope to pacify Lanka, but rather than being soothed, she simply pouts. I'm a brilliant maiden. I deserve better than this. She explains that in Alabaster City, maiden and attendant are decided by national decree and cannot be contested. It appears each island's maiden and attendant have a unique relationship.
Alright, so we're looking for a gold nugget. It's gonna be over here.
Fight him off.
Okay, we'll do generate here. Yeah, Krim is significantly stronger than Lanka. She's also a really good healer compared to the other one, but Soul Reservoir is really good on Lanka because it's a flat 20 heal and 5 passive heal for 3 turns. So it could be a pretty saving grace in a lot of situations. We're gonna go for the white sphere here. And then we'll take the back here, which is just enough to kill the toad. And then we'll go for a flame rush. I know Laddie's gonna go down. I'm not too worried about that. Main thing is I want to be dealing damage to these enemies.
Fortune favored.
We're not particularly in a dangerous area. Since we did the tougher area first, this area is going to be pretty much a breeze, so I'm not too worried about getting a character downed right now. Alright, so there's gonna be a nugget here. And then we're gonna go this way. Okay. So we need to heal Laddie. Gonna die to poison otherwise. Go ahead and deal some damage to this guy.
Fortune.
Go ahead and generate. And then we're going to activate a Mirage. That'll be a +6 to everybody.
Two fight as one.
And we can go ahead and heal. Where do we go from here? So we need a soothing stone that'll be here, up over here.
And fight.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do a... Alright. Do a thunderstorm. Another generate. Go for another Mirage.
Teamwork.
I'll go ahead and do thunder. Alright, pretty decent pickup there. Could be our soothing stone. And then we gotta activate this tree here.
Snoring nearby. When you look, you see what appears to be a healthy tree snoozing away.
We're gonna wake up the sleeping tree.
You gently shake the tree, and it opens its eyes. Despite having just awoken, the tree speaks in a lively voice. "My apologies," it exclaims, then leans out of the way. When it does, you see a path on the other side. Apparently, the tree is allowing you to pass.
Alright, and that opens up the pathway for us to continue on here.
As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a gloomy voice calling to you from afar. You think you're so clever, it says.
So the other trees that we should have been talking to are mocking us, basically. Because we were supposed to get tripped up by them, but obviously we're too smart for them. We ain't gonna fall for their lies. We're gonna go for this little reservoir here to top everybody up.
Magnificent. At last, you corner the deserter deep in the forest. You won't get away, Lanka shouts. Pressured by the maiden, the deserter takes a step back. Leave me alone, the masked soldier pleads. But the ivory maiden pays their words no mind and charges into battle.
Alright, so we managed to track them down, so now we need to defeat them. Alright, so we're gonna open up with another charge here. We're going to hit with flat damage. Because 18 armor is higher than her 17, so we would just be 1 damage. We're gonna go ahead and use white light. As I mentioned, curse is bad because that means all healing damage all healing is converted to damage. Curse and seal are by far the worst status effects you can have on you besides being frozen, which means next hit would be double damage. Go ahead and generate here. Not a particularly hard fight with a full party like this. The maximum number of skill gems that we can have is 10. Anything more than that doesn't really help us at all. So go for a Mirage here and then buff everybody's damage.
The Ivory Maiden's powerful strike cleaves through the soldier's mask. Broken, the mask crumbles to the ground in pieces. Everyone gasps. The face beneath the mask looks just like Lanka's. "I just want to live," the woman says, glaring at your party. Realizing that everyone is taken aback by her appearance, she seizes the opportunity to flee deeper into the forest. Lack, in true boneheaded fashion, asks, "Do you have a twin or something?" Lanka, absorbed in her own thoughts, hasn't an ear for Lack's words. Though originally tasked with killing a deserter, you find yourselves faced with a woman who bears a striking resemblance to the Ivory Maiden. You get a creeping feeling that something sinister lurks beneath Alabaster City's pristine facade.
Let's gain some more friendship.
Okay, want me to take you to the exit so you don't get lost in all these trees?
And as a fashion with the narrator, we're
You
just going to
make
have
your
them
way
poop us
toward
back to the
forest
exit. Alright, so I found out that that masked soldier is indeed someone
By
who
the time
appears
you
to
make
look
it
like
out of the
Lanka.
woods, Lanka has returned to her normal self. You explain that you're on a journey to help Laddie become a maiden and need the maiden's relic. Lanka tells you that the relic is proof of her maidenship and more precious than life itself, then promptly refuses to give it to you. However, in honor of you helping her on her nationally decreed mission, she agrees to accompany you to the spire. A maiden must always be benevolent, she says, her eyes shining with pride at her lofty position.
Alright, so we just kind of ignore what just happened there. Surely nothing bad will happen from that.
You escort Lanka and Krim to your vessel. "I'm surprised it even floats," Lanka whispers. "I never thought the deck would be stained in a maiden's blood," you think to yourself as the ungrateful words leave her mouth. As if sensing your murderous intent, Laddie looks at you and takes deep breaths, urging you to take your own.
Alright, so we're going to head back to Omega Isle. We're going to be heading back to the Spirit Spire. It's been a little bit since we've been here.
"What a desolate place," Lanka murmurs. You suppose it is, especially compared to Alabaster City. You all stand before the altar, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant included. "So what do we do here?" Lanka asks. As if on cue, Lack begins chanting his mysterious chant.
Kokoro Kokorika Rantaratan.
As the screams of Lanka and Krim fill your ears, you surrender yourself to the dazzling light. After passing through the altar and entering the heart's domain, neither the Ivory Maiden nor her attendant can contain their surprise. Lack, wise in the ways of this world, quickly briefs them on the situation. After digesting Lack's words, Lanka turns to Laddie and says, "Your heart is quite a dark place." Laddie hangs her head heavily, tears in her eyes. Your mission remains unchanged. Somewhere, there is a heart scar that must be healed. "There's a heart scar to the west," Lack says. Trusting in his words, you head that way.
Alright, so we're gonna head west from here.
And fight. Magnificent.
Bit of an overkill, but that's fine.
Fortune fa-
Alright, so we're gonna enter a place called Burdensburg.
You reach Burdenberg, a town rife with laddie's woes. The residents here cannot help but hate those who lay bare their true feelings. As soon as you enter the town, your nose is assailed by a strange odor. It appears a muddy marsh has inundated the place.
Alright, so I gotta talk to all the people in town here. I'm gonna go ahead and take the chance to do a heal on Laddie and then run.
You see an old man gulping down the contents of a mud-filled cask. When he notices your party, he suddenly asks, "You young'uns up for a challenge?"
So we're gonna have Baron challenge him.
Don't overdo it, you caution him, well aware of his age, when suddenly his fist comes flying at you. Despite his elderly appearance, he moves swiftly. He can easily hold his own against you, and your duel results in a draw. You've got a long way to go, the old man tells you, as he drinks mud from his cask.
Strange.
What should we do today? The man murmurs to himself as he uses mud to craft a human-sized doll. When you ask him what he's doing, he says that he doesn't have any friends, so he's making a mud buddy.
Alright, so I'll let Baron be his friend.
Thinking it might get lonesome with the mud buddy as his only company, you decide to become his friend. The doll begins to wriggle and writhe before transforming into something that looks just like you. This is all possible thanks to the mud, he says cheerfully. happy to finally have a friend. To your surprise, the residents seem rather grateful to the muddy marsh at the town center. You decide that it may be worth investigating.
Alright, so now we head towards the center of the marsh.
It appears the volume of mud in the marsh has decreased. Perhaps because of all the uses the villagers have found for it. From within the marsh, stairs appear.
Head down these stairs. We're gonna head over here to go get a chest. This will be our dark stay ring. We're gonna head around this side here. Go ahead and run from these fights here because we're not worth doing right now. We're ahead of where we need to be in levels. And we're looking for this girl here.
You see a little girl drowning in the marsh.
I'm gonna have Baron save her.
Without a moment's hesitation, you leap into the marsh to save the girl. You swim to the girl and grab onto her, but she smiles as if her drowning had been an act and praises you. You really are a hero, aren't you? The girl then gets sucked into the marsh and disappears.
Okay, and then now we can go down the stairs. But before we do that, we're going to be picking up a Omnisalve that's hiding over here. This area actually has quite a few items that you can pick up along your way through it, but we're going to be grabbing most of them on the way out. We're only be grabbing necessity ones for now.
Hope you win.
Alright, so we're going up this way. Might not be able to get away. Okay, we did. Good. We want this chest here. Be a supreme salve.
you see a familiar figure in the center of the marsh. In the depths of the strange mud-filled town, you find yourself. Or rather, a shadow of yourself. As you look closer, you realize that mud oozes forth from his feet. With an ecstatic expression, he scoops the mud at his feet and calls it talent.
Talent.
The talent for fighting. The talent for making friends. You have used your various talents to lead Laddie on this journey. The shadow points at Laddie and speaks. Talent, yes. Something you lack, he tells her with a haughty laugh.
Laddie's doing her very best.
You know that Laddie has done everything in her power to acquire her own talents on the journey. The shadow just laughs and sinks to the bottom of the marsh. So this is the heart scar, Krim gulps, as she stands before the horrendous light.
Alright, so we're gonna check our party here, make sure that we're popped up. I'll go ahead and use one of our Omnicells. And then we're gonna go and equip the Dark State Ring to Baron. Put the Ring of Evasion. Yeah, we should be good like this. Yeah, we should be fine. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make a save. And we're gonna be preparing for the boss fight. Why can't I?
Along with the voice, a giant shadow emerges from the scar. You stand ready to fight the monster.
Alright, so this boss is hard. Gonna deal a lot of AoE damage to us. Alright, so first things first, we're gonna open with charge. We're just gonna flat damage. Jump over the armor. Uh, 24 is not nearly enough here. We're just gonna do a contemplation. We're gonna go for a mirage. Decent roll. That'll give us an attack boost.
Magnificent.
And this is why this boss is scary. Just gonna charge here. We're just gonna go for damage. And then we're gonna go for a healing force. And then next we're gonna go for a Flame Rush. Okay, Laddie needs to heal Krim. I want to keep them above 30 if possible, because this boss could straight up just murder us otherwise. I think we're in the clear for the most part. Had a pretty solid first couple rounds in the turns there, so I'm pretty happy about that. Alright. Good boss fight there. Getting close to level 20, so that's good. I am empty.
Within the shadow's final words, you sense sorrow. Laddie was entrusted with the duty of becoming a maiden. Thanks to her talent, she was loved by all. But it was a false love. No one would truly love someone who was destined to disappear. When people discovered she hadn't the makings of a maiden, they stopped caring for her, and she descended into the darkness of desolation. After defeating the shadow, you use the maiden's relic to heal the heart scar. You successfully restore the town and heal the wound on Laddie's heart. Your mission fulfilled. You decide to return to the world you came from.
Alright, so now we can leave. Everything's all bright. Again, now that we've cleared up the heart scar, so we can grab any of the items that are now visible on the map by jumping around on the way out. Since we're void of any other encounters to deal with. Nice. We're gonna go ahead and jump down over here. It'll lead us to a chest that we didn't grab earlier. Right, so we need to go to the armor shop over here. We're gonna start spending some moolah. I'm gonna buy the marshal's garb here for Laddie. And then we're gonna go to the item shop, which is over here. We're gonna be buying some quality omnicells. Buy 5 of those. Also gotta buy another elixirs here. We're gonna go ahead and sell some stuff. Sell that medium nugget that we picked up. Then we're gonna sell off the iron sword, breastplate, traveler's apparel, and the adventurer's iron. Alright, now we can leave. You can see there's Philia and Hyde here. We'll go ahead and talk to them. Normally you don't need to.
Philia and Hyde look perfectly content as they splash about in the water. Such a sight is no longer possible anywhere but this world.
But because we're in Laddie's heart, we can actually see that Philia and Hyde are here. We know in the real world they are no longer. Hyde is still around, but Philia, as we saw in Chapter 1, sacrificed herself. Now we're gonna leave. And then we're gonna head back to Alabaster City. Kokoro Kokoriko Rantaratan.
With the door opened by the self-proclaimed spirit spell, you leave the heart's domain behind. Upon your return to your original world, Lanka and Krim look weary from their unbelievable experience. Laddie, meanwhile, is fast asleep on the floor again, recovering from her sudden change of heart. Her sleeping face, which you'd seen occasionally at the grotto, seems to have softened a bit from the anguished way it looked before. Thanks to the Ivory Maiden and her attendant, you've accomplished your mission. You prepare to take them back to the North Isle.
Alright, so time to head back to the North Isle. Back to Alabaster City.
As you make your way ashore, you see an impeccable line of soldiers in white armor awaiting you. A welcome party? Lack asks, though the atmosphere is far from welcoming. In accordance with national decree, we have come to apprehend the rebellious maiden, the soldiers say, pointing countless blades at you. According to the soldiers, allowing the masked soldier to escape in the forest was a huge infraction of national decree.
We did do that, didn't we? We did do that.
Lanka hangs her head. Apparently, national decrees are matters of utmost importance to maidens. A soldier, who appears to be the squadron's captain, claps Lanka in restraints. The maiden must be educated, the captain says. Dispose of the others, including the attendant.
Alright, so we're down one of the guest characters, so we don't have Lanka for this fight. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and take care of the guy on the far right and far left. Really what we want to start off with. Because they're gonna end up healing the other characters if we don't. We're gonna go ahead here and we're gonna use quality on the salve here to heal everybody back up. Charge. Good crit.
Magnificent.
Air thrust. We'll have Laddie heal Baron. Baron levels gets the full heal, which is nice.
After defeating the soldiers, you spot neither hide nor hair of Lanka. According to Krim, the maiden will likely be taken to the Foundation, a school beneath the palace, to be educated. You begin walking toward the palace in hopes of saving the maiden, dragging along the faint attendant. Lanka, she murmurs. Oh, Lanka.
Alright, so let's go save Lanka from being educated. Alright, so we're going to talk to the guard outside the palace first.
The palace gate that leads to the Foundation is blocked by a burly soldier. It doesn't look like you'll get past easily. You place your hand on your weapon, but before you can strike, Krim beckons you over to a different route. According to her, there's a hidden passage leading from the Maiden Shrine to the Foundation. Beneath the edge of the shrine is an old door. Could this be the entrance to the hidden passage? You push open the door and descend the stairs dug into the very earth. The dimly lit passage seems to go on for miles. This place gives me the creeps, says Lack with a shudder. There are no ghosts here, so don't worry, Krim replies encouragingly. Though I can't say the same of enemy soldiers, you warn them. Then continue quickly on your way.
Alright, so we're gonna get pretty Metal Gear up in this section of the chapter now.
Beneath the Alabaster Palace lies the Foundation. Within the sunless corridors echo the sounds of writing, day in and day out. You see Lanka peeking out from behind the door, but something's not right about her. That's not Lanka, Krim whispers, her whole body trembling. The mysterious girl then dashes off somewhere.
Can go ahead and run from these fights, guaranteed success, with the minimum roll being 2. So we're starting to see a lot of Lanka lookalikes. Wonder why that might be. Because we'll find out very soon. Alright, so here's the slightly stealth section of the game coming up.
At the end of the corridor, you find an open space that looks to be a small room. When you peer inside, not like anyone comes through here anyway, the guard grumbles as he half-heartedly surveys the area. I doubt he'd notice an intruder until they slapped him in the face, you say in astonishment.
Alright, so we just have to avoid being caught by the guards. Memorizing their patterns and then avoiding their line of sight.
You make it through the room without the guard noticing. Laddie's expression reads of relief. As soon as you leave the room, you hear the soldier say, "Time for lunch." He then promptly leaves the area. Two soldiers survey the area. Lanka should go first, Krim begins, then gasps and covers her mouth. "I'll go first," you say in the stead of a speechless somebody, then take the vanguard. Thinking that you should be fine after coming this far, you let your guard down. When you do, you overhear the guard speaking. "Break time," they announce before heading off somewhere.
Alright, so there's going to be a room above us here that's going to have another quality omnisolve in that we're going to try to grab. then we're gonna make for the stairs and then head down.
A single corridor extends in front of you. Either side is lined with countless baskets. While most are empty, there are a few in which you see a humanoid shadow. As you bring your face closer, the shadow does as well, then blinks its eyes. Whatever is within the basket is undoubtedly alive. Chills run down your spine, and you step away from the basket.
Alright, so this is a actually tough section here for sneaking past the guards. So I'm not surprised if we have to retry the section a few times.
As you reach the bottom of the stairs, you see a group of soldiers. You quickly conceal yourselves in the shadows to take stock of the situation.
First two are easy to get past, it's the last three that make it difficult.
The surveillance is even tighter than before, so you'll have to proceed with the utmost caution.
So optionally, we can go grab the key down there on the bottom left of the screen. If we go and do that, it'll give us access to a couple free heals. Be ideal, but that does make getting out of there to get where we need to go that much more difficult. If we were trying to do it in one shot. Alright, so first things first. Yeah, this is not gonna work the way I was hoping. And I can go down to the guest, I guess, to get the key because this part is difficult. Alright, and we're gonna wait for the guard to come all the way back down here. I'm gonna try to do this in one shot, but I end up getting reset here. Although, if we do manage to keep the key, it does make dealing with this a little easier. We're gonna duck in here. Alright, we're home free. There we go.
You've successfully made it past the soldiers. Then, Lack starts to sniffle and snuffle, clearly about to sneeze. But Laddie swiftly covers its mouth and nose, stifling whatever sound threatens to escape. Lack, practically smothered by Laddie's hand, looks like it's having trouble breathing. Just then, you overhear a messenger informing the guards that they've found evidence of an intruder. All of them hurry upstairs.
Alright, so we made it through safely, which is nice, because usually I get reset at least once during the section. But we remembered to keep on a pattern with the guard. And now that we have that key, we can get access to 2 free cells. But first things first, we're going to unlock this door with the key.
The door is shut tight. You see what appears to be a keyhole. You might be able to use the foundation key here. You insert the key and turn it. You're rewarded with the sound of the lock coming undone.
Alright, so we're going to enter the room here. We're going to talk to the girl by the basket.
Please endorse me as the next maiden, she says, then offers you something.
That'll give us one of the free cells. Alright, insert the key here. And talk to this girl to get another one.
If I become a maiden, will I forget this place? The girl asks, then hands you something.
Alright, now we can head up this way. Yeah, we can unlock the door to the right, which then will break the key that we currently have. But there's no importance of doing that, unless you want some additional dialogue and stuff to happen.
Through this door are the school depths. You can hear someone crying on the other side. That's Lanka, Krim exclaims. You and Krim both take a deep breath before kicking down the door.
Alright, we're gonna go talk to
You
Lanka
find
at the altar.
yourselves in a dimly lit room. You feel the eyes of the shadows upon you. Lanka, surrounded by the shadows, has her gaze downcast. You saw everything, didn't you? She asks.
All the other doors are immune to kicking, unfortunately, so we did have to use the key if we wanted those free salves. But this door, however, had its weakness being kick it down.
You suppose she's referring to all the girls who look like her in this school, and the shadows that exude her aura. The Ivory Maiden tells you the truth of the city, which was locked away deep within her memory. This school is a maiden farm. It was established to churn out maiden after maiden, the linchpins of the island, to keep the city forever prosperous. Lanka despairs, saying that everything from her existence to her pride as a maiden were all manufactured by the city so that she could serve as a spare.
May not even be the person you're looking for.
Dully, she points her blade at you, almost as if she wants to be hurt. Guess you can't settle this without fighting her.
Alright, so Lanka resists wind and bolt, so we're going to try to avoid skills like that. We'll go for an air thrust here. I know she resists the damage, but she has high armor, so it's kind of hard to avoid that. We're gonna charge here, and then we're going to have Healing Force go off here from Krim. Want to keep everybody nice and healthy. We'll go for a Mirage now. +7 to all our damage. Skill itself doesn't deal a lot of damage because it's based off the roll. Okay, so us being silenced here kind of hurts. We're just gonna generate. And we'll go for a Flame Rush for the double damage. We'll have Lottie heal herself. Another generate again. Flame Rush. Okay, we got a crit, so that's good. Go ahead and do a charge. Heal wore off Krim, which is good, so we can hit with White Light now. Go with a Flame Rush. We don't have to kill Lanka, we just gotta get her low enough.
You're Lanka. I know you are, Krim whispers, as she holds the fallen maiden. Krim confesses that she's grateful to Lanka for spending time with a fool like herself and treating her kindly from time to time. She continues to say that she would serve Lanka of her own will, even if it went against national decree. You see the two acting like you've never seen them before. This time, Lanka is the one crying, as Krim comforts her. Having reopened their hearts to each other, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant reflect upon their newfound happiness. I must say, this was a splendid rescue, Lanka says, looking a little more like her old self, though her eyes are still red and puffy. You have successfully saved the Ivory Maiden. Now, to escape the school. If you make any noise, the soldiers will find you. You must flee as quietly as you can.
Alright. So first thing we're going to do is examine the desk to get a combination lock.
Atop the desk, you find an evacuation route guide. It appears you can escape through the door going straight on from this room. Someone has scrawled the numbers 5731 at the bottom of the page.
And then we're going to use that on a door that we're going to run into down here, that we can escape.
On the door, you discover a device with numbers on it. You enter 5731 and hear the door unlock.
Alright, time for our valiant escape.
You open the door and find yourselves back in the city, bathed in white light. You rejoice, having escaped from the heavily guarded Foundation. After everything that's transpired, though, you know that the Ivory Maiden and her attendant cannot remain in the city. Lanka expresses a desire to travel the world with Krim. I think that's a great idea, Krim praises. Of course it is, Lanka replies somewhat bashfully.
Alright, time to leave.
There they are. You hear the shout of a soldier as you try to flee the city. Now that the Ivory Maiden and her ivory attendant are fugitives who know the city's secrets, the streets are flooded with soldiers looking to apprehend them. You're overwhelmed by the number of soldiers and are quickly surrounded. You have no recourse but to fight. Show them what you got.
We're gonna go ahead and charge. Go ahead and activate Soul Reservoir. We're gonna target down the enemy in the middle first.
Fortune fa-
That was a much better roll. Gonna have a Lottie charge here. The debuff on her, just not gonna be dealing that much damage. Or with Blanca, but we can deal flat damage, which is decent. Remove that, and then we can just deal with the two knights. We're gonna go ahead and activate Mirage Burst now. Give everybody a boost in damage.
Magnificent.
Have Lottie charge. Maka is just gonna go for Light Sphere. Okay, one left. Light generate. For a white light. Gonna go for a flame rush. And we're just trying to focus them down as much as possible. Right, and then Krim could go. Oh. Alright, so Laddie hit 20.
There seems to be no end to the soldiers who have been ordered to stop any further infractions of national decree. Your party is reaching its limits. You realize that you might all die here, but take this as proof that I lived, the Ivory Maiden says to Laddie, as she hands over her maiden's relic.
Let's go, Krim. I with you, Lanka.
After briefly speaking to each other, the two rush into the crowd to save your lives.
We live by our own will. Alright, so if you thought this was going to have a happy ending, I'm sad to report that's not going to happen. So for this fight, this is a forced losing encounter. There's no way to win this encounter. So our goal for this fight is just to lose as fast as possible.
It's a losing battle. The sharp blades of the soldiers cut through the women. The two gaze at each other as still warm blood flows from their bodies. Regardless of Lanka's origins as a spare, it's clear that she and Krim shared a bond of friendship that could never be replaced. You realize that if you don't move now, their deaths will have been in vain. You take Laddie, who screams silently at the death of her friends, and flee the city.
So, unfortunately, Lanka and Krim's journey with us comes to a pretty quick end. Alabaster City has tons of fake maidens to offer up for the ritual, so they'll prosper and live on. So the entire Ivory Order will be founded later on. That takes place in the first game. So if you haven't already guessed, Forsaken Maiden takes place before Isle Dragon Roars. So this outlines the birth of the Ivory Order. And definitely they're not very good people. Alright, so now that we finished up that chapter, we're going to be heading into chapter 5. So the only maiden and attendant that actually managed to survive so far in the story has been Livia and Gladios. And we have Starlight Vale now.
Gathered the 4 relics, one from each of the maidens you have met on your journey. Laddie's maiden preparations are complete, and Lack celebrates by twirling in the air. The time has come to see your mission fulfilled. You make your way to the Spirit Spire in hopes of saving your home.
Yes, both Blight and Hyde are alive, but they do not have a maiden, though. So those attendants did survive, but the only attendant and maiden that survived was Gladios and Livia. As typical fashion with a Yokotaro game, always a trail of death laying in our wake. So we're going to head back to the Spirit Spire. We have access to another link skill as well between Laddie and Baron.
Your adventure began when you met Lack at this very altar. The self-proclaimed spirit told you that Laddie could become a maiden if you brought all the maiden's relics back to this spire. The memories of the other maidens now reside within the relics as pure light. According to Lack, only a single heart scar remains. You need only heal it with the relic's light.
Kokoro Kokoriko Ran Taratan.
With the sound of Lack's familiar chant in your ears, you once again enter the heart's domain. You see a door within the blinding light. Not long after, you hear a voice. Beyond the door lies Laddie's unconscious mind, the voice says, though you have no idea what that means. The voice then delivers a warning. A half-hearted attempt will only end in heartbreak. The sound of a begrudging sigh fills the air as the door opens.
Pass through the door and make for the land of woe. There I will.
The mysterious voice echoes in your head as your consciousness fades. When you awake, your mind feels hazy, and you find yourself wondering what that voice from earlier was. Laddie, noticing your distant gaze, looks at you in concern. You recall the voice telling you to make for the land of woe. With no other leads, you decide to do as it says.
Alright, so we're gonna head for the land of woe now. Back inside Laddie's heart.
After healing multiple heart scars with the help of the maiden's relics, Laddie's heart's domain is starting to return to normal. As you gaze around, your eyes become transfixed on an area in the east that is still shrouded in black. Suddenly, the onyx stela begins to move and goes off into the distance. I think the land of woe is that way, Lack says. You decide to put your faith in its words and chase after the stela.
Alright, so we can jump over to Burdensburg and head just past there. Saves us walking, going a long way around.
Don't hold back.
So this particular chapter is pretty lengthy. And that's mainly because we got quite a few enemies to get through, and things are going to start getting more difficult from this point forward with some of the boss encounters that we'll be dealing with. So we're gonna try to get level 22 or higher by the time we get to the boss in this area.
You manage to catch up with the onyx stela. Just where do you think you're going, you ask, as you give it a tap? When the stela transforms into Queenie and Blight. Queenie, who appeared on her head for reasons unknown, tumbles to the ground with a yelp. A concerned Blight helps the maiden sit up. It seems she can't shake her misfortune, even in this world. But you know that the Onyx maiden died in childbirth. You suppose that these two are just illusions made by Laddie's heart.
So we got Queenie and Blight back over here. We're gonna go ahead and open our menu. We're gonna go and set up some skills here. So for Baron, we're gonna have Stab, Air Thrust, Try Attack, Flame Rush, and we're gonna have Starlight Veil go on here. And then for Laddie, we want to make sure that we have Charge. We want Heal Plus, Thunderbolt, Double Heal, and Blizzard, which we do have, so we're good there. And then we want to go into our equipment. You want to make sure that Baron... we can put on the Onyx Memory Relic Weapon. Queenie needs the Gemstone Ring again. And then Blight needs the Ring of Evasion, so we're going to end up giving Laddie the Lightning. I believe it's the Blind State Ring that we want to give her. And then we're going to head into the Land of Woe.
The Land of Woe is an abyss of anguish. It is a pit of darkness into which sink her deepest, darkest desires.
Alright,
My, what a curious little desire you have with you, an elderly woman remarks. Something about her strikes you as strange. Lack, suddenly on the opposite end of that woman's stare, angrily retorts, "My name's not Desire." The woman explains that the queen has ordered all her subjects to keep black shadows called desires as pets. Only with greed can you proceed, she tells you, before mysteriously vanishing. Her enigmatic words leave you with nothing but questions. To find answers, you know you must explore the area for yourself first.
Alright, so we're looking for a few villagers to talk to. We'll be heading on over down here.
Fight him off. You see a man holding a mirror, fussing with his hair. Behind him looms a dark shadow. Once he notices Laddie at your side, he grows angry. How dare you walk beside a woman, he rages.
Alright, so this guy's shadow is weak to fire. Unfortunate that happenstance made them slightly more resistant to fire damage right now. That's fine. So we'll pump up with Blight here. We'll Sword's Grace. Pump up damage even further for everybody. Go for a Flame Rush. Generate. Go for a Hurricane. Alright, so we got Power Charge.
The shadow melts into your body. His desire gone, the man glares at you with disdain. Greedy jerk, he scowls.
Alright, so we're gonna head north from here.
Fight him off.
Our goal right now is to have all of the desires enter Baron here. And manifest. We want to see that door there and then head down. Talk to the woman.
A woman looks inside of her wallet and sighs. Behind her looms a dark shadow. The woman turns to you and exclaims, "I am sick of being poor." The shadow behind her then leaps at you.
Alright, so her shadow is weak to wind. We're gonna go ahead and charge spell here. Hit with a hurricane. We're gonna Swords Grace. It lowered his defense, which is good for us. I'm gonna go ahead and heal.
The shadow melts into your body. Her desire gone, the woman glares daggers at you. "How greedy can one person be?" she asks with a scoff. You hear what sounds like a lock coming undone. Perhaps a door has opened somewhere.
So that door that's up here is unlocked
The
now.
door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
Alright, so we're heading directly south from here.
And fight! The shadowy desire suddenly leaps at you.
Alright, so this Shadow Desire with the Harpy is weakness to wind. Go ahead and generate. Hit with a hurricane. Nice crit.
Magnificent.
Go ahead and Swords Grace.
Magnificent.
Go ahead and heal Blight. Then finish off a Harpy. With that bonus multiplier on the experience there, that was pretty good.
Just as the shadow dissipates, you hear a door unlocking in the east. It sounds like a new path has opened. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates and the door opens.
Alright, so we gotta head this way. So, around the top eastern part is going to be a chest with a quality salve in it that we're gonna go pick up. There'll be another fight that we're gonna be doing against some shadow fairies. We don't have access to their weakness as far as I can remember. Well, go ahead and heal Blight here and then run.
Fortune. The shadow glares at your party, then suddenly lunges at you, as if to swallow you whole.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and generate. Go ahead and hit with Element of Darkness.
Two fight is.
Need to go for an air thrust to make sure this one dies.
Excellent.
We'll heal Queenie.
Magnificent.
Baron hit 21, gets a full heal, which is nice.
Just as your battle ends, you hear the faint sound of a lock coming undone. It seems a door somewhere has opened.
We're gonna head back down this way, head south.
Don't hold back. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates and the door opens.
So we're gonna go around this guy here. And that's because there's an item behind him, and then we'll jump to the fight on him after we pick it up. Also give us a chance to heal Blight during one of these combats. We'll do that right now. And the chest that's behind this enemy that we're about to fight is another revive. So another Inspire Elixir. And then we're going to continue over here, and that's just to see the door here that we're going to be going through after we fight this. That'll allow us just to jump there since we're closer to being able to see the door from this side.
A desire blocks your path. You ready your weapon, prepared to fight.
Alright, so these desires, these two shadows are weak to light.
Magnificent. Magnificent. Magnificent.
And we're getting luck with avoiding the seals.
As the shadow disappears, you hear a door unlocking in the east. The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
Alright, so another forced fight here with this guy.
You see a man accompanied by a shadow monster. Just as you're about to speak to him, though, the shadow swallows the man. You start to wonder if all the shadows here were humans engulfed in desire. While you are lost in thought, the desire rushes at you.
So, charge spell here. We're gonna go ahead and deal damage to all of them. I'll have Queenie buff everybody. These guys hit pretty hard too. Just hope that they don't focus anybody down. Alright, him buffing himself and lowering his defense is actually good for us.
Fortune favors the bold. After slaying the desire, you hear a noise from the south. It sounds like a new path has opened.
Alright, so south from here, there'll be a path that opened up. Inaccessible before. Just above that is going to be...
Show them what you got.
Oh, we can run from... Okay. We go down here. The depths. Alright, so we're looking... heading around this way. There's a forest fight coming up here. I'm happy we're about... also about 2 levels ahead of where we need to be.
A black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons.
Alright, so I'm gonna fight 3 shadow children.
Magnificent.
Go ahead and buff everybody again.
Fortune fa- You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
Continue heading this way. Use this chance to heal up everybody. Good opportunity to get a free heal in, and then just run from the combat. There'll be a salve in this chest. Opportunity to heal Lottie as well. Almost towards the end of this section. So up this way is going to be a soothing stone in the chest. We definitely want those, because those are free skill gems when we use them. Alright, there'll be an encounter coming up here that we want to deal with. Alright, we're gonna quickly make a safety save here just in case. These serpents can be kind of annoying.
A black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons.
Alright, so we'll start off with a charge. In similar fashion, we're going to hit with Element of Darkness. Followed by Queenie buffing the party.
Teamwork make.
And this wouldn't be possible if we didn't have that gemstone ring. Because we'd be short one gem to make that buff happen on Queenie's turn. Oops. Go for another charge here. Alright, so now we get an extra gem off Lottie's passive start of combat as well.
You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
Alright, so now we're in the throne room. We're going to go ahead and make sure that we're healed here. Go ahead and this. Pop up everybody. And we're going to use the lower end heals here to fill up point. Alright, and we have a boss coming up. What business do you have in the throne room? Know your place.
You can hear the desires ridiculing you.
You're in the presence of the queen, you fools.
You ignore their scorn and continue forward. Within the throne room, the Queen of Woe awaits. The Queen reveals herself to be none other than Laddie. She is the undisputed ruler of this domain. Indeed, this world.
Never thought there would be any greedier than I in this land.
Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been... Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been swallowed by the stormy seas and echoes within your heads. She tells you that in the land of woe, greed is both grand and glamorous. For stealing the desires of my people, I sentence you covetous intruders to death, she decrees. The impact sends you flying. By the time you look up, you realize that the entire area is covered by a heart scar. This looks bad, Blight remarks in a trembling voice as he gets to his feet.
Alright. We're going to make a safety save here. My hope.
A shadow, larger than any you've seen before, emerges from the heart scar, summoned by the Queen's screams. The shadow roars, its voice powerful enough to shake the castle itself before lunging at you.
Alright, time to fight the giant shadow boss. It's very beefy.
Come on, you got this.
Alright. So we're gonna charge. We're just going to go for a Shadow Bolt. We'll go for a Flash.
Fortune fate.
This is where the freeze is going to be annoying if that goes off. We're going to Starlight Veil here. So this will make us a little bit stronger. It's also weak to light damage, helpful. Body's gonna heal Baron. Go in for another Shadow Bolt here.
Fortune favors the bold.
Alright, so this boss can do a lot of things, including random status effects. So instead of doing 2 damage there, we went for the flat 15. Activate another Star Veil here, just to keep up the defense boost that we get.
Magnificent.
We're on pretty good pace as far as the run's going currently, which I'm pretty happy about. Because we're technically approaching the end of the second to last chapter. Alright, so we'll go for another Black Sphere here. Deal flat 15 damage. Keep everybody up above 30 if we can. We'll go for an Air Thrust. Defense is a bit high there, which is unfortunate. Alright, so we can go for a Shadow Bolt. That hurt. We'll have Laddie heal Blight.
Fortune fa- Excellent.
Alright, there we go.
Unable to maintain its shape, the gigantic shadow begins to sway. This is it, you shout, and raise your sword in sync with Laddie's magic. But the queen appears and blocks your attack before it lands. This shadow is a manifestation of Laddie's greatest doubts. The queen worries over what will happen to Laddie's heart if that shadow should disappear. The queen decides to ask you a few questions to dispel the doubts at the heart of the domain's crisis.
Answer me this. What medicine does Laddie hate most?
Wrong, the queen says with a laugh. How pitiful that you don't even know Laddie's likes and dislikes, she scoffs, before moving on to the next question.
What monster does Laddie fear the most?
No, no, the queen exclaims with a laugh. How cold-hearted you are not to know what she fears, she chides before moving on to the next question.
What does Laddie hate most? So obviously this is a trick question. Laddie doesn't hate anybody.
You have no idea, do you? The queen scoffs. The queen's desire to eliminate you is readily apparent. You don't know if there was a correct answer among the ones she gave you. But she has proven her point. Perhaps you don't know Laddie as well as you should by now. I cannot leave Laddie's heart in your hands, she roars. That raging voice transforms into a tidal wave that rushes toward you. Swallowed by the wave, the phantom onyx maiden and her attendant vanish. You're pulled under the tow only seconds later. When you come to, you find yourself in a familiar spire. It seems you were expelled from the heart's domain by the queen. You see Laddie snuggled up to Lack near the altar. You decide to go check on them. Lack lies there limply, like a stuffed animal without its filling. The self-proclaimed spirit risked its life to save you. If you had been swallowed by the wave, your consciousness may never have returned. You give Lack your heartfelt thanks for saving you. Lack trembles as it tries to speak. Laddie gazes upon the injured Lack with concern. It's coming, Lack proclaims in a faint voice. And then, everything falls quiet. An odd energy fills the spire. You place Lack upon the altar and head outside to find the source.
Alright, so something's happened while we were in there.
The sea falls eerily still, almost as if afraid of something. You realize that the strange energy you felt earlier is not only in the spire, but blankets the entire isle. Feeling a tap on your shoulder, you turn to see Laddie as pale as a sheet. She points, and when you turn to see what she's staring at, you find your field of vision filled by a monster so big that it pierces the clouds. It's raging toward you, tearing through the sea as it does. You can't believe your eyes, but you know you can't stand still. We have to evacuate everyone, you say, then make for the village.
Alright, so this boss fight coming up is probably one of the scariest ones at this point. So we gotta prepare for that.
So the beast to end it all has finally reared its head, the old man remarks, calm despite the impending danger. Aside from the odd crying child, nothing seems amiss in the village. Nobody seems the slightest bit bothered by the monster. Omega Village, which has been without a maiden for years, seems overly accepting of its fate. You decide to speak with the mayor to learn how you might evacuate the people. You only hope he can be swayed.
Alright, so hopefully Greeth will have some sense.
It's been ages since you've seen the mayor, and yet he averts his eyes the moment you enter. Just like the other villagers, he seems to have accepted his fate. But why? You ask him why everyone is stubbornly just waiting for everything to come to an end. Because that is this village's fate, Greeth answers simply. You ask him if there is a way to evacuate the village, but he tells you there is no way off the island.
We have a boat!
You ask the mayor about the giant monster. He says it is called the Isle Eater. According to the maiden's myth, the calamitous beast has appeared since times of old to devour islands. You have learned nothing for all your effort. Perhaps feeling the same, Laddie rushes to the village entrance.
I suppose our little boat is a little too small for all the villagers to get on.
You ignore Grief, who tries to stop you both, and chase after Laddie. It seems unlikely that the villagers will flee the island, which leaves you with no choice but to slay the monster yourselves.
Alright, so now we get to prep for this fight. So we're gonna head to the accessory shop.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
We're gonna sell some stuff if we have any stuff to sell. Nope. Alright, so we're gonna end up buying...
Will that be all? The proprietor
we need to
asks.
buy 2 water stay ring 2s. We need 2 of these. We need to equip 1 to each Baron and Laddie, specifically for this boss. And that's because this boss deals a lot of water damage to us. So that'll help reduce that damage. And then we're going to stock up on some healing items, like salves and stuff from the item shop. So we need some more quality Omnisalves. We have 11, that should be plenty actually. We are gonna buy some big ones though. And then buy a few more revives, but we also want some Omnipanaceas as well. So how many revives do we have? 6. And I get some of these. Boss can cause a lot of stats effects that we don't like. We should have plenty of revives at this point. Buy a few single panaceas. Okay, so that's about as good as we're gonna get for items for now. Okay, we need to rest up at the inn. Oh, I forgot there is no inn here. Okay, well, in that case, we're gonna be using some of our healing items that we got earlier. That's fine. So we need to just make sure that we got our stuff set up here. Okay. Baron. Can't use that. Alright, skills. Starlight Veil is okay. Flame Rush is okay. That's about as good as we're gonna get for Baron here. Laddie has Force Impact, which we don't need to put on right now. We'll be using that later. Have Sharpness. Water damage skill's not gonna be there, though. Instead, put on Refresh. And then we'll go ahead and make a safety save here. And time to go head to our demise against this boss. Hopefully we can do this boss in one shot, but there's a good chance that we could just have a rough start and end up on playing a defensive, which should be bad for us.
The entire island is in grave danger. You refuse to flee on your own. You and Laddie board the Bon Bon and point the prow toward the Isle Eater. The calamitous beast towers before you. Its sheer size makes you realize that there was truth to the myth. To save the village, you have no choice but to fight it here and now. You know it's reckless, but still grip your sword tightly.
We've come to help.
A light flashes in the sky, and two figures appear. The Crimson Maiden Lavia and her attendant Gladio from Hero's Dominion. They claim to have seen the monster during a trade expedition and rushed over. You were joined unexpectedly by the Crimson Maiden and her attendant. With them, you may be able to save the island from disaster. You make for the monster's head and raise your sword up to the sky.
And because this fight starts immediately, we can't actually equip Livia or Gladio, so we don't get to put an accessory on them, sadly. If we could, would make this fight a bit easier. Alright, so this boss is 2 tentacles in the head. We gotta focus down the tentacles first.
All right, now to rid the world of this.
And we have to be very careful about what we decide to do here. This boss will do a lot of damage to us. So, Livia, we're gonna try to get those bisecting blade procs. Make quick work of the tentacles if we can.
Fortune fi-
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and provoke. I'm gonna make Gladio the sacrificial lamb here. This is why we have the Panaceas for this boss. Because now we can't heal everybody because they got the curse on them. So instead we're gonna use a Omnipanacea to clear off the curse.
Excellent.
Alright, 1 tentacle down. Just go for damage. Alright, so the head's gonna start buffing now. We need to do the double heal here. Make sure everybody stays nice and healthy. Keep going for those bisecting blades. Get the other tentacle down if we can, as quickly as possible. Okay, the paralyze is bad. So what we're going to do is we're going to use that other Panacea that we picked up. That we bought from the shop. Remove that quickly as we can. We want to keep Livia alive. Gladio goes down, it's not a huge deal. But we definitely want to keep everybody else alive. Again, the whole goal of Gladio at this point is to
Fortune favored.
provide cover and try to keep focus of the enemy here, so we're going to use another provoke. And we want to try not to buff against this boss, because this boss will instantly wipe those buffs off us and do massive amounts of damage. There's quite a few bosses actually through the series that do things like that, so you just want to keep that in mind. I'm going to use a big heal, Gladio.
Fortune favor.
Slightly shy on damage there. Go and have Livia kill it. Now we can focus down on the head that the tentacles are dealt with, so we'll activate Provoke again. Keep drawing the aggro to Gladio. Because as long as we keep the damage focused, we can make it manageable. Yeah, 100% Livia is like MVP for this fight. Alright, so we're gonna go for a tri-attack here since he has high armor. We just don't have enough damage to really go around the armor. But Livia, though, if we get the Bisecting Blade, definitely can still deal enough damage, especially with a crit, that the armor doesn't make a huge difference. Alright, so the boss healed itself. That's another thing it can do, which is unfortunate. Missed that one, unfortunately. We can't land them all. A little more aggro. Heal up on Gladio. Okay, crit heal's nice.
Magnificent.
It's a good one.
Magnificent.
Reapply the Provoke. This is just one of those bosses where I'm not going to mess around with quicker kill strats. I will take the slower, more methodical approach to this particular boss, knowing full well that this boss could just wipe the whole party if it wants to. Should never try to get too greedy when going against bosses in this game in particular. They never turn out very well. So for Laddie on her turn instead, we're going to activate that Omna Panacea here to clear up those curses.
Fortune favors the bold.
Go for another Bisecting Blade here.
No matter how fiercely you assail the beast, it doesn't stop it from advancing toward the island. Your allies are fighting their hardest, and yet it's still not enough. A gigantic cannonball sails through the air, crushing the monster's tentacles with a muffled crunch. You see that a single ship has fired the cannonball, and upon it, Grief is at the helm, instructing the Omega Islanders to fire shot after shot at the beast.
Oh look, they do know what boats are! You won't have our home. We'll slay the monster. This isn't over yet. We can do this together.
For Laddie, the villagers shout in unison. You feel your heart warm at those words. You had thought the villagers hated Laddie and wanted her gone. So why would they help you? Regardless of the reason, you can't deny how heartened you feel. You and Laddie look at each other and nod. You grip your sword with renewed strength, determined to cut through the threat, binding the Isle to its dreaded fate.
Alright, let's go! Alright, so provoke. Nice to know that they had a change of heart here. Alright, so Laddie's gonna use one of the quality Omnicells here. Pop everybody up here. Alright, that paralyze on Laddie kind of sucks, but thank you, happenstance. Alright, so if we can get a crit, this but nope, we missed. Alright, throw up another provoke. No curses, thankfully. Alright, let's go for the kill. Alright, Livia, please just hit this bisecting blade. No! Alright, well. In that case, we'll be safe and we'll use a quality Omnisolve. Alright, Baron can go for a try attack and hopefully get the kill here. There we go. Alright, nice. We didn't actually die for once against this guy.
Together, you manage to slay the calamitous beast and watch as it sinks back into the sea.
Majority of our bisecting blades hit. We've only had a couple misses, thankfully, so that made the fight go a lot smoother than it could have gone.
Once you've celebrated your victory, you and your allies turn your ships in their respective directions and sail off.
Alright, keep note that we did fight the beast,
Grief
but we didn't actually kill
stands
it.
among the
It just
blooming
receded into the
flowers in
ocean.
the center of the village. Grief hands his daughter a book. It's the same one that you found in his house. The diary of Laddie's mother. Laddie opens it with an uneasy expression. Her eyes fill with tears as they pass over the words. Within its pages are words of love. A deep and heartfelt love that the previous maiden held for her daughter. It also contains words of anguish at having to burden her own child with the island's fate. Grief tells you that he refused to let Laddie sacrifice herself in the same way. Your eyes widen in realization. So does that mean? Grief tells you that a maiden's power comes from her heart. So everyone treated her cruelly in hopes of disheartening her. I'm so sorry you had to endure that, he says, deeply apologetic. They knew that if Laddie were freed from being a maiden, the island would be destroyed. But all the islanders wished to spare Laddie, even if it meant losing their homes and their lives. It was all a lie. One that the village made Laddie believe for her own good. Laddie, now knowing the depth of love that her parents and fellow islanders...
That's kind of a shitty way to go about trying to save your own daughter.
Arms and cries.
But now Laddie finally gains the ability to speak again.
For the first time, you hear it. The voice that Laddie buried deep within her heart. A soft breeze blows through the village, like a gentle blessing upon the two of them, and carries countless petals into the sky. Laddie's innocent cries echo through the village, amidst the drifting flower petals. And the ominous clouds that heralded the end give way to a bright blue sky.
Alright, and that ends chapter 5. Alright, we have one girthy final chapter to go through, and it's going to be go mode. It's pretty much going to be full of bosses. It's essentially a very long boss rush coming up. So if you thought that the tale ends there and it's a happy ending, sorry, we still have more to go. Unfortunately, the first Voice of Cards game is about the happiest out of all of the Voice of Cards games, as far as the way it ends off. Forsaken Maiden is a roller coaster of emotions and bittersweet endings to the tales that we get to bear witness to. So, technically there's 2 chapters left, but they kind of, like, flow into each other. So we're in the last section, which is basically going to be go mode from this point onward. But yeah, so it's going to be full of boss rushing and going for the end, so this is going to be the point in the game where we're coming into the hardest fights of the game. Alright, so now we have to equip our skills. Alright, so we want to make sure that we have stab, Trihex. We could optionally take self-heal over air thrust at this point, but we're going to keep that on. Starveil's going to be good for us here. For Laddie, we want charge heal plus thunderbolts, double heal, and we want force impact over refresh. Okay, and then we're going to equip. For the rings, we're putting the Darkstay ring on Baron. And on Laddie, we're putting the Numbstay ring on. Oops. Wrong character. Alright, so we're going back to the Spirit Spire now.
You rush to the altar, worried about lack, only to find it lazing atop the altar and yawning. When the self-proclaimed spirit notices you, it immediately changes its tune. Oh, the pain, it groans. But it's too late. For the first time ever, Laddie calls out Lack's name and hugs it tightly, rubbing her cheek against it. Lack's expression reads of surprise, pain, and happiness from within Laddie's arms. It appears all your allies are together once again. You decide that it's time to venture back to the heart's domain and put an end to that giant shadow. But you mustn't be hasty. Approach the altar only when you're ready. You turn to look at your allies and receive a stout nod from Laddie.
Kokoro Kokoriko Ran Taratan.
Laddie waves her staff and chants, showing off an excellent imitation of the self-proclaimed spirit. But when she sees your slack-jawed stare, she fidgets. I wanted to try it once, she confesses. Lack, his sole chance to shine stolen, chants in a disheartened voice and leads you all to the heart's domain. You find yourselves back in the land of Woe's throne room. Now, it's time to put an end to that shadow.
Alright, time to finish off that black shadow.
So you've made your decision, the Queen says to Laddie in a defeated voice. I have, Laddie answers resolutely, having finally weathered the storms of her past. It seems the Queen no longer has reason to resist. You decide it's time to finish off the dying shadow beside her.
Alright, so another Force Link skill fight.
The shadow's true form is the unfulfilled desire in Laddie's heart.
I will fulfill this desire with my own words.
Her part to play now over, the queen gazes upon Laddie with a serene expression. The relics in your and Laddie's hands radiate a dazzling light, and the final scar on Laddie's heart begins to heal. With the final scar healed, Laddie's heart's domain has returned to normal at long last.
So you and I go for a walk?
Go on, get, Lack exclaims enthusiastically, and the both of you head off.
Alright, so there's a few things we'll be able to pick up on our way out. So now we can see areas that have chests. The fire stay ring 2 will be important. Be an omnipanacea around here that we didn't already pick up, which here. Gotta head up here. And then there'll be a ring of protection 2 on the surface hiding. Alright, we're gonna be buying some stuff from the armor shop. Hopefully we have enough. We need to buy the Knight's Order sword. Pretty much all our money. We bought everything else we kind of need for now. So we can take off, I believe. Can try to see if we can make any more money here by selling off some stuff. Don't need this glaive, so we can get rid of that. This ring of protection is useless, so we can get rid of that. And that's fine. Items go pretty good on items for now. We'll have another opportunity to buy it one last time a little bit later, but that's pretty much all we need. Now we can leave and follow Laddie around, now that everything seems to be all hunky-dory.
Before your eyes stretches a pure and peaceful domain. The leaves rustle in the breeze, and the waves gently ebb and flow, as if to show the peace that has come to Laddie's heart. Perched atop a nearby hill, Laddie beckons you over. Perhaps she wishes to give you a tour of her own heart.
So we gotta go to Anxiety Town.
You can see white birds flying around the spire in the distance. Your eyes follow the birds until eventually landing upon Laddie's smile, and you reflect on your journey. The first time you came to this place, the entire world was cloaked in black, and Laddie couldn't utter a single word. You were drawn from your thoughts when you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She says that there's still much more to see.
We're gonna head to Burnsburg.
Beautiful trees line the restored forest, and butterflies float about as you stroll through, admiring the greenery. A butterfly lands on Laddie's fingertip. As you watch her quietly rejoice, you think back on your travels. When you visited the nearby town, your feelings toward Laddie were already... While you're deep in thought, Laddie taps your shoulder. We should be getting back to Lack, she says with a smile. Wow, you've come a long way. Would you like to go back now? You hasten back to Lack's side in the land of woe.
All right. So I'm gonna step away for just a moment, quickly use the restroom because we're gonna be in go mode to finish up the rest of this run, which hopefully will go smoothly because we have a very long bus rush coming up. Sorry to burst your bubbles there, but this is the Okotaro game, so if you expect a happy ending to start like this, shame on you for thinking that. So enjoy the lovely tunes for about a minute.
Oh boy, what time is it?
Okay, let's continue. Still have bit of game left to get through.
Beneath the light of the stained glass window, you and Laddie stand at the spirit's side. Are you ready? Lack asks, and Laddie nods. In the throne room, where her desires once lurked in the shadows, Laddie bears her heart to you.
I love you.
In a trembling whisper, Laddie makes a bold confession. It appears that over the course of your journey, she has developed feelings for you. But having been born a sacrificial maiden, she suppressed those feelings, fearing they would only be a burden to you.
And obviously, the only good response is, I love you too.
Laddie stares down at the ground as she awaits your answer. And you decide to respond to her confession in equal earnest. She gazes up at you with wide eyes, as if disbelieving her own ears. You can see tears threatening to overflow in her eyes. A transparent light begins to overflow from Laddie's staff. It's as radiant as the glow from the maiden's relics. According to Lack, now that her heart's domain has been restored, she can become a true maiden. With that, she can now save Omega Isle. Your journey's purpose fulfilled, you and Laddie look at each other with an ephemeral smile.
Laddie has gained the memories of love. Finally, the world is how I wished it.
There's something odd about Lack's voice. And not just that. Cotton begins to spill out from its insides as it takes the form of a human. Something's not right. When you attempt to speak to Lack, you are struck by a tremor large enough to shake the world itself. The palace begins to crumble, and Laddie is swallowed by the fissure that opens in the throne room. Your fingers graze hers as you try to grab her, but Laddie is just beyond your reach, and she tumbles into the abyss.
You thought it was gonna end with them happily falling in love? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, how naive we all are. This is where stuff gets pretty interesting, lore-wise.
The furious, roiling seas have swallowed all but a small strip of land, the last vestige of a drowning heart, desperate for rescue. The heart's domain is but a shadow of its former self, devastated by the awesome power of the tsunami that nearly swallowed it whole. Lack's transformation, the quake that threw you to your knees. Laddie, as the earth swallowed her. You shake your head to free yourself from the harrowing visions. Laddie. You have to find Laddie. The wind changes direction so abruptly, you can't help but feel it's telling you something, urging you to the northwest.
Alright, so we no longer have Laddie with us. We're going to be heading northwest now. Now, obviously we saw something happen to Lack.
You stop before a gash in the earth, filled with rushing, muddied water. You see no way of crossing to the other side. In an instant, a bridge appears over the surging rapids. You catch sight of a figure on the opposite side of the chasm. Is this their handiwork? A lone woman approaches you as you alight from the bridge. She bears more than a passing resemblance to Laddie. The mysterious woman merely smiles in response to your query. At last, she speaks. Her voice is soft and calm. She informs you that she is the former maiden of Omega Isle, which makes her Laddie's mother. She studies you for a time. A sense of relief plays across her face as she whispers, "Yes, I can trust you with her." The woman begins walking, slowly enough that you believe she means for you to follow. Might she be leading you to Laddie?
Alright, so we're going to follow Laddie's mother. And yeah, so some people in chat are now starting to run their head cannons, trying to figure out what's going on with Lack in the story, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff to try to unpack, and I can't necessarily give an answer that's right or wrong on this on the whole turn of events, but we'll get some pretty significant answers shortly.
Laddie has long felt isolated, she says, having succeeded her mother, only to be driven from the village. Traveling with you, however, taught her how to open up once more. You've saved my child, and I cannot thank you enough, she says with a warm smile.
So my personal thought about the whole thing with Lack is that the illusion was broken once we restored Laddie's heart and desire to fulfill and become a maiden. And the so-called puppeteer
Laddie's mother stops and
was just hiding in plain sight the whole time, under a guise.
Cries out for your help from the spire, she says gravely. You see a towering, crooked structure in the center of the heart's domain. You begin walking toward it, praying all the while that no harm has befallen Laddie.
The other thing to keep in consideration too is that all of this is technically happening inside Laddie's heart. So we already know that Laddie can conjure illusions, so this could just be another illusion that she's concocted, which means that there's still damage that has yet to be healed.
You see a very familiar face when you arrive at the spire gate. Oh, thank goodness you've made it, Greeth says with no small amount of relief. That relief, however, is short-lived, as you take notice of countless eyes peering at you from the shadows. Laddie's parents stand between you and the shadows, urging you to press on ahead while they buy you time. They square up to face the encroaching darkness. Shoulder to shoulder, they look like the many maidens in their attendants you've met along your journey. Chest tight with sorrow, you trust them to their task and fight your way into the spire. A twisted version of the Spirit Spire looms before you, emptied of the memories of your many visits.
I also really like this song. Very ominous. That word.
You hear a wail of anguish as you push the heavy door open. Was that Laddie? Yes, it must have been. It's all right, Laddie. I'm here, you say in a soft, soothing voice. Laddie's gaze meets yours. Her anguished, fearful expression gives way to relief. The two of you embrace, as if trying to forget the short yet all too long time you were forced to spend apart. Laddie's tears subside, and she regains her composure. You move to punish Lack for destroying the heart's domain, but Laddie takes firm hold of your sleeve. Even after all this, she seems to trust it, to believe there is more to its situation than meets the eye.
Laddie is just too good. Too good. This is why Laddie's best girl.
The spire. Hoping to learn why it's doing this, the two of you journey upward.
Alright, so we only have Laddie and Baron at this point.
Fight him off.
But we don't need to do any of these fights. We can just run away from these ones. They're small fries compared to the enemies that we're going to be encountering shortly.
The altar is surrounded by 4 stela, each bearing the color and likeness of their respective maiden. You reflect on the friends you've made over the course of your journey. If only they were there by your side now. As if responding to your quiet summons, light issues forth from the stela and the maiden's relics. Laddie's memories of them live on in the heart's domain. Perhaps they can aid you in your hour of need, after all.
Alright, so the better choice of maidens to summon at this point are either going to be the Onyx for the extra damage that we're going to be able to deal, or the Ivory maiden because of the increased healing that we'd get. We're going to grab the Onyx because we have our party set up to deal with healing pretty well, and we have the items for it. We're going to get Queenie and Blight. So now that we have them, we're going to go ahead, do our equipment similar to before. Gemstone there. And then we're going to go ahead and equip these. Fire Stay Ring works fine. We're going to head forward from here. There is something down here we want to grab, from what I remember. The Vision Ring 2. We're actually going to be equipping that over on Blight there. But we'll equip that a bit later. We also will be getting Gemstone Ring 2 soon as well.
Fortune fa-
Yeah, I forgot there's nothing up there. Alright, anyways, continue on.
Hope you win. Magnificent.
We'll have one more chance for a shopping trip before too long. But we do want to try to make sure that we do have some money. So now that we're here, we're going to be heading to southeast edge to grab a Omnisolve, which will save us from buying it.
Don't hold back.
We're on a pretty good level pace right now. We're trying to work our way to as high as we can get before we get to bosses, which are going to be... We want to be like level 25, kinda, in a way. So there should be an item over here. We get to start with a lot of extra gems, because we get the Gemstone Ring that gives us one, and then Laddie's Passive also gives us +1. And we're heading west over here. There'll be some doors here to go through. We're going to be trying to pick up the Gemstone Ring that we're looking for. And the Gemstone Ring we're picking up will actually have stats on it, compared to the one that we currently have. If I recall correctly, Gemstone Ring 2 has +1 to every stat. To get that, we have to go around here. Alright, so that's gemstone ring 2. Now that we have that, we can go ahead and equip that. So we'll give gemstone ring 2 to Kenny here. And then we'll give the evasion ring to Light, speed him up. And keep heading down this way.
Don't hold back.
So we need to go west here to find some giant boulders to go push. I'm gonna cover this tile because there's a boulder here.
A large boulder, fallen from one cliff or another, lies before you. You place your hands on the boulder and set your feet behind you. Laddie joins you, and the two of you push with all your might. The boulder drops into the water with a mighty splash, but it proves too small to alter the current.
There'll be another boulder on the other side that we need to push as well.
The boulder drops into the water with a mighty splash, altering the current.
Alright, so now that we do that, we can head down this direction. And you paid attention earlier, we didn't actually really buy any armor for Baron other than at the very beginning of the run. And that's because we're going to be picking up some really good armor for him now. We're talking like end-game gear armor. And in all the Voice of Cards games, there is hidden end-game gear that you can find at various points. This is the Heavenly Guardian. So we can finally equip that. Gives us a nice defense boost. And then we can head back this direction. That's the only reason why we push those boulders, is so that we can go down this way to get that armor. Alright. You down this direction here. Alright, so we're going to be forced into a lot of forced encounters here as we cross between these Steelas.
From the Steela's shadow.
Alright, so these guys are weak to light damage, so we're going to do force impact here. We're going to do a double heal. Again, trying to keep everybody as healthy as possible.
Magnificent.
Alright, we got a crit, so that's nice.
Magnificent. Fortune fa-
That's unfortunate. These sites do reward with quite a bit of experience and money as well.
and fight.
So these forced encounters between the Steelas are basically the previous shadow bosses we fought in the Heart Scars that we visited previously. We have to fight doubles of them. Freeze on Lottie bad. Because now she just takes double damage there. Alright, we're just gonna double heal here. And we'll have Queenie get rid of status effects. Then Blight, Shadow. Missed that time. Kill Baron. It's one down.
Magnificent.
Mainly trying to preserve as much of our items as possible
Magnificent.
at this point. Because we're going to be using quite a bit of them in the upcoming part, but I hope I'm wrong and we don't. Jump over that armor. All attacks are crits now.
Magnificent.
Guardian.
Don't hold back.
Okay, so we're gonna generate. We're going to Sword's Grace. Element of Darkness. And that sets us up so that we can have everybody buffed as well. Deal extra damage. You guys do have 15
Fortune
armor.
favors the...
And they can freeze us, which is unfortunate. Light's dead.
Yikes.
We're gonna go with the generate instead. Queenie is going to go for a Dark Slash. I'm gonna go for a Flame Rush. I do want to pick up Blight at some point, but not going to be an easy thing to do. I want to at least get rid of one of these guys as quickly as I can. But I think we'll be okay not to pick up Blight. And just try to finish this guy off as quickly as we can.
Magnificent.
So that happens, Stance Trigger is nice for us.
Excellent.
Remember I said earlier that freeze is very devastating? One of the reasons why. It locks down a character and the next hit they take is literally double damage. So. Alright. So now that we've done with that, and head up the stairs, and we'll be doing our final shopping trip of the run. Double heal here, and then just run from this fight. So we're uncovering these tiles because we're looking for the armor shop. There we go. And place where we can buy items. Alright, so, don't believe there's any better armor that we can buy Laddie at this point. We can nerf her speed and give her more defense, which actually might be a worthwhile thing for us to do, since we're flush for cash. But I rather not. Don't need the steel breastplate, we can sell that, and we're gonna spend as much money as we can at this point. We don't need this ring of evasion. We have the better one, and we don't need this gem ring either. Don't need this lightning stay ring. Alright. Item shop. Alright, so we need to buy some fantasies here. I don't have many, so we're gonna buy some more. Okay, revives, we have 6. I want to buy 4 more of these. One thing I do want to free up is space for better healing items, so we're going to go ahead and sell off the weaker ones. If you want to eliminate those, we'll keep these singles. We have 5 free inventory slots. Better heals. Oops, not that one. And menuing is hard. Okay, we have 10 of those. That's fine. Only have 8, so we'll buy 2 of those. And I guess we'll buy 3 more of these. Alright. So that fills up those. Don't believe there's an accessory shop here.
The maiden is the island's last hope, the old woman wails.
That's the way there. I remember what's over this way. Maiden Shrine, that's not what I'm looking for. If I can find an accessory shop here, which I don't remember if there is one, then we can actually buy some accessories to make the next fight a little bit easier. I think we're about as good as we're gonna get. Yeah, there's no accessory shop, unfortunately. That's fine. Alright, so we're going to make our save. Alright, so we're gonna go to the altar and talk to Lack.
The girl stands before the altar, gazing up at the ominous night sky through the collapsed ceiling. Her hand puppet, its mouth opening and closing rhythmically, turns to face you. What could have driven it to wreak havoc on the heart's domain, after it made no small effort to help you set it right? The world may be broken, but you fixed it before. You can fix it again. You offer Lack your hand, I cannot be with you, it refuses. It wishes to tell you about the fate of this world, since you've been such good companions on this journey. Lack's incantation calls the darkness down from the sky. In an instant, the altar is completely enshrouded. You drift in the endless dark. But then, several beings of pure light appear. This must be the distant past. Islands dot the ocean as far as the eye can see. People offer maidens as sacrifices to the spirits, who then use their own life force to protect the islands. It is a cruel bargain. But mortals and spirits alike grew tired of this horrific exchange, and one by one, the islands began sinking into the sea. Lack says it wishes to end this centuries-long saga of sacrifice. And so it found a maiden with more heart than any who had come before. Within this maiden's powerful heart, Lack sought to build a refuge, a home to which the spirits might flee, safe from the horrors of the world. The scheme it describes is hard for a mortal mind to grasp. But one thing is clear: Lack's desire to help the spirits. You are no longer needed, Lack says. It gathers an immense amount of magic power to banish you from this world. You have to protect Laddie. That is all that matters. You dart in front of her to shield her from the imminent blast. The friends you've made on the journey leap to your side in your hour of need. I see we are destined to fight, Lack says, before escaping through a rift that opens up before the altar.
So at this point, this is the point of no return, essentially. So once we head in here, this is boss rush to the end, and if we fail, we have to restart all of this from the start, which is where this next bit of the estimate really comes from. These are the toughest fights in the entirety of the game, arguably the hardest fights in a row to deal with in all of the Voice of Cards games.
This battle is apt to be the final one of your journey. Darkness. Darkness is all around you. And within that darkness, a giant shade, as big as any island, wriggles and writhes. My name is Lack.
We got some really good boss music, though, for this part, so I'm pretty happy about it at the very least.
And as the spirit's sovereign, I shall see the wishes of my brethren fulfilled.
But wish me luck, 'cause here we go. Alright, so we can get a full heal off our parents here.
You are bathed in a warm, comforting light. Magical power issues forth from Laddie's mother, healing your wounds. Be careful, Laddie's parents implore, as they see you off to the final battle.
Alright. So, first pair of bosses that we have to fight is the Onyx Spirit and the Black Dragon. So what we're going to do here is on equipment, we want to have Darkstay Ring on for sure. Laddie, we're going to go ahead and give her the Gemstone Ring 2. And we can't equip anybody else, but we're going to have guest party members join us for these fights.
Shrouded in darkness and exuding pure malice, this dragon can be none other than the Onyx Spirit from the Maiden's myth. Bitter cries ring out from the island, consumed by the wetlands. We too understand the pain of losing.
So we have to
your
fight
home.
2, 4,
With
6,
the Onyx Maiden and her attendant at your side.
7 bosses in a
You
row
ready your weapons.
without losing a single fight. And the first 6 are doubles. Well, I say, well, sorry. The first 6 aren't doubles. No, it is 6 bosses, so never mind. I forgot how this fight goes, but anyways, it's the Onyx Spirit, which is a Black Dragon. So we want to have the Darkstay Ring on. Okay, so we're gonna open up with a charge. We have Queenie and Blight in our party. So in similar fashion, we're gonna Swords Grace here to buff. We're gonna go for damage. We're gonna go for Thunder here. Boss is weak to light, but it resists dark damage. So if we can, we'll use like Force Impact and Twilight Veil and things like that. And these are where our healing items are going to come into play. We're still buffed up, so we don't need to buff here. We can go for an air thrust here. This first fight is not too bad. The ones after this one that are more scary. First one I thought was a double, but it's actually the ones after this that start becoming doubles. Okay, Blight going down is bad. So we'll have Laddie pick him up with an Sphere Elixir. And then we'll have Queenie toss him a big heal. Go for another air thrust here. Hit with a lightning. Okay, we got a crit, that's good.
Magnificent.
Yeah, bunch of bosses to fight in a row, which is unfortunate. So we'll go with the Thunderbolt.
Magnificent.
Yeah, the third game is an extended boss rush. Alright, so that's the first pair down. We're gonna go heal again off our parents. And thing to keep in mind too is that if we fail any of this, we do have to restart this entire bit. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and swap the Dark Stay ring for the Fire Stay ring. The next fight is against the Crimson Spirit. Our weakness is water. The game wants me to be minimum level 30 for this section as well, and we're under level 25 right now still.
The Crimson Spirit from the Maiden's myth, you presume. Charmed. You hear the long, deep sigh of a warrior, fated to fight beyond their time on this mortal coil. You shall be cut down by our hand, the Crimson Maiden shouts. She and the Crimson Attendant square up beside you, ready to face down this dastardly foe.
I'm about 5 levels higher than I normally am coming into this particular boss rush for the endgame as well. So even saying that, this fights can go south pretty quickly. So we're just hoping for the best on luck at this point. We're happenstance is in the driver's seat, and we just have to hope that these fights go well. So yeah, the first two, yeah, so now that I'm remembering, the first two are singles. The next fight after is a double, which is the hardest one. So there's 5 bosses. I thought there was 6, but there's 5 in total. Alright, so right off the bat, we're going to do another charge here. So we're hoping for some bisecting blade hits. Ideally, we're going to go for a Starlight Veil to boost up our defense. So hopefully Levia can hit those bisecting blades for us.
Teamwork makes...
And then similar to how we dealt with the Isle Eater, we're going to have Gladio pull the aggro, being our meat shield, since he can resist the damage.
Fortune favors the bold.
This boss's armor is naturally pretty high, which is why Bisecting Blade is what we want to be trying to use. Fortunately, it is tricky to land. Alright, so we'll go try for a Rampage here. Failed that, unfortunately. Alright, so Laddie's gonna use Big Heal. We're gonna do a charge here. So the only one really able to deal damage is gonna be Levia or Baron if he uses Tri-Attack. To skip over that high 25 armor. Alright, so we're gonna need to use quality on yourself, pop everybody up. That's why we have them. So we'll do a tri-attack here, we'll still have enough for the bisecting blade. The only way that Baron can actually deal damage. Alright, that's good.
Fortune favors the bold.
As long as we keep Gladio provoking here and drawing most of the damage, then we should be okay.
Fortune favors.
Alright, so we'll have him use a quality on himself now.
Magnificent.
Alright, we can close in for the kill now. Alright, so Baron finally hit 25 and so did Laddie. Gonna go back and heal from our parents. Alright, so this is the double here. Alright, so for this fight, it's gonna be more important for us to have the water stay ring on. And as much as I'm debating whether or not to keep the 2 extra gems or not, because the water damage is going to come out of this boss along with the other. It's kind of scary. I'm going to trust my gut and keep the gemstone ring too. And hopefully we can manage the status effects and stuff that are going to come out of this boss. But yeah, we're going to swap Baron at the very least, just to reduce the damage it's going to take. So for this fight, we're going to get the Ivory Maidens. Or, sorry. We do not actually get our party members. We actually get complete guest characters, so none of what I just did matters. I completely forgot about that. So we are literally at the mercy of the abilities that we have on our guest characters. I completely forgot about that.
No doubt. Just as the maiden's myth described.
Ignore what I said, because, again, I've been going for like 9 hours now, so my head's just kind of in a whirl. So we're just hoping I can hold out.
And that woman, clad all in white, must be the Ivory Spirit.
So we don't even have our main characters for this fight. I completely forgot about that.
They wail and
if we did,
the
this fight would be significantly easier.
Lives to protect the Isles.
So yeah, those gemstone rings and stuff aren't going to matter.
This is our fight. The maidens square up against their opponents, giving you and Laddie the chance to move on.
So if there is a fight in this boss rush where we're going to lose, this is probably going to be the first one. Alright, so here's the double. Alright, so the goal of this fight is to take out the Ivory Spirit first. Because if we go for the Azure Spirit, it's just going to heal through all of the damage that we can deal. The other thing that we want to be careful about is buffing ourselves, because these bosses will debuff us and do a lot of damage in retaliation to that. We can try to get Philia to roll decent for bursts so she can hit everything. But the main thing is we also want to get Fatal Sign off with Hide, because that Deadly Poison is really going to help us heal through damage. And it counts as Dark, which the Ivory Spirit is weak to. So we're going to be relying on our items mostly for this section here. Yeah, so we're just going to leave the Azure Spirit alone as it just heals through damage. Our focus is mainly on the Ivory Spirit now. Yeah, and getting that early Fatal Sign is very nice. Usually I miss quite a few of them. And we're just going to keep applying it, because there's a good chance that I miss one or two down the road, so we want to keep it applied as much as possible. So if we do, like, miss a turn where it doesn't apply, we have a chance on the follow-up. And it still deals damage, which is very nice for us. We're stockpiling gems here. We're going to go ahead and do a Healing Force. And these kinds of attacks are what I'm really scared of. So instead of Philia going for damage, we're going to pop a Quality Omniself. And we're getting good luck with the Fatal Sign applies. And we got a crit on that one, which is super nice. Alright, so we got debuff by water, which means we take increased water damage. So we're going to have Lanka here heal us. And then Krim is going to go ahead and apply on the Panacea to remove it, so that we don't take increased damage from the Azure Spirit. Go ahead for another burst. And we failed that. We apply the Fatal Sign. Alright, got another one. And again, rolling perfect means we can get a crit. And this is a scary attack, because it sets anybody to 1 if they get hit by it. Alright, so we're going to use a big heal on Prim there. These gems stockpiles. Alright, there we go. Nice, we got a crit with it.
Fortune favor.
We're getting really lucky with these rolls, and I'm pretty happy about that.
Magnificent. Yikes.
Alright, that's unfortunate. Alright, so what we'll do is we have those elixirs, so we're going to go ahead and bring back Krim, and then have Krim heal everybody. And we got a crit heal, which is nice. Alright, so we need to heal everybody. I need to first get rid of the debuff. Ouch. Alright. Got another elixir going off. We have a nice stockpile of gems, so I'm not worried about charging right now. Excuse me. New access items, thank you. Alright, we need to reapply that fatal sign. Go. Ooh! I am very scared about that right now. Alright, so. Name elixir. Pick up Krim because she's next in turn order. We're gonna have big heal on Lanka. We're gonna slowly try to pick everybody back up. Alright. Ivory Spirit Maiden is down. So now we can go ahead and try to pick everybody else back up. Alright, Krim's next. Alright, apply the Fatal Sign to counteract the healing. Okay, we need... I mean, I guess I don't have to get rid of the freeze now. Because she just died. Grim's gonna... pick her back up. Hopefully we got a turn with her. Alright, so this is what we do here. Fire elixir. And we're going to Omnisolve. We're actually gonna get rid of the debuff. And reapply Fatal Sign. Okay, we're not getting good Fatal Sign rolls, unfortunately. Alright, well, we have all these Omnipanaceas, this is why we bought them.
Magnificent.
Gotta start preserving our healing items for the black fight that's still to come. Okay. Gotta get that Fatal Sign back on. Here we go. Alright, he missed, which is good. Start working down this damage. Alright, we got a crit there. Alright, we need to unfreeze hide there. This is where those single Panaceas come into play. And then we can have Grim kill everybody. As long as we can keep this Fatal Sign up, and we're dealing more than 10 damage in a turn, we'll slowly wither this guy down. Alright, so, time to pick up Hide again. Running out of elixirs, so I'm gonna be scared going into the lack fight. We're getting there. Very slowly, but we're getting there.
Excellent.
I'm gonna go for the kill. Alright, made it through. Alright, one last fight to deal with. Alright, and I want Laddie with the evasion ring. And we're giving you the gemstone ring. Laddie is more important to keep alive for this next bit here. Double check our skills. Starlight Veil. Okay, so we don't want to be buffing in this fight. We're gonna be taking the Ivory Maidens with us, so what we need to do here... We buff, we're in trouble, so we need to prevent her... We need to not buff ourselves. Very important that we don't do that. So what we're gonna do... is I'm going to grab power... Yeah, I think I want this either. Not a lot of options here. I think honestly we just take power charge. And then for Laddie, I I think we have about as good as we're going to get here, because we can't be buffing. Yeah, that's about as good as we're going to get. Fingers crossed and hope we can get through it.
Lack, you shout your friend's name at the spirit sovereign, though the creature no longer resembles the cuddly plushie you once knew. Its voice is so powerful that space and time seem to briefly buckle when it speaks. Nevertheless, you can hear the hurt in it. Your party tightens their grip on sword and staff alike. The time has come to free your friend of this curse, once and for all.
Alright, so the safe bet is to take Blanca and Krim if we want the extra healing potential, and that's mainly because of Krim healing. Because we'll be running short on items, or we can end up taking Queenie and Blight for the extra damage. So we're just going to play it safe, and we're going to go with the healing. So we're going to hopefully not drag this fight out too much, because the worst thing you could do in a lot of these boss fights is have them go on far longer than they need to. Because you'll die to attrition. Alright, so first things first, we're going to charge. We're going to get our stockpile of gems going. So he has 15 armor. Pretty low right now, so we can take advantage of that for now. Can inflict a lot of status effects. And we want to get rid of those immediately, as soon as possible. Try attack here. So that attack that Lack does there is the one that nullifies all of our buffs. And he does it more frequently if we aren't careful about it. Alright, we can go for a bolt. We do have those large soothing stones as well, to take advantage of. So this is kind of the fight that they're going to come into play for. But yeah, Lack's got a lot of HP. So fun fact. If you try to fight Lack before you kill all the other bosses leading up to him, it's literally an impossible fight. You can, however, attempt to do it. The game will let you. Just don't be surprised if you completely get the floor mopped with you. Lack will have insane boosted stats for every one of those other bosses that are still alive. So if you want to try this boss on hard mode, that's the way to do this fight. We'll go for an air thrust for now. We want to keep our gems up in case we need to either use Krim or Laddie to heal. a certain point in this fight too, Lack is going to start giving himself an infinitely lasting buff. This is where we're going to want to use Tri-Attack to jump over that armor.
Magnificent.
The Lack also has access to all of the abilities of the other spirits as well. Running out of panaceas here. Alright, so even more armor here. This is where White Sphere and Tri-Attack come into play, because we can just skip over that armor. Just generate.
Fortune.
Alright, so we got through almost half of his health. I'm gonna play it safe, and I'm gonna double heal here. I want to make sure that I am very, very healthy. And then we'll use the other large Soothstone here. That was a bad roll. So crit. That's nice to see. The laddie, we're gonna have her heal mana. We can go for the air thrust. 21-6, that's still more damage, so we'll go with this. Alright, Lottie's down, which is bad. Oh, time to use another Sphere Elixir. Got 2 left. Doesn't help us because we're already maxed on gems here. Alright, through half his health now. I'm gonna go for the double heal to make sure that no one dies on this next attack that Lack does. I'll try attack over the armor. Alright, no status effect this time, that's good. Okay, we got a crit.
Magnificent.
Alright, Lottie. Position here. I guess we're just gonna have her heal herself.
Magnificent. Fortune favored.
Alright, so Lack's gonna go buff himself now, so he's gonna start doing some pretty insane damage. I'm gonna go ahead and charge. We're gonna go... Just gonna contemplate here, because I'm likely gonna need these gems to heal with Lottie. That's what I'm gonna do instead. Yeah, that's scary. Alright, Lottie, heal everybody up, please. Forgot for an air thrust. No matter what, he's gonna down somebody with that attack.
Magnificent.
Leave us my last Omna Panacea. Yep. Alright, less than 100 HP to go. Come on, we can do this. Holy crap, I'm surprised he even survived that.
Magnificent.
Ow! Really don't want to lose right here. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Holy.
Excellent.
Thank you for missing. I do not have any other way to deal with this. So we lose either character, we're screwed. Oh no! Not good. Well, going for broke, I guess. $23 plus 4. 15 armor plus 27 minus 15. It's not enough. Not enough damage. So we have to redo this whole fight. No! Oh! God bless the math that I fucked up! Oh! We're not done yet! We would have had to redo that whole fucking series of boss fights. I'm sorry. Totally calculated.
You emerge victorious from the bitter fight for the fate of the world.
That was a hell of a
The
clutch.
spirits are vanquished, one and all. Lax spirals and flails through the air. Laddie catches its limp body.
The time will be coming up in a few minutes.
The benevolent spirit sovereign gave everything to do right by its fellow spirits. Utterly spent, it lets out a plaintive moan in Laddie's arms.
I am so relieved
Return
about
from
that
your battle
clutch.
with the spirits to an altar room covered in heart scars. Speechless, your eyes dart from one area to the next, trying to get your bearings.
Just proof that Laddie is best girl.
Lack, its voice weak and quivering, explains what has become of the heart's domain. Because of the battle, heart scars now cover this world in its entirety. There is no telling what effect this will have on Laddie in the real world. There is only one way to heal them, Lack manages to say, before its small body convulses in a coughing fit. The same way you've healed all the other heart scars you imagine. The maiden's relic, you say. Lack nods and mutters grudging praise. The dazzling light of memories of the maidens suffuses the relic. This is the power that will heal the heart scars. No doubt, the relic has also absorbed plenty of Laddie's memories of your hitherto adventures. Memories of the friendship she forged through hardship and delight as you sailed around the islands. Memories of her deep-rooted affection for her family, no matter how inelegantly they might have tried to protect her. Memories of her love for you, built over all the times, big and small, that you were there for each other throughout your journey. Friendship, family, love. Two of these three must be sacrificed in order to heal the heart scars. Laddie must make an awful choice with the memories she has been entrusted.
All right. So this is our big final decision with a lot of stuff. But anyways, we're gonna let Laddie decide.
You can see the determination in Laddie's eyes. Though your chest feels about to burst, you respect her wishes. Laddie smiles faintly, as if saying, "I always admired your kindness." Lack begins to float in the air. Approach the altar when you have made your choice. Laddie has made peace with her decision. Guide her to the altar.
All right, so now we have control of Laddie, and we need to remove
Have you made your choice?
or
Lack
sacrifice our memories that we've gained over the course of the journey throughout the run.
asks. Laddie nods. She wishes to heal her heart scars.
Yes, our reward is emotional damage.
That she must heal them for the sake of the maiden's ritual and thus Omega Isle. Further, she is prepared to allow the spirits to take refuge within her, that they may be kept from harm. Black falters for a moment, as though it did not expect this answer, let alone one so firm. For agreeing to let the spirits take refuge in her heart, renders Laddie but a relic. Eternal, yes, but neither dead nor alive as she watches time pass before her. If this is her will, it is, she insists. From the moment she was born a maiden, she thought she would never know love, and yet it has found her, and that is enough. She turns to her companions with a solemn look on her face. Friendship, family, and love. Priceless memories that emanate from Laddie's relic. Two of the three must be sacrificed in order to heal her heart scars.
Alright, so now we get to sacrifice 2 of the 3. So which one we're gonna erase? We're gonna erase the friends? Friends? Yeah, you know what? Let's just erase friends. Goodbye, friends.
Laddie turns to her loyal companions. Some are silent, others shed tears. There is a serene smile or two, and Laddie offers her own awkward grin. Until next time, Laddie says. Her choice of parting words must mean she doesn't believe this goodbye is forever.
Alright, so normally time's gonna come up after we erase the second set of memories. But there is some post-credit stuff as well. So if we want to let the timer run till post-credit, till the actual end of the game comes, then we can do that. But time's gonna come up here normally after we erase the family and the credits start to roll.
Too strict, and her mother was always ready with a smile. But they both stand before Laddie, now with tears in their eyes. Tears, not of sorrow over parting, but of joy in aiding their daughter.
Yeah, we do erase the power of friendship. Laddie's not going to remember anything once we erase the memories. We're going to save our romance with Baron. I think ultimately that's the best decision. Obviously, everybody else can choose different options towards the end here, but I definitely like the ending with saving our romance with Baron.
Fed by the power of Laddie's memories, the relic glows ever brighter. She steps up to the altar and raises her relic in the air. A divine light erupts from the top of the tower at the center of the heart's domain.
Keep in mind, most of our friends are dead anyways, right? They were only alive in our memories, inside of our heart.
It touches every corner of the domain. A lighthouse in the darkest of seas, guiding wayward souls to shore. The maiden's ritual. Laddie dreamt of it ever since she was a young girl, and now it is done. She is a maiden. Omega Isle and the spirits shall know peace. Laddie closes her eyes. Holding fast to the memories of her love. On the island saved by her hand, she shall slumber forevermore.
Alright, and that's where time would be. We got a nice, beautiful end credit song that I'll let play out. We do have some post-credit story. But as someone mentioned in chat, yeah, in order for the events of the other Voice of Cards games to happen, things have to run their course in this game. This game is a prequel in the story sense to the first game. However, it doesn't matter that you play this game after or before. Just context comes to you a bit differently. But we have a very sad credits song to go through. But it is the end of the run, technically. Short post-credit story that will follow in a little bit, but yeah. Finish pretty good for Underestimate. If we had to redo that boss gauntlet, might be cutting it even closer to the time. Yeah, that's a good point to make. If you're suffering from depression, Yokotaro games may or may not help you. I enjoyed them quite a bit. They're always fun games to go by, but they definitely do make me pretty emotional when playing them. This song gets you really good too. Alright, so we're just gonna let the song play out. We'll have some post-credit story to wrap up the run, and then I'll be done. So I'll give a bit of a spiel towards that end. Alright, so now we have a bit of post-story to do.
Time continues its inexorable march. A gentle breeze guides waves softly to the shores of Alpha Isle, as it came to be known after it escaped certain doom. A young boy stalks carefully through the grass. He clutches a large tree branch in his hand, his eyes fixed on a monstrous shade. He has chased it here after finding it near the village and taking it upon himself to end it before it can do any harm. In one smooth motion, the boy rears back and hurls the branch. It falls harmlessly to the ground beside the monster, who flees. The monster seems to be heading toward the nearby spire.
We're going to enter the spire once more for the final time.
All the stories say the Spirit Spire was built to protect the... All the stories say the Spirit Spire was built to protect the island. It's really old, but nothing bad has happened to the island in a long time. So, it must be working?
We're gonna head to the top of the spire like before.
The boy pushes the large door open and enters. He could have sworn the monster ran in here. He'll just have to keep looking. Sunlight pokes through the gaps in the crumbling stone walls. The monster is nowhere to be found. The boy scans the room again, more carefully this time, his eyes landing on an altar. Upon the altar slumbers the maiden that brought peace to Alpha Isle. At least, that's what everyone says. Beside her lies a single sword. Covered in rust as it is, it must have stayed by the maiden's side since the moment she closed her eyes. It looks nice enough, though. Maybe it belonged to the guy from the legend. Supposedly, he risked his life to protect the maiden. The boy's eyes drift from the sword to the maiden's face. He stares for a moment, captivated. He wonders if she's dreaming. If she is, it must be a good dream. Because a small smile flickers across her lips. There you have it, the journey of a maiden who feared herself worthless, across the seas and through her own heart.
There we have it. That's the end. Alright, I hope you enjoyed Voice of Cards Part 2 of the story trilogy. My name is ez0mash. I love running the Draconeer games and Yokotaro games. This series in particular has been probably my most enjoyed series for more of a traditional spin on an RPG with the weird Yokotaro twist. Yeah, overall good run. I'm very happy with how everything worked out. We had a couple deaths early on, but again, this game is significantly harder than the first game for sure. We should have a much easier time in the third game, bearing a couple spots, but we'll be dealing with that tomorrow. But hope you all enjoyed it. If you'd like to see more Draconeer stuff, or perhaps other obscure titles, maybe even some more stuff with this game, you can go ahead and follow me on twitch.tv/ez0mash. There is a super boss fights in these games as well, if you ever get into playing them and you want to give them a tackle. I suggest you really, make sure you understand things when you go and do the super bosses, because they are not easy at all. I would say that this game's super boss is by far the hardest out of all of them. But yeah, that's it for me. I believe we have DBZ up next, if I'm not mistaken, and we're about an hour or so ahead of schedule right now, so I'm pretty happy about that. But thanks for watching. Hope you enjoy the rest of really lots of lore, and I will see you tomorrow, just shortly around the same time for when we started this run for Beasts of Burden.